Good morning, good evening, good whatever the hell time it is with you right now, and welcome to the Chinese Dota 2 broadcast for the Division 2. My name is Nomad, joining me as Lizard and as Fluke as we get into today's games. But firstly, I have to ask that all-important question. How are you? How are you, Fluke? I haven't seen you in a little while. Where you been, bud?
I'm doing good. I had a family birthday over the weekend, so thank you to everyone who filled in for me for these last couple of days. I was watching the broadcast, I was watching the games. Some of those games were very, very good. Some of those games were kind of division defining as well. I think there's some results that are going to be able to really go one way or another for some of these teams as well. And I think as we get into today and the start of week number 3, we're really going to be able to figure out who's going to be going up into Division 1 and who's unfortunately going to be going out of Division 2.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will say, Flick, it wasn't the same without you. It was much better.
Oh, thank you.
Lizard, why don't you recap us on what's been going on recently and where the tables are kind of standing right now after the games we had on February 12th and the weekend?
Where the tables are standing at the same spot pretty much, but some things are a bit different. Like we saw the series we saw the series of YBB versus Outsiders from China, and I think that series was, like Fluke said, defining, because it showed us that YBB is a bit stronger than Outsiders. They 2-0'd them, and basically I wasn't sure. It was one of these 3 teams that's going to be on top, right?
Yeah.
It was YBB, Outsiders, and Vici Gaming. This is what we're expecting. We're expecting these 3 teams to 2 out of 3 of these 3 teams to take Division 1 slots, and right now it's not looking that great for Outsiders. So whatever series they've got, I'm not gonna spoil anything for you, Nomad. Whatever series they have in the future, I hope they do really well for their sake.
Thank you very much. Well, let's have a little reflection back on some of the other series that happened a couple of days ago. This is Cloud versus Mystique, which was a full 3-game romp. These guys kind of battling it out. Has to be said that, maybe not the cleanest game we've ever seen. But overall, I think Mystique are kind of doing well to keep themselves out of that relegation zone. Cloud, though, can't really be the same thing said for them. I mean, what are the main issues with Cloud and what they're not really figuring out at the moment?
I can't remember. I was doing this game with you, but there was something funky. Wait. Yeah, okay, so in this game, I think they had a position 5 LC, right, versus the Broodmother. Was this the game in which Slark was farming a bit forever? No.
That was game 1.
That was game 1, yeah, but...
Saturday game.
They did manage to take a game off of Mystique, and it came off of, a really nice draft that had late-game potential, and then they kind of doubled down on that in the next games. They again just had full late game potential with like a Spectre, and I can't remember. We'll see. This is the last game in which Spectre and Zeus. And I feel like they had a way of coming back in. Like they were defending the high ground a couple of times. They repelled Mystique, and then they just GG'd out. Like,
once very sudden.
Yeah, once they died outside of the base, they just gave up. They GG'd. I believe it was Andy, whose nickname I respect quite a lot. He's just Andy, It's not hard to pronounce, to remember. Yeah, he died and he's like, yeah, I'm gone, guys. DC, GG, bye-bye.
Yeah, which we were a little surprised about, considering you're playing with a Spectre Zeus lineup. Like, surely that's one you want to play out to the end, but apparently not. Apparently not, as we do move into our next series, and this one was Vici versus Poke. And Flick, you'll be absolutely shocked to hear that Vici 2-0'd our friends over at Poke.
Yeah, it was quite shocking, especially when we jump into game number 2, the fact that it was over in 19 minutes as well. The fact that Vici came into this series, we were expecting it to go pretty well as well. And obviously with Little K coming in as a stand-in for Poke, it really wasn't going to be the full strength Poke that we were expecting for them to go up against Vici Gaming. But I think at the end of the day, when we see Vici go up against teams that aren't, like YBB, Outsiders, or LBZS, I think at this point we're really expecting kind of Vici Gaming to handle whoever they've got in front of them. And at this point, being 3-0 in the standings, they're definitely feeling pretty strong about how they're going, and they haven't really been tested all too much. They got tested a little bit from the Outsiders, but yeah, this series with Small KK coming in did a good job. on some of his heroes as well, but wasn't able to get over the juggernauts that are Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, what is a poke not at its full strength? It's like a caress or...
Yeah, stroke, I would say. You're just touching someone.
Yeah, that's not a very good team name. Team Stroke. Just sounds a little, sounds like a
Like
log, to be honest.
poke can be actually very dangerous. Like poking someone. Like,
That's what you
Especially if you have
poke,
like
I
a sharp
guess.
object on
if
your hand.
you, like if someone is on the edge and you poke them, they can fall off.
Yeah, that's why that song goes, "Don't poke me, because I'm close to the edge."
Yeah, that song was actually inspired by worms.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Wow. What a move that was. Little prod. But yeah, this was almost the fastest match of the Div 2 DPC. Actually, this one came in at 19 minutes and 42 seconds. The very fastest game being 19 minutes and 8 seconds, which was SEA Army Geniuses. So Vici, step it up. Come on. You got to get yourself some records, lads. No records being broken in this third series. So this is YBB versus Outsiders. We're expecting this to be a close series, but it really wasn't, actually. YBB just absolutely cleaned house in this first game. In game number 2, they didn't look bad either.
Yep.
I mean, I think we were all a little bit surprised. We knew that YBB was like had Outsiders' number after the qualifiers, but to this extent, I don't think any of us were expecting it to be this convincing, was it?
Yeah, this was actually insane. Like the first game in particular was really cool for me because I thought that Outsiders had a decent draft. 4 picks in, they had a really nice draft, and I thought YBB were completely outdrafted. And then YBB just switched things up. They picked an additional core instead of the support that we were expecting, something like that. They switched the Prophet to the carry. They picked that Prophet on the offlane, and then they just played this ultra fast tempo versus a Ricky that was just absolutely useless throughout. No, actually, Ricky was on their side versus the Beastmaster that was useless throughout the game. And in this second game, they just pick up the same Beastmaster with the Lina, finalize the draft with some Kunkka and support Dawnbreaker, and it just looked very solid. It never looked like Outsiders even had a chance.
Yeah, let's not forget the old Lina tree getting through as well. Lina in the
Yep.
first phase and then tree being picked up in the second phase fluke. How did they let that through the draft?
Well, I think maybe after they saw the Dawnbreaker early on, they thought, surely they're not going to go for tree this time around. They've already got a support that does kind of a similar thing to what the tree does, right? Like you've got that living armor that goes out onto the Lina. Same thing with kind of the Solar Guardians. You just try and protect her and let her kind of sit and do whatever she wants. So I think the way that it was working, they were kind of expecting the Treant not to be a factor at all. They thought Treant was kind of off the radar, but made it all the way through. YBB made it work as well and really kind of shut down everything they gave away to Outsiders as well. So I think YBB really showing that they've got a lot of flex in their drafts and a lot of really good momentum going forward into the rest of these games.
I think so. And we will be seeing them later today. They will be our final series at 19 CST. And that'll be Meteor versus YBB. Meteor, very fast team. It's going to be interesting to see these two play against each other. Our middle series of the day is going to be Poke versus Cloud. Again, Cloud, it's time to get some wins under the board. They lost to Mystique. Poke is the other team which they could really beat if they pull it together, but haven't really seen that level of kind of consistency from them just yet, so I am concerned. And then we move to our current series, which is going to be LBZS versus Outsiders, which I would argue possibly the closest series of the day, Lizard.
I would argue it isn't. Like the LBZS Outsiders, we'll see. Maybe it will be close, but at the same time, LBZS so far, they are 3-0, but they have played the bottom 3 teams. They played Poke, they played Mystique, they played Meteor, something like that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
That's correct.
Meanwhile, OFC, they played the top 2 teams. They played what? They played Vici Gaming, they played YBB. That's who they lost to. Overall,
they beat Cloud.
And they beat Cloud, exactly. So it might be close. I can't say I have the exact pulse and exact reading on the power ranking of these two teams when they match up. But I would say that Outsiders should 2-0 this, and maybe we'll see a 2-1. By the way, why do they? Is that a Necrophos they have on their, or is it a Shadow Demon? It's a
Oh, their logo.
yeah, it's a shadow
It's
demon.
a shadow demon, yeah, yeah. It's a banned shadow demon as well. So
yeah.
I don't know what that's about. No one's banned in shadow demon, that's for sure. Luke, what do you think? Are you agreeing with Lizard, or are you?
Yeah.
are you agreeing
Disagree with me.
No,
Say
agree with
no.
me. Agree with me, Fleek.
I will say one counterpoint to what you were saying as well.
Yeah, put
I
them in a
think
bid. Go on.
LBZS have kind of proven to us that they can do like a wide variety of kind of drafts. Sometimes they get caught out a little bit by kind of doubling down on too much of the meta, but they have proven to us that they've got a decent amount of strats underneath their belt. And maybe outsiders from China are feeling a little bit demoralized from that previous series, so this could be a little bit closer than people are expecting. I'm hoping for a 2-1 this time around though between LBZS and outsiders. I don't think this is going to be a straight whitewash. I think it's going to be kind of okay, but I still am leaning towards outsiders.
Alrighty, well, we are straight into this draft for this first game here. LBZS are going to open things up with the Shadow Fiend and with the Treant Protector. Meanwhile, outsiders from China are going to be going with the Nature's Prophet and the Tusk. So nothing catching us off guard here, but both very on meta and both very high tempo drafts coming out from the start here. I do like this tree. It's looked very good when we've seen it, Lizard.
Yep, it looks amazing in every game, more or less. XM, I felt like he had something wrong with his fingers, so that might be a problem. Like on the camera, he was checking it out. Like Echoes is looking at the camera as well. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, gave us a
what's
little
up?
nod, a little cheeky.
A little nod, yeah.
wink.
But maybe that's not that great. He's self-aware now, you know. He's aware of people watching. He can't relax as much. But yeah, what do you think? What do you think about that, actually? Because
About the cameras.
yeah, about the cameras. Because there are players
think-
that don't care. But I think everyone cares a little bit. Everyone is a little bit aware, I guess.
I think it's probably you're pretty aware when you first like do it. Like when if you're doing like your first series like in Division 2 and like you're playing up against like a pretty high profile team, players like FY and all the guys on Vici, they've done that stuff on stages for years, right? So they probably won't be affected by it. But some of the other players that have just come into Division 2, that definitely could be something that could be playing on their mind. But I think once you get into the game, once you get into the draft, and that's when it should really start to fall away. I do feel like it probably will be a factor for some players, but
This guy
at the end
doesn't
of the
care.
day-
Look at the Pika
Look at the
hoodie.
drip. Yeah, this is full comfort mode, baby. Let's.
They
go.
all look so comfortable. I think that's a big thing from what we've seen from some of these players. Is some of them like look like they have just rolled out of bed and they're like, "I'm going to be the comfiest person possible today."
Comfort wars. Well, this guy's outside certainly winning. That's for sure. He looks. I want to cuddle him. Any Valentines out there? Is this guy taken?
I just want to steal his hoodie. That's it. It looks very, very nice. Yeah. Anyways, back to the draft. What also looks nice is not this silencer.
Not the silencer again. Why do we keep going here?
Well, they lost to it, right? Did they?
We did. Yeah. YBB beat them with it.
YBB had the silencer and Nature's Prophet, and Outsiders lost it. So maybe this is something that they're taking away from them, snatching that silencer. I'm not sure why exactly it's becoming so popular. Are other Division 2s playing it? I actually need to go
Well, I
through
think
that.
it was picked at the start of Division 2. Maybe I'm thinking of Europe. It was picked a little bit more, but I think the idea behind it is it just gives you an easy way to get your Nature's Prophet into a team fight. You start out with an initiator like the Tusk or the Ricky that YBB had against them. You open up the team fight that way. Your Nature's Prophet can TP in towards the back. If you see any of those big spells coming out, you can always just combo break it with the Global Sarge. Nature's Prophet can get in the back, pop BKB, catch out any of the backliners, kill as many people as you want, and then you start it.
It's definitely picked quite a bit in Western Europe as well. So, especially in the last couple of days, like it's been picked up. Before it wasn't, and I'm not sure who's copying who at the moment. But I liked the meta previously. Like I felt that Silencer came back because of Rubik. I felt that Silencer was picked up because Rubik was picked up a lot, and he was. Like Silencer came back into the meta as an answer to the Rubik. And now, like it happens every now and then. I'm telling you, I promise this, like it happens in drafts because it happened to me as well. There is a really big pick of the meta, like it's picked all the time, and then people find ways to counter it, right, with certain picks. And then because these picks are picked so much, the counters, the initial hero stops being picked completely, but the counters continue getting picked, because people just have it in their mind, oh yeah, this is good, we've been picking this before, pick it again, like
we
you're
win
used
with
to
this
it.
hero,
Yeah.
good. False equivalency, yeah. Damn. Well, I can say that the most popular combination, or not the most popular, but the most effective combination with the silencer has been the Mars. Over 14 games, it's a 71.5% win rate, which is pretty impressive. So no surprise to see that coming out from outsiders. It makes sense as well. You look at all of the heroes which Silencer has been doing well with. You've got Leshrak, you've got Pangolin, you've got Hoodwink, you've got Tiny. They're all heroes which go in and get stuff done. And you always have that ultimate there to back you up and help you out inside of that. So that's clearly the theory here behind the Silencer pick. Just jump in, get that initiation, and make sure you have the backup of a Global Silence to make sure everything goes swimmingly.
And I think right now as well, the Mars just does really well at dealing with the Treant and the Hoodwink, just being able to find them out relatively easily. You can always have the counter initiation of the Arena of Blood, and then you've always got the Global Silence at the back. The Primal Beast gets on the back line and catches out a few of these heroes. I do want to see outsiders try and get themselves a little bit of another hero that can go in and follow up with the Mars right now, because you're kind of just expecting, Arena of Blood and the Nature's Prophet to go into the backline to catch one of these two heroes. So I want to see them try and pick up. I would have loved the Ember Spirit. That's why I think it's a good ban coming in from LBZS as a hero that can kind of get in and continue to create more chaos, because that's the best thing with Global Silence is just some more of these heroes that kind of go in and have those few seconds where they can, either cut down a hero or catch a hero and kind of create more chaos that people find it hard to regroup after a Global Silence.
Yeah, LBZS to pick first, though, and does look like they need a mid laner as well. Assumedly, this SF is going to the safe lane, so...
Yep. You just get a mid laner. Pango, like you guys talked about a little bit, would be perfect versus the arena and everything. As you're playing into a silencer, something like a Lesh that's also banned out would be perfect.
Oh, is it Lizard? Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Crazy.
Yeah. Let's go. The
That's
same
what's
joke
happened.
again. No, man. No, because you don't care about the globals, right? Like Dragonite is an option too.
Yeah.
These sort of heroes, like usually you want to stay away from the spirits a little bit. You don't want to.
Tiny.
Tiny is decent too. Like one thing that from outsiders is that Prophet is the carry, right? Like Mars can be mid or offlane, so you have to take that into consideration. But it's nothing crazy that you have to worry about too much. Like if you're LBZS, there's a solid chance that you can put the Primal mid too, but you don't have to. Like the lane, you could put Primal mid and pick like Magnus on the offlane. Like this is an option, but I don't think they're gonna do that.
You kind of want to have another good hero that's good against the natures, right? So if they can have a hero that can both do the flex and have a good natures lane, so they're just going to go for the straightforward Dragonite. There wasn't anything else. They have picked a few weird stuff recently, but none of them really stood out. Like Necrophos as well as the Quap would have been pretty bad.
I feel like as long as DK doesn't get completely countered here by something like a Monkey King mid or
Viper.
Viper as well is an option. Ursa isn't a good option on the mid lane, but yeah, Viper or Monkey King. Like, unless outsiders do that, LBZS have got themselves an amazing draft, and I love it. They have ways of dealing with it, like Primal Beast jumping on top of the Prophet and Dragonite jumping on top can be broken by Global. Then the Mars can protect him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, do you guys see how good LBZS's lineup is versus the Prophet? That's all.
I do, yeah. One thing I just want to ask very quickly is this definitely not a Tusk mid?
No, well,
I don't think they've played it.
It could be, but it could
They
be
did,
as well.
They did play it, yeah.
It could be. It's solid versus SF to get on top of him easily together with the Prophet, Zeus. Okay, so they just want to keep their... I'm not sure, though. Like, do you guys like the Zeus?
This is a very similar draft to what they played up against Vici, actually. So the only change was the Enchantress for the Silencer this time around. That was the game that they beat Vici Gaming in game number 1. So I think the Zeus just gives them a whole lot of burst potential, and they have ways of kind of protecting him. Like if Ava's in a good spot, Global Silence isn't really a good protection for the Zeus. You know, it's going to be hard for him to get away if he ever gets caught out by like a bushwhack or even like an overgrowth or something like that. I think it's going to be very kind of boom or bust for Outsiders here. I think if this Zeus has a really good game, he can blow people up, especially with Arena and Global Silence. It's going to be very hard for them to stay alive, but he can be a pretty big target as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if it's good against Prophet, then it's probably good against Zeus. The one thing I will say is like he can survive the lane pretty well. In fact, I think he wins that lane. So we will have a pretty powerful Zeus through the mid. And there is always that, you can't run from heaven aspect of this draft as well, where now you've got the Nature's Prophet and the Zeus and the Global Silence, meaning that this Mars and Tusk, in theory, should be able to run around the map and always be able to get kills. So if they get ahead on Outsiders, I think they do have a really scary draft, and they could definitely take this game if they can kind of romp the laning stage super hard. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know the skill difference between these two teams, and that's what we're here to find out. So let's have any closing thoughts before we throw it over?
No, I think both teams are pretty happy with what they've got. The drafts are LBZS is definitely the draft that's countering the side of Outsiders. So we'll see who can perform better, but very close drafts overall.
Yep, exactly the kind of draft we wanted for this first game. Is I think it's going to give us a great little indicator as to how these teams match up against each other. What more could we ask for? Well, maybe some lovely casters, and that's exactly what we've got as we throw it over to MLP and John X Fire for this game number 1.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We do get into game number 1 here between LBZS and, of course, Outsiders from China. It's Little Mike with John X Fire. Jonathan, you're looking very, very tall today. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. We've got quite the match. We saw Outsiders get a little bit stomped by YBB. So this is like a determining match now for that top 3 in the running for, promotion to Div 1. And a lot of us probably had Outsiders in that top 3 here as well. So this is going to count for a lot for them. LBZS, if they could get a big upset here, set that tempo in the series, get this win in game 1, ride the series out, they're in the running. Like, they have a pretty solid chance of going up there in the top 2 for promotion. So expect both teams to go all out here, Mike.
Well, they're going to go all out right now. Just running at each other in that dire jungle, but so it won't amount to too much. Xiaoma able to just go ahead and pick up the bounty. And it's funny you're kind of mentioning that LBZS are the underdogs going into this, because they are still the team that's undefeated throughout Division 2 of China. So, it's one of those things. Like, they've definitely been against arguably lower teams throughout the rankings for now. So this will be probably their real test on the side of LBZS. And outside of some China, well, not performing to the expectations we all have them at least for now. But, considering they're in this series now, you'd still imagine they should be the favorites. Just pretty hard to know. But talk to me about lanes, John. I mean, mid lane, Echo Z against Dolphin. The old Dragon Knight versus the Zeus matchup. What's this all about?
It's going to be a little bit flat, no big kill opportunities for either side. Maybe Echoes has a little bit more if he gets a good rune and a rotation out from, say, the Tusk. There's some kill potential that comes out there. For the DK, it's much more static. You go Dragon's Blood, you go Breathe Fire, you clear out the wave, and you farm up. You're probably not going to die to the Zeus until he's like level 5. That's when a kill threat can come out from the slow poking and prodding. But before that point, it's very static, very farmy. It only really depends on the supports, and we don't tend to see that rotation until 4, usually 6 minutes in. That's when you can expect it, and that's where Outsiders shines a bit more. Although you do have the Hoodwink on LBZS's side, but the Tusk rotation mid can also be quite terrifying.
Let's talk about the top lane while we're at it, John. You've got Xiaoma there on the +5 Tusk, along with XM on the position 1 Prophet, and of course they're going to be up against TZY on that off-lane Primal Beast. Helios right behind him on the Hoodwink. This lane feels like it could go pretty aggressive either way, though considering you're against the Primal Beast here, I would advise caution for Outsiders from China, because this hero, that level 2 mark that he has now, it is very, very potent and quite scary to go against. They haven't been caught out yet, but do you give an advantage to one side or the other here in this top lane, John?
I'd say it's actually a lot more even, as you pointed out. I don't know if you can really go all in on either side. There's some saving plays that can come out from Outsiders. Just having the Tusk with the Snowball, the Shards ready to cut off, TZY can break up that jump in from TZY. And Helios went for a lot more defensive sort of right-click build on the Hoodwink as well. He went for the Ring of Protection just to ensure that he's not going to get harassed out by the Treants and the Blightstone that's on XM. So you're not really whittling down these enemy heroes on Outsiders as much, not leaving you that window of opportunity for TZY to go all in. And again, it should lead to a bit of a static one. Level 3 does feel a bit nicer for LBZS. I think just having the level 3 Primal Beast feels a lot more threatening than your Nature's Prophet, who just feels a lot more passive. So it's going to be down to Xiao Ma to kind of cut that movement off. And for the most part, LBZS are more than satisfied farming up here at the least.
They are. Now, bottom lane's the last one we haven't really talked about yet at all. Ava there, of course, on the Mars, going to be up against Fonte on that position 1 SF. Of course, you have Gorgor there on the +5 Treant Protector, and outside it's also there on the position 4 Silencer. This seems to be rather static lane as well right now, neither side really trying to get aggressive. Well, top lane appears to be where all the action's breaking out right now. Xiao Ma getting chased down on the Tusk, is barely going to survive, and a nice shot to turn them back around. In fact, they're trapped up. The Treants are not letting them out. Helios forced to Furry Fire up, but it's not enough. A perfect Shards turnaround from Xiao Ma. And XM, he'll be very satisfied with that first blood goal.
It goes back to how that lane dynamic works. LBZS has to be the aggressors, and Outsiders have to be the defensive ones. As long as you hold on to the Shards and Snowball, you've got a way to break up that jump in. You've got a way to punish the deep dives the Primal Beast will want to do. And even with a Ring of Protection on Helios, Nature's Prophet still hits pretty damn hard with Blightstone. So it doesn't take too much right clicks to kind of melt him. They did try to get aggressive. Again, punishment is there. If you don't manage to isolate Xiao Ma away from the NP, then your aggression under tower it really can't come out there.
No, it certainly cannot. 0-1 so far, Outsiders from China in the lead. All the lanes are fairly even though, like LBCS in terms of CS are having a great old time. Fonte just freely farming, so is Dolphin on the Dragon Knight. Not really much to slow either one down at the moment. I just question where this draft starts to take off though. Like, DK is one of those heroes right now that, in fact, hold that thought, because top lane, Helios. Go for a bit of a chase here with Xiao Ma, but not going to amount to too much. I'm just kind of questioning, like, with this draft from LBZS, it's like, when does it really come online? Because this Dragon Knight hero, apart from China, you don't get to see it in any other regions. This top lane, Helios is still being chased by Xiao Ma. Are they going to go for this? It seems like XM's going to join in. Helios has got the hand up, but he may regret doing that as he's being chased down here with the tag team and Snowball. Nice bushwhack there to hold them down. And it seems like he's going to be okay.
And it's always dicey with Hoodwink though when you play poke that far. TZY is not willing to go for the onslaught in. You know, he's just farming up. So LBZS shifts a little bit more passive. XM more than happy with that. You just see how much output you have with a tag team up and a physical core. Like the Prophet, it doesn't take too long to melt through that squishy support. Going back to your point a while ago there, Mike, though, the timing for LBZS, it's going to be around level 6 on both your Primal Beast and your DK, and it's going to be around, say, DK Blink BKB. Maybe just DK BKB. You might feel comfy enough on that. Just have the Primal Beast charge in. You've got the Hoodwink for long range capture as well, so you're not fully reliant on the Blink Dragon Tail. But you have to get maximum value out of that early BKB timing from Dolphin. If you don't, you're giving a lot of room for the side of Outsiders to keep bulking up and whittle that BKB duration away.
Dolphin could be in danger. He's a very tanky boy though, so the turnaround is there onto Xiao Ma. Dolphin though getting trapped up by the Shards, and Xiao Ma still running. Does eventually go down, but Dolphin, he's the much bigger target. Still, in comes TZY. Echoes, he can't really survive this. Eventually will drop. So they do find a decent trade in the mid lane here with these mid laners. It is going to be a 2-for-1 at the end of the day as well. And you kind of ask yourself who that's more worth it for, because it is a 2-for-1, but at the very least, Dolphin did die before you saw Echo die. So, you know, XP going the Zeus's way, but it's a 2-for-1. Pretty hard to know who won that one out. Meanwhile, bottom though, Fonte's going to drop. That one's pretty obvious. So, Outsiders from China, they are not slowing down. Onto Gorgor they go. And that should be another. The chase is on. Spear will land eventually from Ava. And the tier 1 bottom tower now under siege here from Outsiders. Not really much LBZS can do to defend this.
That's the one thing with the movement out from LBCS. You've got Nature's Prophet, you can show up across the map. They see that a lot of things move up to mid, so you've got this opening bot. You can tie into this push with Ava. Bot tier 1's just going to fall. Not the biggest tower to lose. Helios TP'd in to maybe look for Deny, isn't going to be able to find it. And with regards to that mid trade, I think you're all right with it on LBZS, just because Dolphin finds the kill on the Tusk before he dies. So he gets a little bit of that EXP, and you kind of suppress echoes afterwards as well. So your supports, your offlane kind of gets a much needed EXP on top of that. You will have to play in the jungle early for Fonte. We're playing a much more dangerous lane down bot, as there is a lot of kill opportunity coming out from outsiders, but this is an SF.
Dolphin's very aggressive in that mid lane. Arena's going to land as well from Ava, and they've even got another. Gore going to be there to try and help Dolphin out, but is going to drop, and we're now outsiders. They'll move into the mid-tier 1 tower. Without the Trine alive, it can actually be possible to take that tower down, but they won't have a siege creep, they won't have the heroes, so they won't bother trying. Still, another massive kill onto Dolphin, and I mean, I kind of pointed out earlier, John, this Dragon Knight hero, it's not very meta right now, apart from in Div 2 China. And it's not looking too good either, considering the start it's had.
Yeah, it's not going too well for Dolphin. Then it's very easy to collapse onto that DK until he does get his defensive items up. You've got enough magic damage to not care for the Dragon's Blood. And it's going to be a bit of a waiting game. He is queuing up that Blink BKB. Going to be a while for him to find that, so maybe you just play around TZY on a Problem Beast. The thing is, the Silencer just counteracts that so well. Once you've got the Global Silence, you see the Pulverize, there's no way for the Problem Beast to prevent that unless he actually jumps Silencer, which is not necessarily your top priority either in these engagements. So a strong start for outsiders, 2-6, finding that bot tier 1, taking over this bot jungle as well. Outside, just keeping track, getting some vision going for his team. He is all alone here, though.
That he is, outside, should die here. As Dolphin's going to rotate with the Dragon Tail stun, and that's going to be more than enough to take them out. Looks like Fonte will snag the kill for himself on the ESF. Meanwhile, top side, they are looking at trying to pick off Xiaoma here on the Tusk. Helios, no problem landing a Bushwhack, and with the Pulverize, surely you're going to have enough. Xiaoma going to buy himself a little bit of space. We'll go for a snowball onto the creeps. Shards away. Onslaught will connect, however, and that will be that. But Fonte drops at the bot lane. Ava and Echo able to secure the killers. Now Gore is being chased down on the Treant. Ava not going to be able to close the gap here to land a nice spear off onto the Treant Protector. But you do find the position 1 SF, and now even mid lane, Dolphin's being chased down again. They don't seem to have enough mana for this. They're even going to bring XM in to try and help out, but Dolphin still taking through it. Echo now the one taking too much damage. Onslaught will fly through, and TZY should be able to chase down the Zeus. No problem, as they'll go for even more now, but TZY getting a little bit low. Snowball will be there from Xiaoma onto Fonte to try and help out, and now the Global Silence. This is not looking good for LBZS. They are falling like flies. Helios is forced to run. And it looked kind of bad for a moment once you lost your Zeus, but XM, he managed to survive, and by outsiders, they'll just keep going for more.
There's just not much counterplay at the moment from LBCS. They're very patient with the Global Silence coming out there from outside, and they've got so much right-click with just Nature's Prophet plus Tusk. Tag team level 2, you're on top of a hero, your right-clicks are just amplified, you've got the Maelstrom up and running on your Nature's Prophet as well, so it doesn't take too long to melt through these heroes and through these objectives as they clear out mid. And for LBZS, I mean, this is going to be a bit of a waiting game. You're going to need Blink, you're going to need BKB on Dolphin, you're going to need this BKB as well on TZY. They will keep trying to play aggressive though, and that's the one thing with a Primal Beast, at least your cooldown's so low that you've got an opening when Global Silence is down.
Oh, smoke's broken, but yeah, they break it on the Mars without vision, so they can't make the jump in, and they just decide to retreat anyway at the spot lane. Bit of a shame there, and chances are, even if you try and jump Ava, he's probably going to prove to be a little bit too tanky on that Mars to take down with the 2. So outsiders currently sitting there very pretty with a 4K advantage here in terms of net worth. Kind of hard to see them being able to slow them down now, LBZS. I mean, they're just playing very defensively at this rate, trying to catch up in their own farm game at the moment. Dolphin being the highest net worth on the board here for LBZS, but still sitting at 3rd. And again, he's still just a Dragon Knight. But chances are, like, your farm's not going to really mean too much. He'll pick up a Blink for the initiation's sake, Obviously a BKB after that on this DK, but again, I just question what kind of impact the man can have on a hero like this at the moment. Outside? At least he will get sniped. Helios, it's very easy setup there with the onslaught, and Sharpshooter obviously more than enough damage there for a silencer.
And not the biggest kill, but you know, you find a pick off, you finally get something going with your smoke, and that is something TZY needs. He needs as much as possible to hit that earlier BKB in comparison to his DK, and just take that front line for the team. Be the aggressor, set up these fights, find the pickoffs. The issue right now is really just that your DK is farming along with your SF. And SF, as we've seen time and time again, whenever it does pop out, even with something like the Mask of Madness, which he does have into the Dragonlance, you're not quite ready to fight. And even if you did, you're going to want to use your spells at this point in the game and that's where the Silencer really shines through. Outside just has so much impact.
Nice initiation. He's found Fonte on the SF. That's the one target you really want to pick off. Shards out. Oh, it's barely going to miss the Hoodwink. Just barely. Ava still on the high ground, waiting for another target. Won't bother trying for Gorgo. Leave the trade beat. But they got the SF, John. That's the big one. Like, this SF has got literally no farm to speak of.
Yeah, his map is shrunk down. He's sharing farm with his DK. And it's just not enough to sustain. In comparison to XM, who has all the space in the world up top, he still has his top tier one, he still has his mid tier one. Like LBZS, it feels like they need to make a move on these objectives, but you can't fault them for not being able to either without these defensive items up.
They're going to try and hit with Dolphin. Bushwhack does land onto Xiao Ma, but they don't have damage. Global Silence kicked in. There's your Sharpshooter out now onto the Tusk, but he's just fine to walk away. TZY, he could try for an onslaught, but it's not looking really worthwhile into 3 heroes, and he's not going to bother. So I guess a decent attempt, but the Global Silence just comes in clutch, and again, without the backup Sharpshooter, you just don't have any damage output right now.
Yeah. No, the Global Silence being down does present an opportunity to LBZS, but they're not really keen to group up around that. That is their window to get the successful Pulverized play. Try to run down these squishier targets in the back line if you can find them. The issue is your map control is so limited that you don't have that many angles to take. Xiaoma's just hanging around as well. They've got good vision here. Although
Xiaoma to be locked down long enough. Helios will be happily taking the kill there on the Hoodwink. That's really the only combo you've got at the moment. Top lane in the meantime, Fonte's been caught. Like, this is just not the trades you want. Gorgo's going to try to help with the overgrowth, but it means nothing. Echo Z shows up. They find a double for him on the Zeus. More install in here for outside. And if you're LBZS at the moment, you're just kind of sitting here with this draft thinking, well, what do we do now? This SF is just so important for this draft to work out. And again, just no matter where he shows the map, he is finding 0.
yeah, he's not able to farm up as much as he'd want to. Lagging severely behind in comparison to XM. I think the issue for LBCS is that you've got these 2 tempo cores in the Primal Beast and the Decade, and you're not really clumping around them. You're just playing this farm game. You lose another support, but a good TPN from XM. But it's a matter of this waiting game, right? Like, they feel like they need this BKB on TZY and on Dolphin before they jump in, and that just means everyone's going to be farming for a bit. You don't have this big playmaker that's willing to run around. TZY has been willing, but he's so close to BKB at this point that I wouldn't imagine him forcing a risky fight until that's up. And at that point, you're also just going to probably wait for Dolphin. So, like, tree farming core is trying to play this game to hit their mid-game spike, whereas for outsiders, they're just completely. They don't need any BKBs. All they need is Ava's Blink. There's no threat to kind of stop them from coming in. They have all this aggressive ways of initiating. And LBZS, maybe just sticking together as a team. They're kind of clumped up top.
Yeah, TZY, I mean, he gets caught out bottom side. That's kind of the issue. Someone needed to stay back to try and defend this tier 2 bottom tower, but Thunder God's Wrath will reveal TZY's position.
Oh, Helios. There was no enemy here near him. He literally died to Thunder Gods and the Nature's Wrath bounce. That's unfortunate.
Oh, wow.
That's the global strat kicking in.
Right.
Oh.
I mean, Hoodwink's one of those heroes, man. It's so soft. Like, it's such a squishy support. His top lane. Well, Fonte, he's going to find something for his trouble. Problem is, he's probably set to lose his life again. As Echo's just kind of playing with him, he's pump faking the lightning bolt, and now Gorgor. I mean, they know he's in there somewhere. They'll find him perfectly. Eventually, he will be set to fall as well as Outsiders, looking just so dominant throughout this game number one. And John, I mean, I don't want to provide you with the hard questions here. In fact, hold that thought, because there is more action breaking out. Onslaught is there onto Outside. They're going to try and go for a sharpshooter play, and they will land it. But that is practically the only target they can really kill at the moment. Maybe the Tusk. And my question to you is, John, is do you see any openings here for LBZS? Is there a way for them back into this game? Because right now they're 9k behind.
It's the same thing I've been saying here, Mikey. Just wait for that BKB to be up. And you know what? They're within a 500 gold for TZY. So that's some good news. It's still going to be 1,000 gold away for Dolphin. And that timing's starting to come together. And even Fonte now feels the need for that BKB as well. So perhaps the triple BKB core timing is what brings them back into this game. I'm just worried because while you wait for that BKB, XM is going to have his own up. Echoes is going to have his full Ags up and running at that point. This global strategy is kind of terrifying if you're right next to a creep wave as well. And
certainly is.
Your options are limited.
Oh my god. I mean, it's just so hard to watch it. Like, you know, you get one person to initiate, and that's usually Xiao Ma, and everyone else is just there. Just there and ready. It's just hard to watch because LBZS, they have no chance of survival once the jump's made in. Like, they don't have any BKBs yet. It's only the DK getting close. But that's all you're going to have. And the thing is, again, I will reiterate, even with this BKB up on Dolphin, he might survive through the fight. But what else is the Dragon Knight going to offer? That's my issue.
Follow through control, maybe a bit of damage in Dragon form. I don't know if it's going to be enough damage, especially considering that you are going durability here for XM after that BKB. Outsiders going for another smoke play. Not to be able to find Dolphin would have been the big target we want, so LBZS does avoid a bit of a disaster there, but this game is not getting any simpler for them as time goes on. Dota Plus giving Outsiders a 95% chance to win now, which I'd say is fair.
Good.
It's a tough one for LBZS, like, because you have this SF and it does scale into late game, but you know, it's not like this hyper carry late game in comparison to something like the Nature's Prophet. I think your counterpoint to the Nature's Prophet is going to be TZY. And it just feels like all your cores are way too behind.
Oh,
you can't turn it around here.
That's so rough.
Yeah.
It's just so tough for Fonte. Like, I'm not even blaming this SF right now. He was farming pretty deep, but that's the only option he has. His triangle's been occupied by Dolphin. Xiao Ma, he just sets up every time. At least maybe TZY and Helios could find a bit of a trade. They are bringing 4 heroes up for this, just to try and maybe find this task. But he just walks away. And the XM, he's just easily going to TP throughout the tree line. They're just not able to catch anyone. Any kind of hesitation, and they're just gone. And Outsiders now, they're grouping up mid. They're thinking about that tier 2 mid tower. C-Trip is eventually going to get taken out anyway, but they are looking for a bit of a fight. LBZS have rotated. Question is, are they comfortable to try and force this fight? Because again, they only have one BKB, and that's the Dragon Knight Dolphin. In we go.
Got TZY's as well, though.
Jump in. That'll be Helios Skull. Fine, they have 2 BKBs. We'll see if they get to use them here in this this team fight.
It's not really making a difference just yet.
Here we go. XM gets jumped, pops his own BKB, and just goes for the man fight. They do at least find Xiao Ma. It's something, but the problem is TZY is just melting to the right click. They won't finish him off, though. Gleipnir is out. Maybe they can find XM. That's a huge target, and never mind, they can. Well, there you go, John. A bit of caster's curse right there. The BKBs, they do matter. There's Dolphin. He's going to go for a bit of a chase down to outside. Should have another. Dragon Tail's up and ready. We'll pop it. Dolphin's taking a fair bit of damage here from Echo, but it's not going to matter. He has the backup. He'll tank through it. Though I say that the Nimbus does kick in and barely gets him. Right on the edge. It's still a great team fight for LBZS, though. You can't really take that away from them.
It's a good team fight. Most of the gold does go the way of Fonte as well, so that's some great news coming out here for LBCS. BKB fully done on our SF. And you can see that once the BKB does fade an XM, he popped his relatively early on the jump in from TZY. You can punish with your own BKBs. Lots of patience out from Dolphin, held on till the end to pop his own BKB. So he had a pretty big window towards the end of that fight to just get aggressive. And they found a really good angle for that overgrowth swell from Guagua. So things did line up. Outsiders maybe going a little bit too deep into that initiation from LBZS. You do get punished. They're still in pretty good control of this game. Like, despite that win for LBZS, because you traded your 2 cores, all your cores are still behind even Ava right now on that Mars. So you're not getting that big item scaling or item advantage yet. You are at parity to a certain extent, so you do have a little bit more play. I think Outsiders seeing the triple BKBs, or at least the double BKBs now, are going to position themselves maybe a bit more defensively. You know, you don't have to have XM that far forward in these fights. He doesn't even need to show up for these fights. We've seen Outsiders take these fights 4v5 with XM TPing in, and it generally works out. You get your NP to ride through that initial jump in from LBCS. You're safe. You can save your BKB for the follow-up fight and just kind of run from there. For LBCS, well, they're going to have to watch themselves. Outsiders, knowing that certain tools are available, are going to smoke up here.
Yeah, the Ethereal Blade on Echo, that's going to hurt. Like, that Ethereal is just going to blow people up here in these fights. Here we go. Winner of this team fight just goes straight for Roshan. XM was thinking about TPing top, but he continues to cancel. Could be trying to bait them in because there is a line being drawn right towards that top lane. They run right past the courier of Gorgor. The God's Wrath is going to give a bit of vision, though, at least find the tree, but they will miss out on Fontaine. The SF will make it out in time. But Roshan's now completely open for Outsiders, and that's really all that's going to matter. You don't need the team fight. If you can take Roshan for free, that's exactly what you prefer to do.
All the CS are going for a smoke plate here, and they know something's up in that Roche. It's just a little bit of a slower movement, but Roche is actually staying alive a little bit longer. They might have a window here.
Now, if they want to onslaught right now, it's probably the chance. It's Roshan. No, it's gone. Slight bit of hesitation, and now Dolphin, he'll get caught out. Ava's got a 3-man arena up. It's a perfect initiation. The Global Silence comes in. That'll be 1 down. Dolphin will be able to TP out just in the nick of time. And TZY, he will run the old-fashioned way, but Fontaine's been left behind. Spear is there, lock down the SF and just completely blow him up. The Sprout is out as well, catching out too. They are just melting. Overgrowth does at least lock down a couple. And Xiaoma will lose his life. But now the mid-Rax is, or rather mid-tier 2 is open. And Outsiders, they can go right for it.
It's not going to be much stopping them. They were forced to use their BKBs on LBZS's side once the Global Silence came out, or once the initiation kicked in. And that did save them, but leaves them with very few options for the defense. You can find a nice double damage rune, although Echoes will pick it up for himself, does want the top up. Ava is still staring out forward. And for LBZS, if they just moved a little bit faster in the Roche, that could have ended up their way. With a good Requiem, a good Pulverize in, a good Onslaught Pulverize in. You've got great AoE control from Helios in that kind of tight spot. Just doesn't come out. They will try to smoke up now. Knowing Global Silence is down, could be a bit of a window if they find the right targets here.
Problem is they're fighting into the AC of XM. XM just picked it up. The Echoes, he's by himself. If they could catch that target, it'd be amazing. Problem is he'll just TP away. Perfect timing for him. Screw back up with the team, and they know. They know exactly where they are. They had an observer ward watching Fontaine's movement. So in they go. Outsiders through the river. Gonna find Helios immediately, and he is just deleted. Completely gone. It's pulverized out onto Xiaoma, but this is only gonna set up more, I think, for Outsiders. They can just start moving in now. Arena is down. Catching out TZY. He is just a sitting duck. Dolphin is still trying to chase outside. He's leashed up. He can't move. He'll try to run after the silence of it. He's just dead. That's your mid DK chasing a pos 4.
Yeah, and we saw Fonte just bail out immediately. Unfortunate for TZY. His BKB faded as the arena combination came out from Ava as well. Very well timed in that move up. And it's super difficult for LBZS, right? When a smoke fields like that and you have a rough idea from outsiders it's happening, you've got the Thunder Gods to scout, you've got a non-committal, a Tusk can just commit to these fights without really worrying about it, living or dying, and you've got that follow-through from Ava. So for LBZS, any wrong move is just punished.
Fonte. Yeah, I mean, you talk about wrong moves here, John. Fonte, I don't know if I call this one a wrong move, but it is a move that gets him deleted here. Xiaoma and XM just to move in. You're at that stage of the game where you literally just can't show on the map anymore. Xiaoma, he's going to go right onto Gore. Gore locks him down, and the Treant is eventually going to drop his Dolphin.
No.
Dolphin's jumped in. Onslaught is kind of just going to be whiffed. You might find Xiaoma, but no, the Ethereal Blade's going to save. They can't land the Sharpshooter either. Oh, it's such a rough affair. And hell, they even see the Hoodwink. Outsiders just outclassing LBZS in game one, finishing the game off in 28 minutes. And I'll tell you what, John, they made it look easy. This was a very dominant victory here from Outsiders. As Fonte, he is just straight up disconnected. He's not happy.
Oh yeah, it's one of those moments again. You call the GG, the timer's going down, you just disconnect. And Outsiders, they play fantastic, right? They play this really strong tempo game. The side of LBZS, and we talked about their record, undefeated. This, against the enemies they've been facing, they look decent. Against Outsiders, who got 2-0'd by YBP, it's certainly looking like there's a bit of a divide between the teams here, Mike, and LBZS. If they want a chance, if they still want that shot to being promoted into Div 1, they've got to recover in Game 2 here.
Well, let's see what our panel had to think about that one, John, because that was quite a dominant game one. Panel, what did we think about the game one? What happened?
Thank you very much, MLP and John. Yes, indeed. My goodness, Outsiders absolutely wallop LBZS in this opening match here. But, we did say that if they came out of the laning phase with a significant advantage, then with this kind of draft, it's really, really hard to play against. Do you think there was more which LBZF could have done coming out like that early mid to get control of the game? Or do you think the moment that laning phase went bad for them, they were kind of done, Fluke?
I think they could have tried to maybe gone for like a 5-man movement towards mid to try and get some kills onto Echo. But I think the biggest thing for me is like we're looking back at these replays here, and obviously it's 18 minutes in and they're 10k behind. But XM had a free game on this Nature's Prophet. Usually when you see these teams go for these heroes that do really, really well into the Natures, they don't have a free game like this. XM was pretty much untouched through the entirety of it. Not only did the rest of their lanes go poorly as well for LBZS, it just meant that the one hero that is very, very strong in the meta right now, which they put a lot of their draft into countering, still had a free game. And then they had to deal with this crazy global strat that they had. There was just so much damage that was going across the map. Ava was catching out everybody left, right, and center. They had to get towards these BKBs to even have a hope of team fighting, but at that point, the game was already out of their hands. So I think Outsiders played really, really fast with their draft, and they did really, really well in their lanes, and yeah, really kind of just handed out a spanking.
Yeah, I kind of want to give Ava the MVP for this one because he was the guy on the map just finding the plays, right? Like, you have this global draft. It only works if you've got a playmaker. And Ava delivered on every single aspect of that title. So, yeah, definitely my MVP for this game number one. Liz, what do you think?
Yeah, him and the Tusk can take the MVPs, sure. But overall, LBZS, you picked a draft that's countering the draft on the opposing side. Like, Outsiders from China, they could have been crushed in this game. Like, if you played your cards right, like, you could have been hunting them 24/7, just playing this ultra fast-paced lineup in which you're on top of the Nature's Prophet every time he shows on the map. Like, you're just baiting out the global and the big ultis that they have and just rolling over them with your lower cooldown spells. The problem is, maybe they put too much respect on Outsiders from China, or maybe they're just slower. And that's always going to be the case. There's this famous football coach from Bosnia who passed away recently, and his saying is, like, it doesn't matter how good my strategy is if these guys run much faster than you. Like, it doesn't matter how good the idea is if they run circles around you. By the time you figure it out, like, they're gonna you know, they're gonna score 3 goals by the time you even form your formation properly. So it's kind of similar in Dota. Like, you can have a good idea, but if you aren't fast enough to execute it, it won't really matter.
Yeah, and as mentioned before, you know, once you fall behind in this kind of game, it's really hard to crawl back up, especially with the heroes they had as well. Like, one thing I wanted to mention, especially the Shadow Fiend, it feels so hard to play that hero into this kind of draft, because the hero, like, playing any carry with, like, no mobility or no innate survivability spell just becomes insanely hard, because, again, you just have, like, heroes TPing on you. I mean, the Nature's Prophet is basically, like, killing him +1 every single time. Yeah. And that's not hard for them to pull off. Like, they have a Zeus, they have a Tusk, they have a Mars, heroes with a lot of mobility. So for him to actually get out to a lane, you know, do the things which carries normally do in the position where they're behind, which is go to the lane which the enemy don't really want to play in, get somewhere deep and try and push out a couple of waves and then hide, TP to the other side of the map when they come to respond. You can't do that against a guy who just has unlimited teleports anywhere on the map with no cooldown. Sounds kind of broken when you put it like that, but that's the game. Everything is imbalanced, and that's why we love it. We're going to throw it over to a break, but right now we shall be back with the second game of the series very shortly, so do not go anywhere, as we'll see you from round number 2 of LBZS versus Outsiders from China, and see if we can level things up or if it's going to be a clean at 2-0. We'll see you in a minute. Despite having a relatively even, maybe even LBZS favored draft, they get absolutely smashed in game number 1. Can they pull it back in game number 2? I'm here with Lizard and Fluke to find out. Fluke, what kind of adjustments do you want to see them make? Is it time for a completely clean slate? You know, try a different idea, maybe pick a different kind of opening here? Or do you want to see them go for the same thing and just try and play better?
I just want to see teams not go for the Shadow Fiend anymore. I think currently right now it is sitting at like 2-6 in Div 2 in China. So I think this hero, especially as a first pick, can be exploited pretty hardcore, especially if you don't win the lane super hard for the Shadow Fiend. I don't think it's one of those heroes right now that is really kind of a mega busted. We've seen multiple times, you know, 1-2 Shadow Fiend, Treant Protector, and that should, in theory, be a relatively good combo. But the hero, whether it's like the rest of the drafts or the heroes it's going up against, it really just hasn't worked out. So I would like to see LBZS try and lean towards some other heroes for them, try and play a little bit faster with things like the Tusk or the Riki. Heck, even the Mars. It seems like for some reason the curse of Div 1 Mars has been completely shaken off here in Div 2, and these teams are really starting to abuse that hero once again.
Yeah, Mars has been looking sick. And just to point out as well, the Riki has been picked up, the Lean has been banned out, so the heroes we've still got are the Bat Rider and the Treant making it through. One thing I want to see LPZS do is I feel like when you get smacked in a game 1 and your confidence takes a bit of a bruise, you should rely on your most kind of reliable and most experienced player, which for LPZS I would probably say outside of the support roles is PP in the middle lane. Yep. So
Give him a DP. PP on the DP with the BKB.
Unfortunately, there's not going to be any PP on the DP with the BKB. We will have SB, probably for is it Tianming on... oh no, it's Helios, isn't it, for LBZS? Tianming used to be on LBZS back in the day.
Yeah, even back in my day, Spirit Breaker used to...
Back in my day,
Spirit Breaker used to be like... some things never change, you know? He was the best versus Invis heroes because all you have to do is plant a couple of sentries. The moment you see them on the map, you just charge in. You need some follow-up, obviously. But yeah, you see that Riki, you charge right on top of him, you eliminate him from the fight. One other reason why it's decent against Riki is status resistance, so the dart doesn't necessarily hurt you as much.
Yep.
And it also has cool color schematics together with the Lash. Now they just need 3 other heroes with this turquoise, whatever you pronounce that, teal plus blue.
Turquoise, yeah.
The cooler colors.
Yeah,
Well, I like turquoise. That sounds way better.
Turquoise. L'enfer.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Spirit Breaker stance. You can also go play in our pocket, right? Surely that's pretty good against Riki.
Ooh, that would be a pretty cool interaction to see if that's one of the main reasons why these teams are picking up the Spirit Breaker. I feel like he is a pretty underrated hero, especially when we're playing up against things like Nature's Prophet. We're seeing a whole lot of Riki. Even I think in regards to something like Alina, if you get on top of her and you bash her 1 or 2 times, even with the Nether Strike as well, it goes through BKB, you're able to just kind of mitigate the damage that she can do. So yeah, I'm really surprised we haven't been seeing more Spirit Breaker, and lucky for Mr. Mike, he's getting bigger, and that means that he gets a Spirit Breaker picked for him as he grows throughout Div 2.
How big will Mike get? What do you think? How big?
I want to see him.
Can Mike get?
I want to see him get bigger and bigger after every game, because he grew a little bit in his camera after game number 1. So I want to see him get grown bigger after game number 2, and then in series number 2, I want to see him even bigger. That he goes outside of his screen. That's what I want to see.
Break free of the of our cages in here in the overlay. I mean, just wait until the Viper gets picked. Then he's going to get huge. He's immediately going to grow to his full potential.
Is that it?
He
just needs to see the Viper and he grows instantly.
Yeah, exactly. It got massive.
Okay. Well, on LBZS, Viper might be even an option. It's a decent lane versus the Bat. Like, it didn't used to be. Now it is. We'll see. There are other heroes that, if you're outsiders, you should be thinking about banning, but they haven't. Like, a Slark is a good example. Heroes that deal well with him in the mid lane are what? Quap, Storm. You could put Lash on offlane with the Spirit Breaker and easily switch things up if you're LBZS. I wouldn't mind seeing that. And for outsiders, I think Slark is still solid.
Batrider has been contested 30 times here at the China Div 2 DPC, but it's won 0 games. 0 out of 30 is a stat you could possibly make up if you wanted to. But yeah, it's only made it through the draft once, and it lost. So yeah, looking for a Batrider dub. Looking to see why this hero has been banned out so much. But at the moment, I mean, it's not looking like a particularly good Batrider game, not looking like a particularly bad Rider game. It's just looking like a game.
Every game for Batrider is a good Batrider game, in my opinion. Like if you can pick it, you pick it early on because you're throwing a problem instantly on the enemy side. Like now we have to deal with the bat. It's like that.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing with a hero like Batrider, right? Is like you need to make sure that you have a good enough lane that he doesn't just snowball out of control, and need to make sure that you have ways of dealing with him in the mid game as well, because we've seen one of the big reasons why Batrider takes over the game is he just gets like these early, boots of trouble, goes into like a BKB, and then he just forces your supports to constantly think about him in a team fight, right? Like constantly just being like, where is the Batrider? Oh no, I've been sticky 2 or 3 times. What am I going to be able to do in this team fight? And he just takes, the attention of 1 or 2 people away from everybody else, and that's where the rest of the draft can really enable something like a Batrider for them. And I mean, look at Outsiders. Look at how much pace they've got now around the Drow Ranger.
They do, but they don't have enough bans. I feel like you need to ban the PL, you need to ban the Slark, you need to ban the Ursa. Like you don't have enough of bans to deal with this. Like LBZS, once again, I actually like their drafts quite a bit. Like the Undying is a problem versus Darkseer and Spiritbreaker lane. But at the same time, if you play that lane well enough until level 3, like if you creep skip, you can dominate with level 2 Iron Shell.
Do they need to ban Naga as well on Outsiders? Or is that dead in the mid phase? No, it's not. It's still there.
It's still, it's still okay. I would rather see LBZS. It's good, but I would rather see LBZS play the tempo with a core that can join with the Iron Shell. It's good. It's good. Just you maybe have too much pushing on your side when it comes to just shoving lanes in, but maybe there is no such thing as too much. Iron Shell on one side, Illusions on the other. Flash and your Naga is much better than any of my calls apparently. So.
I do agree with you though, Lizard, when you're saying about you want to see a hero that can kind of play around them a little bit more. That's why I feel like I would like the Ursa maybe a little bit more here. It gives them that extra bit of Roche taking potential. They can take some towers with him as well. He can play relatively fast. He can be the tombstone dealer. He can just kind of get on top of people. And a surged Ursa is very, very hard to deal with for a lot of these heroes. So. Yeah. I think Outsiders, if they pick a hero that is bad into the Ursa lane again, then I think this is just kind of a very glaring big Ursa game.
I feel like Slark is so amazing here because not only is he good versus bad, I mean for LBZS, not for Outsiders. Outsiders need an offlane. They get a brew. Because it gives you vision against Bat and Ricky. It's good against the Bat, it's good versus Drow, and it provides you vision against the Ricky. Like, you can always know where they have the wards, so you can set up your sentries much easier, so it's much easier to counterplay Sleeping Dart into Lasso and whatnot, so... I don't know, I feel like it's not that hard for LBZS to round this draft up.
Yeah. 2 really good, heroes. Depends on what they feel like now after seeing the Panda, right? Like, does this change their lane for them?
I'd
imagine it wouldn't. I think Slark feels better than Ursa, right? Into Panda.
Both are fine. I guess maybe it's a bit better, but you're playing with the CM, so your lane should be very soft.
Oh, okay. I like it. I really like it.
Do you?
You're talking about tempo. Yeah, you're talking about tempo. What more can you have than Juggernaut?
I feel Omni feels pretty bad this game, right? Like if you Omni Slash and Panda splits, and if the Ricky just tricks or the trades you, it feels like Fonte could have some pretty bad Omnis. I personally thought like the Ursa and the Slark that like Lizard said was just a lot easier to execute than something like a Jug. I think Jug is pretty far out of the meta when it comes to POS 1s, but Jug CM lane, I mean, it's an old classic.
I don't know, no, Mad. Don't ask me anything. Throw it to John.
No.
Yeah. Where's Massive Mike?
Massive Mike, yeah. Magic Mike.
Oh.
I don't know. They had so many different options, and they decided to go with the one that also works, but there's a reason why this hero isn't picked up. It just doesn't feel good. It just doesn't farm fast enough. It doesn't move across the map fast enough. If they crush their lanes, like they definitely can take the game, but they need to really crush the lanes and then abuse the healing ward plus Iron Shell plus just surge the jug into the Drow. But Drow eventually just cuts straight through him. Like they'll have problems pushing high ground even later on.
See, I think they just sense an opening here. I think they just sense that this is a game they can take quickly, and I really would like to believe that their read is correct. We'll see, I guess. But if that's true, then yeah, if they come out of this laning phase with a good start and they're able to play this tempo, then it's going to be a breakneck speed, which outsiders can't answer. It does put a lot of pressure on themselves. It shows a lot of confidence from LBZS, though. They're willing to go for this crazy route. You know, hero completely uncontested so far in Div 2. So let's see how it goes. We will throw it over to Massive Mike and Little Baby John as they get into game number 2.
Thank you so much, Nomad Jonathan. I'm starting to like this panel more and more. These magic mics and massive mics. This is what I needed. My ego's not big enough as it is. I need a panel to just boost my ego just a little bit more before we get the game started. And this panel's doing a fantastic job doing so, John.
Of course they do, Mikey. You know, they're only calling you Massive Mike because you were a tiny Mike earlier on.
No, they're not, John. They're
reason.
calling me massive because
Yes,
I'm massive.
No. You were super tiny a while ago. I really enjoy that. I really enjoyed the tiny Mike. Like a Pickle Rick moment for you, Mike. You know, you could have run.
Right.
It would have been amazing. What
Just
is
let me have my
amazing is
moment
this
here, John.
draft. No
Go.
moments for you, Mike. It's Valentine's Day. No, you've got your wifey. You're not single on Valentine's. You're happy. No, you've got
I will
enough.
be single if I'm not Massive Mike, John. I'll tell you that.
Massive or
TZY?
Magic? Which would you prefer?
Hold on a minute, Jonathan. There's a lot of damage being pumped out here on TZY. A lot of bounty runes being taken. Looks like it's still going to be a 2-for-2 anyway. So a very even start here between these two teams. Talking about the drafts for a moment, because I know that's where you wanted to go, John. It seemed like our panel was kind of leaning towards outsiders because, well, I mean, this Jug, it's a bit of a question mark for me as well, if I'm completely frank with you. Like, Fonte on the SF had a really rough time last game. Completely different kind of hero now, being the Juggernaut, but it's Juggernaut.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's really a completely different kind of hero, seeing how Fonte played his SF as well. Like, he was trying to be aggressive early, he went for the BKB, but he was off to a slower start. Jug is kind of the same, like, tempo mid-game hero, where you want to play around the threat of the Omni, you want to play with your Blade Fury early. The combination with CM is strong, so that's where they really need to come out running. Just go for that Frostbite into the spin. Unfortunately, Ava SRF is a bit too tanky to burst down immediately, but you're going to be forcing out all the tangos now. So you can get that opening again, just run down. Ricky in this lane's just not going to do much. Xiaoma is already just pulling, as is standard for our Ricky Pause Forest. And that is a window where outsiders will feel a little bit less inclined to fight. Right? Until Ricky gets Sleeping Dart, you are basically almost playing a 4v5 in most circumstances. In some cases, the Ricky can help, but for the most part, like say in this laning, a little bit tougher.
Right. How's that top lane going? I mean, that's one we haven't really looked at all yet. It seems like TZY and Outside are having the exact same experience behind the Tier 1 Radiant Tower, though TZY, I dare say, is not having as good of a time on the Darkseid because you are a bit up against Undying. That's never really fun to try and contest against. Of course, he's there with Helios, but while this lane should be quite potent, the Spirit Breaker Darkseid, again, it can go either way because you're against Undying, who doesn't really lose lanes, especially when it comes to being with a Drow Ranger. And we're seeing kind of why. Like, that's a level 1 Frost Arrows they're throwing at TZY. Once you hit level 2, it's pretty hard to get away from these two.
Yeah, and you know, you're running one big stretch here up against Undying, a Darkseer who is int-based, but does rely a lot on that strength for his durability up front to be aggressive. And it just doesn't feel amazing. Like, they are trying
they have
now,
Tombstone. They did have Tombstone. The thing is, the creep wave was coming in, so they don't want to throw it out. I mean, Helios is going to be playing a little bit more cautiously, I think. Like, while you want the aggression, this is going to happen every single time. They'll drop the Tombstone, and because you're out of position, TZY, he's going to try to run, but the zombies are just chasing him down. They do wear off, though. Helios, he does focus down the Tombstone, saves the day for his Darkseer, and will continue the aggression top lane. But again, you kind of got a taste of what was going to happen. This top lane, it's just not going to get any easier.
And I like that XM goes for the level 2 Gust, so you can just kind of interrupt that charge as well. And it's really easy for the Drow to just bail out of these charge circumstances, right? Like, you see the SB charge in, Gust out, you can just walk away, no worries on the Drow. So actually playing with this charge plus Iron Shell combo is a lot harder for Helios to do than you'd actually expect. And it just gives such a free lane for a Drow to keep farming up. So not going to be contested too badly. You are still having a slightly better time coming out from Fonte down bot on the Jug, though. And that is some good news for LBZS to kind of build up on. That their Jug lane is just going pretty well. Maelstrom timing's not going to be too bad here, and you can just kind of get active from there. In comparison to a Drow, would need maybe, maybe just a Yasha up in Dragonlance. But that timing on the Jug just feels a lot more delicate coming out from LBZS here, and having a strong start for Fonte should help provide some aggression that can tie in. The one lane we haven't really looked at as well has been that mid, although they are trying to get aggressive top. Again, no mana in TZY, that's dangerous.
Helios, he's the one in danger right now. Gust is there to cancel the charge, and First Blood will go the way of outside. Obviously, you'd much prefer XM takes it than the Drow, but he's just free farming. He doesn't care. So First Blood, the way of the Undying, helps him get to those early arcanes if he wants it. And so far for the side of LBZS, while they are still finding a lot of damage down the bot lane, it's not amounting to any kind of kill.
Yeah, they're not really able to collapse on top. And we heard Lizard call it out, right? You have to win these lanes out in LBZS. The top lane already looks pretty hard to win at this point, but the bot lane is what we expected to go a lot smoother. I mean, Frostbite plus Spin. It's that classic old combo. It's just, when you try it on a Brewmaster, it's just so tanky. Even if this Riki doesn't contribute as much, you just don't have enough raw output to actually stop Ava. And he already has that early cloak anyway. So the magic output you have in that combination is just a huge chunk of it is just blocked off with this early pickup.
Yeah, that it certainly is. It's a pretty annoying lane here for LBC has to try and deal with, because even if you do jump Xiaoma, he's just going to blink away, and so he saves some points here for the tricks of the trade in case he needs it. He might just now. Xiaoma gonna go for it, needs a blink target, will go south instead, does eat up a Fairy Fire as well. There is a charge incoming to give the vision over onto that Riki, so he can't just juke his way out, but he is kind of doing that though. He's just walking away. They do eventually land the kill with the Crystal Nova. Close call, at least for the Riki getting away. Meanwhile, top lane, TZY probably needs to run, but does have the Surge, so is going to be just fine. Thing is, Helios leaves the lane. It does allow the free XP to TZY. The question is, what else can he do across the map? He's currently hanging around that mid-river, trying to secure the 6-minute power rune, and that's fair enough. Echoes is just going to move in happily, though. Luckily, Dolphin does pick up a nice regen rune for himself, but he might need to use it very soon, because he is going to find himself in danger. Tombstone will be dropped. They do even rotate Gore here to try and help out, but it looks like the CM will just go down as Echoes. He is not backing off. Dolphin is just being chased to the ends of the earth, and he's just gone. Helios, he will continue trying to just run away and will make it out. But that poor Leshrac, he just got dived the whole way.
And this is the lane we haven't really talked about, right? The Leshrac versus Batrider matchup. Echoes has been doing a great job of just matching that Lesh farm. Normally, you'd maybe feel Leshrac, all right, you can stand back, you can kind of not care about Firefly too much. As long as you're in a good position, you're not going to be under kill threat. But that did lead to a much more equal farm between both sides. And we didn't see those rotations come out from Helios until now, just because, well, he can't really leave the Darkseer. And that's why you kind of went Darkseer and Spiritbreaker. You want to have this lane that's dominant. You don't want to leave that lane alone to help mid out. So Outsiders just making the most out of these lanes where they're forcing these movements out from LBZS. And now you have this really fast timing that Echoes is lining up for. His travels is not going to be too far off. You've got a Drow free farming. You've got a Brewmaster that just won't die at this point, solo even. And Fonte has the threat of Omni Slash, but again, Brewmaster just has so much EHP. It's just not feasible for you to make any moves onto Ava, so you're just farming up in this lane, and Brewmaster enjoys that. Once he hits 6, you can look for rotations across the map.
Yeah, all right, it's a really tough scenario already for LBZS. Kind of reminds you of how Game 1 went, but maybe not quite as bad as Game 1. Not yet, at least. Top lane, rotations incoming. TZY got to be cautious, but they'll try to make the jump in on XM. Problem is, Xiaoma is here to help out as well, and that is just going to be TZY melting. Absolutely melting on the Darks here. Just no chance to surge away. Can't do anything.
It's just Drow pickup, right? Drow against SB, you cut off the charge initiation, suddenly that bite you had with Dark Spirit, Dark Seer and Earth, it's Earth Spirit.
Oh my goodness. How embarrassing. Dolphin. I mean, you might be doing bad right now, John, but Dolphin, he's having an even rougher time at the moment on this left track. He's dropping, and he is gone. And I say that not as if Dolphin's playing bad, but it's just a bad game for him at the moment is what I was implying. Xiaoma, bottom side, he's going to be okay for now, though Helios does have charge up. He will commit it. You've got Gorgor there. Oh, he gets lucky with the bash. Well, of course he does. Oh, Xiaoma, he's not going to be happy about that. I mean, it's one of those things that 17% kicks in, just nothing you can do about it.
The bigger loss is really the vision. Like the D ward coming up from Gorgor, that's why he risked his life there. And now a charge opportunity.
In mid lane, another bash coming out. Echoes. He will go down. I mean, what do you do? Wait, the guy bashes on command. What the hell do you do? Bottom lane. You try and gank the Jug, I suppose. That's exactly what they will do, but Fonte is going to be able to get the spin off and just use the phase boots to walk away. It seems like SRF, he didn't want to pop the primal split for that. It probably wouldn't have been enough damage anyway, to be fair to him.
Yep. That is the one thing as well with Outsider's Wrath. Like, your support hero doesn't really have control until the shard is up, so setting up for these heroes, trying to get some control out for your cores to jump on top, it's a lot harder to pull off. Fonte does have the threat of Omni, but doesn't want to really use it against a Riki, and he'll TP out. They do see the Drow shift down bot, so Outsiders will just go for a tier 1 trade, their top, and slowly shove it in as well. And a nice jungle invasion coming out from LBZS, cutting off some of the farm here, getting some much-needed build-up onto Dolphin. And he does have his Hood of Defiance up, having to go a little bit defensive here. But they are responding on Outsiders, so not willing to drop it.
Yeah, they are. SRF just confidently walking into 3 heroes, knowing he can just primal split whenever. They can't take the tier 1, he'll just tank it. Outside shows himself as well on the Undying, and that's a really harsh kind of reality for LBZS. Like, they've got 4 heroes up here, but they just can't take the top tier 1 tower. In fact, they might be the ones in danger soon if they're not too cautious. Outside, he'll get charged up. There's going to be the Omni Slash as well, though it's not quite enough to kill him, but eventually they will find it. Primal split out from SRF. They will move in onto the Spirit Breaker, but want the Jug much more. Seems like they will just let the Riki chase the Jug, as they will eventually just find Helios. Meanwhile, Fonte is still running away here from Xiaoma, as they even found TZY on the Darks here. TZY, Surge is not available right now, so he'll just drop the wall to try and get away. Has the vacuum as well. Doesn't seem like he'll make it out. Instead, Gorgor going to try and chase down Echoes here, but there is your lasso holding him down. Echoes will walk away. And he's going to be okay. He's fine to just get out. Meanwhile, Fonte is still being chased down. In fact, he's going to be careful. Echoes might move in. He will not. He'll just TP out by the tier 2 tower. But this Jug was being terrorized by our Riki. Just Xiaoma would not leave him alone.
Yeah, there wasn't not much play left for Fonte. He had no TP. So he was just stuck in that position trying to run. The Blink Strike slows were just kiting him around. If they didn't have their attention dragged away on the left side of that fight, they could have just easily jumped in the Jug. Much bigger kill to slow down Fonte. But they still find a big trade for themselves here on Outsiders. Dolphin forced to come up now for the for the push. No split in Ava, so not much play coming out from SRF here, and that should lead to the push opportunity lining up for LBZS. I don't see a big fight Outsiders can take here without their ults.
Charge in, they're onto SRF, but he's perfectly fine to just keep going. It's now a massive smoke screen holding down the left track. Dolphin is just getting annihilated by Outsiders. They even find Gorgor. And again, that top tier 1 tower, it is just not being left to go down. Outsiders will consistently defend this. That's another 2 down here for LBZS. The left track being the most important one going down. And keep in mind, this whole time, XM is free farming on the Drought. Nobody's stopping him from just hitting creeps.
That's the big pain here for LBZS. They drag in their Lesh. They feel confident without the split. But with the traveled sub for Echoes, he's just around the map so quick. Like, he's just able to TP back after a bit of a reset. Gets aggressive for his team. They are charging him Xiao Ma. This could be a nice kill for them.
Could be. Xiaoma, he'll have a blink target now on XM, and he does have a Drow to help. In fact, Outside's going to move in, and there's a very nice cast. XM just waiting for the perfect bait from Xiaoma. They'll drop a vacuum wall. It's just not enough. It's not doing the damage. Though XM, he's getting bashed to an oblivion. He is going to go down. Never mind. The Drow just kind of got forgotten about. And that'll be Outside to drop as well, so LBZS, they make it work. Yes, they do lose the mid Leshrac, but it's probably worth what they get for it.
Now, you really needed to put a dent in XM. It pays off. And the thing about that fight as well is they came in looking for Xiao Ma. Right? So they weren't even originally hunting the Drow. She was just in the area trying to help. They get that kill in the Lesh, but because of that focus split, they had this opportunity to run down. They're a little bit more durable now as well in LBZS with a full mech up and running on TZY. So it's not as easy to just burst them down now. There's still a massive amount of stacks here though. And that will go the way of Echoes, which is fair enough. BKB, Honor, Batrider are not too far off, and with these Ancient stacks, it can take that much longer. XM?
XM, bottom lane, they've got the freezing field going. They can just chase him down now with the Iron Shells, but XM is still just trying to run as the vacuum. Actually going to probably help him out, but no, the Frostbite will lock him down once again. So the Drow Ranger getting deleted. Unable to stun is SRF. In fact, they've got no stuns available whatsoever. Helios, he's fine to charge out, so they get away with that for free. That is huge for the side of LBZS.
Again, the weakness of this draft from Outsiders, no real stuns. You have Lasso, and you have the split stun from SRF. That's about it until you get the Shard from Xiao Ma. So,
Helios, he can go in. Echo's trying to farm up, but he might just drop. The neutral's even coming in. But Helios is the one to secure the kill. Very unfortunate there for Echoes, as he did not have the vision around that area. And that farm, I mean, it still goes his way in terms of gold. He's going to lose a bit of XP with that. And if you really want as LBZS, you could try to infiltrate that side of the jungle, but seems like they won't really bother.
Yeah, and again, you're finding the openings here for LBZS. This timing that is coming up now for Outsiders, though, with a Shard up on Xiao Ma, things could change. You know, Ava, the one thing that Outsiders aren't able to do as much is play around. They're split in the past few fights. They have not popped it. And Xiao Ma does get spotted, but again, he's got that sleeping dart if they want to look for a kill here.
And they will. Charges out onto Xiao Ma, but it won't matter. Gorgor, it's going to drop. The charge eventually just going to be cancelled off. Meanwhile, mid lane, Outside is having a look at the Spirit Break. Helios, they'll just back off. Double damage is going to be found out in that top rune spot as well. That's a great rune for XM, because now Roshan will be open if they want to try for it. Instead, it seems like they want to try and get the fight going first after the T1 mid tower. Sleeping Dart's going to hold down TZY, but do they have the follow-up stuns? Well, not quite yet, they don't. A charge in from their Spirit Breaker is going to make sure there is no follow-up. The Sleeping Dart maybe just a tad too early there, not allowing Echoes to get in range for the lasso. Still, Outsiders, even with all that, they are going to get the T1 mid tower, no problem.
They take the objective they need. I think we're starting to see a lot of issues come out for Outsiders, though. Like, with just how fast you are on LBZS, the dart might not be enough for you to keep finding these kills.
Mid lane, bit of a jump in. TZY again is just going to melt. Xiao Ma in the meantime going right after the Spirit Breaker. Gorgor's been left to just die to zombies, and Helios, well, God knows Helios isn't getting out of this one. He'll just charge straight onto that creep wave. Will go down. Had no vision of any other creep waves across the map, so he could not get away. And again, Roshan is still open, but instead they want to try for Fonte, it seems. But the Jug is going to TP out just fine. And that is currently the one saving grace right now for LBZS, is that their Jug is farming pretty darn well at the moment. But that's about all that's going well for them.
Yeah, I mean, you still have this really good mid-game timing from Fonte. It just goes back to what the panel was saying, and Lizard in particular again said, it's not the best game for Jug. It's really hard for you to look for this big angle with the Omni. So you might be playing around the spin and the healing ward a lot more here. And that can tie in with your Darks here. And see if LBZS plays around that way. They will smoke up once more. They've got the right idea as to where XM is at, drawing a line down bot here.
They do, LBZS. They'll infiltrate that dire jungle. Looking at that mid lane, SRF will show on the creep wave. Not exactly the target you want to jump immediately, but they're going to try. Problem is, again, he is very, very tanky to activate that pipe. SRF, though, getting bashed up again, will go down. And now a very nice vacuum wall is out from our Darks here, but it won't matter. TZY will still melt. Meanwhile, Helios, he'll get sleeping darted up by Xiaoma. Mid-charge, so he is set to fall. And it's going to be a 2-for-1 in the end. Favorable trade to go the way of outsiders from China. It was a decent start, but the thing is, when you're taking the Brewmaster down, it just takes everything they've got to get him. And by the time you're done with it, the whole team's there waiting.
Yeah, and now you have something defensive for XM as well. Like, they managed to get this big back wall, but XM just kicks himself out with a Hurricane Pike out of danger. And that forces LBZS to really not want to commit under that tier 2, back off, and they take some losses. And they're trying to get aggressive, which I do appreciate on LBZS. Their lineup is fairly strong at this moment. But the angles they're finding in these fights, it's fairly forced. Like, they were really deep into that tier 2. They didn't have the follow-through they wanted to on the back wall. And the Ricky smokescreen is still messing a lot of their combinations up. Once that smokescreen's out, very hard for Helios to find his follow-up spell usage. He is going for the BKB on the Spirit Breaker instead of his Shadow Blade, which he was queuing up earlier. He just knows, if that smokescreen's in the way, we can't really go for this big vac wall into charge, but a good Nether Strike on one big target. You just won't find that with a Ricky round.
You certainly won't. Xiaoma, speaking of the Ricky, currently underneath Sentry and Observer Ward, so they know he's around. Xiaoma trying to sneak up for a sleeping dart is going to find TZY. He tried to go for the surge. It is still running, so he has a chance to try and get away from this, but the lasso is going to ensure TZY cannot escape, and now Xiaoma, he's got another one ready. He'll catch the CM. It's the cherry on top. Frostbite, it's only going to delay the inevitable. XM will happily take the kill, and they are right by the Roshan pit, so it's Roshan time. Why the hell not?
It doesn't take too long. You've got the output ready on XM. Inside of LBZS are in no position to counterfight. They really need at least darts around for this kind of play. A freebie going the way of outsiders. Aegis should enable them to go for some more objectives, looking at the tier 2s. Probably just all the tier 2s is the next play of the game here. And they're really close to just finishing up these defensive items on XM. Like the Lincolns is almost done. Once you've got that, you're really well protected from just all of this initiation coming out. Like the big threat to you is really Nether Strike back. And with the Lincolns, if you don't manage to chain your spells properly and target properly, the Drow is going to be relatively free in these fights, as we've already seen with just the Hurricane fight. For LBZS,
Here we go.
Oh,
The top tier 1 is going down as we speak.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I think they might just go for a tier 2 while they're at it. Depends on how frisky they're feeling here, but no, outsiders, they'll just occupy the Radiant Triangle for just a little bit. There is a Lincoln Sphere almost set to come out on XM, so he's going to feel so much safer with that up. In the meantime, Helios somehow not recognized yet. Sleeping Dart not going to land on Fonte. He got the spin off in time, so it's a nice start for the side of LBZS in terms of defending that tier 2 top tower. They'd love a bit more, but Helios needs some vision. He's got the charge up. They won't have the vision to make the charge in. So with that LBZS, they'll be just satisfied with protecting that top tier 2 tower. And there's going to be a 4-man smoker. Happy days for them, John. They've got a double damage rune to pick up if they want it. Unless outsiders pick it up first. They're both looking for it. It's a bait. It's a bait from both sides. XM, he's the one to pick it up. A massive vacuum wall, however. TZY going to lock them all down. XM being chased, running for his life. Eventually will fall. Did have the Aegis, but won't have the double damage any longer. Gonna have to try and force a fight. XM will stand his ground. He is completely surrounded though. And with that LBZS, they will clean up. Now they can really go for a big chase. SRF, he'll be the next target. Split Earth will land, and Helios, he'll charge right in, but he's a tanky boy. Still tanking through it is SRF, but the vacuum, or rather, just the vacuum was there. Outside, still trying on the Undying, is going to go down as well. And this just might be the turning point for LBZS, as they now take the net worth lead. Just less than 1k, they'll find a tier 2 mid tower.
Yeah, and big fight. Like, you see the difference when they can set up with a huge vac wall, when they manage to take away the presence of that Ricky's smoke screen early on as well. You get your follow-up in that back wall, you get your control, you jump the back line under Drow. And for the side of Outsiders, they didn't manage to get that defense out for XM. He was just standing there, the chain stuns flew out from our Lesh. Dolphin just got the right position. And just neutralizing the Aegis in such a big way. Like, they managed to take the tier 2 mid off the back of this fight. Lasso was expended earlier from Echoes as well, so they're not able to do as much with it. And you can see the situations where LBZS can win. With a blink up in TZY, finding those big walls, back walls, is a lot easier now as well. So Outsiders have to be a bit respectful of that and just watch their positioning. They were really clumped up in that one.
They were. And the back wall, it can kind of ruin you if you're not too careful. XM still in that dire triangle at the moment. They might know he's around the area. Things were out. Fonte and TZY looking to maybe try to move into that area and see if they can get some information for themselves. Fonte does show himself bot wave, and it's going to make Outsiders respond to him. Get that wave pushed out. LBZS, they're just not interested in fighting at all. I mean, you've got an Iascati timing coming out on Fonte very soon. Going to be very nice timing on the Jug. Seems like he wants that before he gets any more too involved here in these fights. And Outsiders, they might just be a little bit shaken up after that last engagement, because they've lost the net worth advantage and they should know that. And now it's just a matter of maybe we just wait for the next big Roshan fight. Like, it's Outsiders, you throw one more team fight, that could be high ground the way of LBZS, and that's not going to feel too good considering how the game started.
Yeah, it doesn't take too long for LBZS to punish you when you lose these team fights as well. We saw how fast it took them to push a tier 2 on mid. They've got the Jug, they've got Lesh. They've got to wait to siege onto that high ground if you do fail. So, side of Outsiders, a little bit more cautious and a little bit more patience coming out. BKB for XM, I think, is the big timing that we really need. Like, that will still force out the Nether Strike, but if you don't get targeted by charge, you will have the Lincolns to protect you. So you still have some defense. It's all defense coming out from XM. He's not lacking for damage. He just needs his position to be saved. You can see LBZS in this downtime just going for that push. A bit of a fortified to stall, but they get a charge on Chaoma.
There was a cancel of a TP. But Xiaoma, like you mentioned, he's going to drop. So there's your Ricky gone once again. Outsiders, they'll just trade the T2 towers for now. You have got a little bit of time for LBZS if they want to try and force a defense out of this. Problem is, again, they did cancel a TP earlier. So you know one person's going to be missing here on the side of LBZS. Charge is cancelled as well, so it'll be a T2 for a T2 trade. LBZS 2k advantage right now in terms of net worth, so not an outstanding kind of lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. And they have smoked up. They want to try and go for a big fight here. Down towards the bottom side of the map they go. Outsiders already trying to leave the building. The only two left is going to be Echoes and SRF. Both of which have a TP at the moment, but both of which are sticking around. Helios going to show down to the bot lane. It's bait, though, it feels like, though. Never mind. The rest of the team is running north. Helios by himself at the moment. Instead, Outside is going to be spotted out here by Fonte. Charges immediate. Xiaoma. Oh, that's a big back wall. It lands on 4, but there's no follow-up. 0 follow-up to the massive vacuum. Lasso catches out Fonte. They've got the Jug. Fonte trying to run, but he will drop. Helios is going to run. Instead, TZY gets caught out in the darks here. Oh, he's going to be feeling so bad after that. He sets up a 4-man back wall, and there's no one there to follow up after it.
It goes back to that play down bot, right? You see Helios there alone. He's their follow-up from the back wall. Their only big follow-up AoE stun is charge. Charge through the middle of that back wall, and he wasn't there. So without that follow-through, you just lack a lot of impact. Maybe you could have played, would say, a split Earth from Dolphin if he's just a little bit closer to start that fight, but just a bit disconnected from LBZS. And Outsiders find themselves in control of this game once more, find that big kill and poking and prodding here.
Oh, that's a nice cast as well. Landing on a couple, making sure that they could just find an easy kill into Gore. And now mid-tier 2 tower, it's just going to melt here from Outsiders. It will not take long whatsoever. Roshan's still 30 seconds away till we find out when it will respawn. But there is also already a double damage rune waiting at the bot rune spot if it is going to be an early Roshan timer. And now the 2k advantage, it's gone back the way of Outsiders. Suddenly they're back in control of the game. Still though, it is anyone's game, but you kind of just see how quickly Fontaine melts. It's just one lasso does the job. He just can't survive through it.
Yeah, you're just so lucky. You're so blessed right now by Gaven for Outsiders. A DD on XM. Roche will see that respawn at 2 minutes, so he won't really get to use the DD in that window. And you at least have this Scotty up in front of you, so it's a little bit harder to melt. If you still get focused down with Lasso from Echoes, though, it's still not a good time for you there as the Jug. And for LBZS, I mean, that combination with back wall charge, I don't know if it's still going to be effective up against XM at the least, because he's got the BKB and the Lincolns. That's his defensive timing fully lined up. We'll try to be aggressive here, though.
Yeah, Outside gets caught. Not the biggest kill in the world, but it is an Undying for their trouble. They'll protect the vision around that Roshan pit as well. Always very, very important when you are trying to secure the next Roshan. Helios. Charge in. The Ricky tricks the trade out from Zhama. It's not Roshan like we talked about. I mean, it's a minute and a half away. But LBZS, understanding how important Roshan is in a game like this, they'll just keep controlling that area. Sadly for them, you are going to have Outside spawning up on the Undying before Roshan does spawn, but, you know, at least they have the vision around the pit, and that's going to offer them a huge advantage.
Yeah, they've got a good position to just pull that area smoke out from Outsiders here.
Trying to move in right before the Undying respawns. Sleeping Dart is there. They found Helios on the Spirit Breaker and now the Lasso. It's got TZY, but they need the damage. XM, he's popped the double damage rune. There's your back wall out into the Omni Slash, but the Omni is bouncing all around the wrong targets. It was onto SRF's Primal Split Brewlings, and now the Vacuum. Dolphin, he's on the high ground. He's just stuck on the cliff. I think he blinked up there to make matters worse. So his team, they are just melting on the low ground. Oh, Fonte is going to go down very, very soon. It seems though he does try to spin away, but SRF is right on the chase. Fonte somehow TPing out is going to be all right. But it's 3 down. Roshan's 15 seconds away from respawning. And that Leshrak, I think it was a blink. It was a blink onto the high ground.
Yeah.
Or am I wrong?
It's a decent spot to be up on if you did blink in. It's just that his team needed him elsewhere. He doesn't have the added cast range here, nothing like an Octarine or Aether Lens. So it's harder for him to just land these split Earths that they really need to get some control back in. They do find punishment onto Dolphin. Like the Freezing Field did get themselves a big kill, but it's just not enough to compensate. And now Roshan is just going to go for free. No back wall on the respawn. The respawn still a ways off as well for our Darks here. Free Shard and Aegis coming the way of Outsiders. And we did see Outsiders in this position with Aegis not do much with it. They did get taken out immediately. So I'm keen to see if they change things up. I'm not sure why Xiaoma took the Shard here as well. He already has his Shard. Maybe hanging on to it for his for his Batrider. Yeah, just pass it on to Dolphin. Get that sticky napalm. Yeah, it's pretty nice. You know, the right click. It's not as memey as it used to be, but it's still a bit of a meme.
Yeah, it still does the job. That's all you need. And so, 17 to 26, 5k advantage. 32 minutes in, so at the very least it's been a much closer and longer game between these two teams. Is LBZ, yes? Well, there is a big charge coming up from Helios, but he's way early to the party. Forced to BKB and run away. But that's not going to allow his team to fight. SRF just confidently rushing through the Radiant Triangle, making sure nobody else is around to get caught. And Outsiders, they're going back after that top tier too. With the Aegis in hand for XM, they're feeling very confident for this. Nothing to really stop them. And it's gone. no defense to come.
Radiant's top
It's just
tower
difficult.
has
You've got the Ags up and SRF. You can send this Bruling out in various forms. It just gives you so much information just going like this. You know, spinning someone up in the air, you have so much room here.
Lasso. Oh, they've got TZY again. This Darkseer, he's so important for these team fights, but he's been caught out another time. Helios at least getting the Nether Strike out onto Xiaoma, but he is still okay. He just blinks out. Dolphin, he'll blink in on his own, but XM is standing his ground, not giving a crap about the Leshrac, though he might need to because Dolphin, he's dealing a lot of damage, but he needs to run as well. And he will. Meanwhile, Gorgor experiencing what it feels like to play CM. Force TP away. Helios will drop.
Oh no. And the right clicks. If you are allowed to kite around a melee hero with that shard, boy, do those stacks pile up. Just
Yeah, they do.
absolutely melt. And again, you're just seeing the impact of this Ags on the brew. You go for the electric one, you heal someone up, suddenly you just open up this avenue and take a 4v5 every 20 seconds. Player cards are Dolphin.
Oh, Dolphin, that's a very aggressive play. TZY's there with the VAC, trying to set up here for a good team fight. It's still not looking amazing for them. Dolphin is melting. XM, he might lose his first life, and he eventually, surely will and does. They've even done SRF and Xiaoma. So not a bad team fight so far. Maybe the setup does work out. XM, though, going to try and juke and jive, but the Omni Slash going to fly right through the Drow. And LBZS, it's 4 down for the price of 1. You've got to be happy about that.
They get some punishment. I think they do manage to get some kills for themselves, compensate a little bit for losing their top set of racks. For Outsiders, I mean, you do bleed some gold back, but you don't feel too bad about it, I don't think. You know you're still in control, you're 1 racks up, you use the Aegis up, you get punished. It did cost a couple of buybacks, so again, not the worst thing in the world for Outsiders. Losing XM probably is the biggest downside there. And we are seeing issues when the Drow doesn't have the BKB up, and if someone else pops the Lincolns, you are really vulnerable to all of that control. So that is something to watch out for.
Echoes is here with the lasso, John. And look at the amount of damage. Dolphin forced to BKB up just to try to run, but now Xiaoma might just chase him down with the Blink Strike
What?
is there, and the BKB is about to wear off. Split Earth, though, will land just in the nick of time. Xiaoma, does he want to keep going? It doesn't seem like it. He'll try the Sleeping Dart for now, but the rest of LBZS have shown up. In come the rest of Outsiders, though. Maybe they do want the team fight. Dolphin is jumping in aggressively on the Leshrac, but he has been caught out way too far. Goes for the Yule Scepter. Not going to matter, though. He is down. And in goes Xiaoma looking for more. He won't see the CM. Gorgor is going to be okay. But my oh my. It was close to being a great play, but not quite close enough.
And that was so ballsy. Like, he stuck around there. He blinked forward on Dolphin, looking for that kill opportunity, but it's just so awkward. You had the rest of your team right behind you, but not close enough to follow such an aggressive blink. And they cut their losses on LBZS. Outsiders, I mean, you're really happy. You have this opportunity to maybe force a buyback. You're not really in a position to siege onto the high ground again, though. But you've got this DD on XM again. You should be able to find some good kills and just melt these objectives quickly anyway.
Jump in. Fonte. They got Xiaoma. That's a good start. But like you mentioned, double damage on an XM, it kind of implies he's not going to back off yet. They are lacking any sort of vision here on the side of LBZS, so he does have to play cautiously. We have seen he can definitely die on the Drow Ranger. LBZS, they'll show themselves now, defending that mid-creep wave. Top lane Echoes was thinking about trying to make a play onto Fonte, but besides better of it, he is completely alone here on the Bat Rider. But the net worth advantage now up to 8k. I mean, the tier 3 mid tower just about to fall on its last legs. And if you are Outsiders, I mean, you could just group up and try for the high ground again. Alternatively, you could just wait for Osha. We'll see what they want, but there is going to be a 5-man smoke here from LBZS, so they might be forced to fight. Smoke could be broken here by outside, but no. Echoes, he does find the smoke himself. In goes Fontaine. A lasso is out on TZY. They found that pesky Darkseer once again on TZY. He never got the wall off in time. It was only the vacuum. Dolphin's trying to TP, but no, the damage. The damage is just too high from XM. There's no buyback on TZY. That should open up at least the bot racks.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they've got the angle in. And creep waves coming up, backdoor is taken away. Without the threat of the back wall, you don't have much to be scared of. You still have some BKBs ready to go as well on the side of Outsiders.
Jump in. Charges there. Fonte gonna follow up here onto outside, just trying to get rid of this Undying, but he is still alive. Freezing Field won't do enough either. In goes Dolphin to try and chase down the Undying, but now he's in trouble. He just bought back. He has just bought back, and he's going right back to the graveyard. Laughs out from Echoes. Gorgor's gonna die anyway on the CM.
Radiant's
And it's probably around that time to call it. You haven't got the buybacks to defend this. They could continue trying. Their undefeated streak is on the line here, LBZS. But it seems like without your mid-lash rack, you are going to be in dire straits trying to defend this mid-racks. They will try one last time. There's your back wall out. It lands on two of them. Helios is going to charge in, but gets nothing done. There's now Xiaoma. He'll drop the smoke screen, make it as hard as possible to get any damage out. And then while this is happening, SRF, he's literally just getting megas. He's ignoring this whole fight. No interest in getting involved whatsoever. Jump in. Echoes looking for a lasso.
Bash?
Fonte is there with the bashes. Xiaoma gonna be okay to survive through this as well, as now Helios is the one in danger. They still need another 45 seconds for their lash rack to be back up. No wall, nothing really available here to set up a team fight. Only vacuum and your charge, but Helios might just drop and does. He is down for 90 seconds. T4 Tower's now going down as well. There's TZY with the vacuum, but it does nothing. Lasso is out onto the Juggernaut, holding him down, and that's it. He is down without buyback. They'll call it GG. LBZS, they will drop their first series of Division 2 for China. And Outsiders, well, they get a pretty convincing 2-0 victory here over the side of LBZS.
Yeah, they take it really strong. There were a couple of shaky moments when we did see LBZS play really strong with their own combination. The vac wall with the charge true, especially around that rune fight, was where LBZS shined the most. But Outsiders just ran away with this game, right? Like their laning phase went really great. Their side lanes went really good. Their mid lane matchup, which just dominated for the most part up against the Lush. It just felt like they had all these answers. And remember, for LBZS, the three opponents they faced before this were arguably in the middle lower pack. Outsiders is a team that, maybe has a few more losses on their belt. They've played stronger teams, and people still expect them to be within that top 3 contention for Div 1 promotion. And with this win, they still stay in that window. And LBZS, I think their outlook for promotion just gets a bit shakier. It's not the end of the world. They still have a lot of matches to play, but their opponents going forward are going to be a lot tougher.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just said it as well, right? Like, Outsiders, I believe their opponents so far, apart from Cloud, who they easily beat, were YBB and VG Gaming. So you couldn't really ask for much harder opponents going into Div 2 China. Obviously, LBZS were undefeated, but not so much anymore. That is their first defeat of the season for Division 2. And I believe with that, we do have our lovely panel ready on hand to discuss what happened here for game number 2. So let's throw over to them and see what they think.
Well, LBZS unfortunately cannot piece it together, and they do end up getting 2-0'd by the side of Outsiders, which I think for the region and for like the whole Division 2 table just kind of makes everything fall into place somewhat, We know where that line is now, but unfortunately, in my eyes at least, LBZS, they're just not part of that kind of top 3 group anymore, They're what it would have been a top 4, but now it's only a top 3. I'm sorry, LBZS, but after this loss, I think they're out of the club, because I think in both games they had the tools to take the wins and they weren't able to do so, as you're saying, Lizard.
Oh, in the second game, they basically, I was focused on one thing and one thing alone after the draft ended. I was focused on the jug, right? Because, goddamn, it's a jug. Like, it sticks out. And it hurts seeing it. It's like a hero that's not really played a lot. They had different options. But then, all things considered, their draft was really solid. Obviously, Darkseer and Spirit Breaker are really good together, always have been. Then you have a Lash to follow up with the Splittert or AoE damage. After the Vacuum Wall, Crystal Maiden with a lot of AoE damage with her ulti as well. Like
Surge
there's
Flash as well. Wow.
yeah, like for real, like their draft was solid if they played their team fights right, and they did play a couple of team fights right. But the moment the advantage was on their side, the moment they were the moment they were the ones kind of leading the way and setting up the fights where they're gonna be and how they're gonna be played. The moment they even smelt that high ground, they got repelled and just punished for overstepping. It's
Yeah.
It's sad, right? Like it happens a lot with teams that aren't necessarily considered favorites, teams that are a little bit weaker. You can give them the advantage, but they'll make sure to overstep their boundaries and throw it a bit.
Yeah, exactly. They're always kind of confident, you know, any mistakes they made, they are aware that the fight they're taking could result, or, you know, where they're playing in the map could result in them getting killed off or wiped or something like that, but they're always ready with a contingency plan, and they're never giving them too much to actually end up losing the game, and it always felt like outsiders were in control. Ricky MVP, Fluke, you agreeing with this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the Rickies that we've seen so far have just been able to do their job and be able to kind of be that annoyance, be able to catch people out and all that kind of stuff. I think kind of echoing what Lizard said, there was a few moments. There was a really, really good team fight just after Outsiders got the Roche, where they were able to catch them out inside of the Dire Side River and kill almost all of them. And that's where they felt like they had that confidence to move forward. And then there was that awkward little team fight roughly in about the same spot where Dolphin blinked up onto the high ground and got absolutely stuck. And then there was a little bit of disconnect and miscommunication between the guys there on LBZS, and they weren't able to really get that team fight going in their favor. And I think it just kind of comes down to a little bit of them getting, I would say, shellacked in game number 1, and 2 coming into, you know, this series as a whole as being kind of the ones that are outside or not being the favorites up against outsiders, really kind of put them behind the 8 ball, especially in this game number 2.
Yeah. One thing I would say is that in this game, TZY, you know, he was vibing, man. He had his tunes on. He was just jumping into the fights, like landing these sick back walls. Like, sure, he died the most out of any hero in the game, but I mean, he was having the most fun in my eyes. You know, every single fight, he was landing these sick combos. Like, he got so many like 3-4 man back walls. Didn't matter at all. Like, didn't make any difference. It got them like 2 team fights, I think, out of like the 10 team fights we saw in this game or something. So in the end, didn't make much of a difference, but still, I enjoyed watching him play. I wanted to be him, but there was definitely a disconnect this game, which is worrying for me, especially between the 2 carries, right? Like, I think it was most highlighted in that final fight where they were defending their high ground, and the Leshrac buys back, commits to the fight. The Juggernaut jumps in and spins onto the Undying, I believe it was, and tries to finish him off. And then Undying gets very low. The Juggernaut actually backs out because his spin is ending. He doesn't want to get caught without his BKB, but then the Leshrac literally blinks into the middle of like 4 heroes, pops his Bloodstone, just like, let's go! And the Juggernaut's gone. Like, he's literally walking the long way around to like go back up his high ground, come around the sidelines. By the time he's done his little like lovely walk through the woods, Leshrac's dead and buried with no buyback, and the game's over. And it's like that kind of thing, like, it feels so bad to be the Leshrac and the Jug, because like the Jug's like, oh, I haven't committed to this fight properly, I should have come back in, and the Leshrac's like, I committed really hard and I didn't have you there. And they just need to, you know, I think they need to do a bit of, you know, relationship building. It's Valentine's Day after all, so maybe a nice, you know, romantic date between the 2 of them might help smooth things over for LBZS and create a bit of cohesion in this team.
Can I join them as well? I don't have anyone for Valentine's.
Yeah, you can have like a lonely boys club. Enjoy. All right, let's see how the standings look after this game, because this is LBZS's first series loss here in Division 2, but possibly the first of many, because their road so far hasn't been very difficult, has it, Fluke?
No, it hasn't been so far, and I think the biggest glaring thing that we really didn't touch on going into this series was the fact that up against Mystique as well as Meteor, they both dropped maps, right? So going into those series, they were both 2-1, so it hadn't looked like LBZS were completely untouched and indomitable, whereas on the other side of things, Outsiders, they were the only team so far that's been able to take a game up against Vici Gaming as well. So they've looked good up against harder opponents, and LBZS have shown some moments of weakness up against weaker opponents. So right now, being 3-1, I think at this point, especially even for Outsiders, they are still definitely on the outside of this 1-2. They are at this point, the fact that they lost to YBB as well as Vici Gaming, they need those guys to lose one of their series coming up. So maybe they're hoping that YBB falters in one of their series later on so that Outsiders can make a play to go up into Division 2. But the way that things are going right now with the scores and the head-to-heads and all that kind of jazz, it looks like Outsiders, they just need to win everything from here on out and hope that YBB lose an extra series.
Just win. That's it. And we will be seeing YBB later on as they play up versus Meteor, who are one of those teams which we're still not too sure about. They've looked good, but they've looked shaky, but they have a real identity. I think YBB have to bring their A game to that one, but I'm not too worried for them, Lizard.
Yeah, I don't think that they have to. I don't think you should be worried for them, and I don't think that they need their ultra A game as well versus Meteor.
Not their
I
S
think
game.
Yeah,
Just their A game.
It doesn't have to be their S game exactly. They just need to show up and play how they played so far. Like YBB for me is definitely the team that's considered the favorites, top one of the whole bunch, whole group. Meteor, however, for me, Meteor is kind of like LBZS. That's the ballpark. Like they're fighting for that middle spot. I don't think that they should be dropping out, but at the same time, I don't think that they should be fighting for position 1 or 2 as well.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And then our other series is going to be Cloud versus Poke, which is actually going to be coming up in quite a while, actually, in about an hour's time. So that'll be the last one. Well, I mean, what are we expecting for this series, Cloud versus Poke? I'm kind of hoping that Cloud get a win. I feel bad for these guys. What do you think, Fluke?
Yeah, I think I might be starting to come in towards the Cloud fan club. I think when they've had, I mean, I don't want to talk any smack or throw any shade over towards Ice Limit, but I think they've looked their best when they've had Andy, floating around. So I think hopefully going into some of these extra series, we can see some cool stuff coming out of Cloud. I think this is a pretty winnable series for them. Poke have looked better than Cloud, yes, but Poke has also shown us some weakness here in Div 2. So going into this series, I'm probably expecting it to go to 3, honestly, but I'm expecting Poke to come out on top.
Alrighty, well, I'll be gracefully bowing out then as Snare's going to be taking over for the rest of the day, but enjoy the matches. I think they're going to be very, very
leaving
good
us?
indeed. I am, yeah.
Why? What happened?
I've got
Valentine's
things to
Day?
do. Yeah, I've got a
Yeah.
hot date. Me and...
Nice.
Noise.
Noise. Okay, well, I was just going to do about do it for the first series of the day. LBZS, unfortunately, getting 2-0'd by the very, very good-looking Outsiders as they managed to get a win after their loss yesterday or 2 days ago against YBB. So puts them back in a fighting position, but still a long way to go. We'll see you in about an hour's time for the next series of the day, but from now, from me, it's going to be goodbye, and stick around for the next series.
welcome one and all here to DPC Division 2 in China. And I'm sure you've noticed this very small difference between myself and Nomad. I'm going to be filling in for the next 2 series of this day to round out pretty much the second half here of week number 2 in the DPC. And I'm joined, of course, by Fluke and Lizard. Fluke, catch me up on this right quick, right? Obviously, I've been away from home. I've been off buying cigarettes, as it were. So now that I'm back, tell me how things have been. What's the lay of the land looking like here so far in Division 2?
Well, I think so far that we've got pretty deep into week 2 now. It's definitely the Vitch Gaming are 100% on top. Outsiders from Sin as well as YBB, 2 contenders for that title as well, if we're able to get maybe some of their series going that way. And then we've got a few of those teams that are floating around in the middle of the pack, things like Pogue. We've got Meteor that's floating around there as well. And then we've got other teams like Cloud and now Team Mystique, who unfortunately haven't been able to get a grip on the meta just yet, get a grip on some of these series, and haven't been able to take down any of these big names just yet. So I think it's starting to, formulate what we're expecting. We've got a pretty solid top 3. There's a bit of a mid pack, and there's a few teams that are sitting at the bottom.
Speaking about how this looks, Lizard, last season, it was a very chaotic region, but one of the things that we really saw and that you hated seeing was how difficult it was for these squads to close out games. Has that been the case this season as well? And what's the overall meta been looking like in Div 2 strategically versus the previous year of the DPC?
Look, if I say that it's not the problem anymore, we're gonna get 3 90-minute games. Like 100%, I'm gonna curse it. It has shifted a little bit. I think Division 1 overall got a ton weaker in the Chinese region. Meanwhile, Division 2 perhaps is a little bit stronger than before, from my perspective. Like, we have Vici, we have YBB, and we have Outsiders, and all of, 3 of these teams all look like they kind of have a good grasp on what's necessary and what needs to be done in the game. Meanwhile, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Division 2 teams would be just a hot mess when it comes to the drafts, when it comes to the strategical approach to the game. It would be all over the place. I think right now everyone kind of has the drafts sorted, more or less. It isn't the crispiest, it isn't the most meta, but it works. I rarely do you see a draft and you're like, yeah, they're gonna struggle to make anything work here.
That's good to hear. Some improvements year on year is pretty much what we all come to the DPC for. And now we turn our attention to the first series of the day, or the second one rather, first one for me. We did see LBZS take a 2-0 loss earlier in the day from the Outsiders of China, and now we're going to be seeing between Poke Gaming and the side of Cloud. I just want to see if Cloud can take a series win, Fluke, if I'm completely honest. They have not looked good. They've looked very far behind the rest of the pack right now. The fact that they are at the very bottom of the division, all those losses, pretty well deserved. It's been a rough showing for them for the most part. But this particular series, talk to me about this. Based on what you've seen, based on the games coming into this one, who are you pipping for a victory here? Do we finally see Cloud get a win, turn around their fortunes from 0-4, or do we have Poke Gaming getting their second win so far in the DPC?
I think a lot of people are probably looking towards Poke to be able to come out on top in this series. I wouldn't be too surprised if I see Team Cloud be able to come out and get a game victory. I don't know if it's going to be enough for a whole series. They have looked pretty, wishy-washy. I think some games they look like they've got some really amazing drafts. They've been able to come in and just not execute them. They've had some good games where they're able to execute pretty well in the mid game, but a lot of the time their draft doesn't work out for them. So I think Team Cloud, they've got a lot to learn, and being at 0-4 right now, if they lose this series, they are mathematically unable to get out of the division. So from then on, if they're 0-5 after this, it's all about them trying to fight for some tiebreakers to try and get themselves to stay inside of Div 2. But I think Team Cloud have a lot to grow, and I still think they're kind of within touching distance of getting games here, but I still think they're a little ways away from getting a series victory.
Something that I find quite intriguing about this particular matchup here, Lizard, is that on the one side you have this Team Cloud team with CSJ. It's a player we've seen for a long, long time, right? And so far he's a player with the most unique heroes being played in the DPC. On the other side though, for Cloud, we have the player with the least heroes. The mid laner, Small Pig, has only played 2 heroes. That's it. If it works, it works. Nobody else is doing anything. So talk to me about this for the side of Poke Gaming. What have you seen from them? At this point, they're mathematically unable to get into Div 1. But what good things have you stood out for you when you've been watching their games?
From Team Cloud?
Poke Gaming. Poke.
From Poke.
Yes, sir.
Who did they win against? They won against Mystique, right?
Mystique, I think.
That's it.
Yeah.
And they took a game off of Meteor, which is kind of solid. Like they had a couple of decent games, but overall, nothing looked extremely solid from them. I would even argue that Cloud had games in which they looked better to me than Poke. Like Poke, overall, their variations aren't really that big between their lowest and their highest. But for Cloud, I feel that they can be really high and really low. And so far, they've shown like exceptional a game or two, not exceptional, but let's say they have shown a couple of games which merit at least top 4, top 5, not bottom 2, right? For Poke Gaming, on the other hand, even though they're in a better position, I didn't really feel the same way. But overall, I feel that they're more stable, and because of that, they're my favorites for this series.
Well, let us find out what's going to be happening in the series itself, as we do have a draft underway here, gentlemen. Poke Gaming versus the side of Team Cloud. Poke Gaming have themselves, looks like Radiant first pick, so Team Cloud, I imagine, chose Dire in this situation. Or they just chose second pick. I don't know. We'll find out a little bit later. Poke Gaming. Why do we go for here first? Fluke, you were busy telling me off camera that SF seems to be the leaner answer, or rather the leaner replacement within Div 2 here in China. Do Poke Gaming just go ahead and pick that up? I mean, we have seen SF being played by Poke before, but you told me that game looked terrible. So are they going to end up doing it in this phase?
I really hope not. It has been a hero that we saw in our first series as well that really didn't work out. I feel like I can understand the reason why teams are going for that when they don't go for the leaner. It's not a mixed damage carry. You can really start to snowball pretty hard, but he doesn't have the same kind of steroids that the Lina has, right? Obviously, the big thing for Lina is her talents are absolutely amazing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, they are all insane. Whereas the Shadow Fiend, I think a lot of his talents don't really give him the same kind of power spikes that she does. And obviously, Fiery Soul is a massive one for her. So this is where I'm leaning towards teams trying to pick up a little bit more of this kind of like Nature's Prophet kind of deal. Tusk is a pretty big one as well. And I like that Team Cloud have gone for this Marcy and the Phoenix. These are two heroes that are starting to make a bit more of a resurgence here in Div 2. Marcy is usually the big answer to the Lina. This time around, it could be the answer to Poke, going for this second phase into the Shadow Fiend, or they're going to go for something like a DP. So it just gives you that burst to get on top of these heroes and really kind of just blow them up at the start of the fight with a BKB, and then use the egg and the Sunray as well as a little bit of a save.
Marcy. Not really a hero that we're seeing all that much elsewhere in the world. It's 3-3 so far in the division. Probably going to be played from the off lane. So this presumably could even be our offlane duo, but the Phoenix could easily be shifted back into a 5 position. That's something I've always found very interesting, Lizard. The fact that in China, we see a lot more 4 Phoenix than we do 5 Phoenix, versus elsewhere in the world where you very rarely see a 4 Phoenix mostly being played in the 5 position. What do you think accounts for that disparity between all these regions, or specifically everybody else versus how China plays this hero?
It comes down. I wouldn't say that necessarily they play it more on 4 than on 5 first. Like I would slightly disagree, because if a hero is planted in a different lane, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's a 4 or a 5. Overall, like Phoenix is a kind of a hero that truly, it's a weird one. Like you can play him on a core position. I would argue that you can't play him in the core position anymore, but you could before, and you can build anything on him. Like, you can be good on a pos 5, having 0 items, just Tranquils and a stick. And you can also be good having, like, Shiva's Veil, I don't know, Eggs, Shard, whatever, like, you're gonna be good with items and without items, if you play the hero right. And if it's a good rate. Wow, 100% win rate for him. But when it comes to 4 or 5, I think it's just, like, lane maneuvers, switching up lanes and stuff like that. 4 and 5 isn't really a thing anymore anyway, for a while now. Like 4 is a 5 and 5 is a 4, more or less. There aren't many teams that have like strict separation between these two. Like, wards are cheap. They're not cheap, they're free. Sentries anyone can buy. Like, it all comes down perhaps to itemization and who gets a little bit more. Like, if you have a Tusk, if you have a Riki, maybe they'll take a lane for a bit to get the blink, to get the shard, right? But like, dude, I don't want to go with the back in my day, but I remember a time. When I couldn't even if I had gold, I couldn't buy anything, because in my inventory I had boots, I had smoke, I had the stick, if I was lucky. I had, in one position I had sentries, in the other I had obs, In one I had dust, and that's it. That was your inventory. No backpack, no neutrals. Those were the
And even
days
a
when the
TP
true
slot as
five and the TP slot. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Taking us back to the dark old days when things were very, very cloudy. But coming back into the contemporary times where things are a little bit easier to play, we're probably going to have a support pick out of Cloud. And they go for the Sven here. Or what do you make of this, Fluke? Is this core Sven or support Sven for Team Cloud?
They've been playing it mainly as a support. They've been playing this as a position 5, most likely for Starif. Starif has been really utilizing a lot of these melee 5s. It's either a toss-up between the Sven or the Dawnbreaker for them. Uses the Dawnbreaker as a response for things like the Broodmother and what have you. But this is where Poke's going to go back to the hero that won them their series up against, I believe it was Mystique. We said, yeah, the 2-0 that they had up against Mystique. Lonfer was able to play the Faceless Void twice in that series. So not only does it give them insane amounts of team fight, it is also a hero that kind of doesn't really care about the Sven position 5, right? I think they were going to pick it anyways, but now the fact that there's all this armor, you don't care because a lot of your damage is magic damage with the bash early on, and then obviously you've got the Snapfire on top of that that's able to do it. So I think Team Cloud, they've shown their hand quite a few times in a lot of their series so far. The fact that Sarif literally, I think, has only played 2 or 3 heroes. That he's played like Dawnbreaker, Treant, as well as this Sven. So now a lot of teams are kind of figuring out that, you know, this second phase, if they haven't picked up one of these melee supports, it's pretty easy for them to get it. So I think Poke right now have a very, very good draft and have kind of put themselves in a really good spot to take this first game.
Listen, speaking of heroes and player-hero combinations that are fairly shallow right now, I was mentioning earlier that the mid here for the side of Poke Gaming, they've only played 2 different heroes between Ember Spirit as well as this Leshrac. Looking into this game here, what sticks out to you as going into the mid lane? What feels nice? What would you want to play to round out their draft? Could the DP maybe occupy the mid lane, perhaps?
Yeah, you could put DP mid. That's an option. Kunkka would be fine. DK would be all right as well. Like heroes that deal damage in the chrono, and also I mean Invoker would be decentish, not great, but if you want to counter the puck, if you're worried about that, then the DK is an option. If you want to play against the puck kind of evenly, you could even put the Tusk mid. You could pick Void Spirit. There's just a lot of heroes that fit what they can use. Their draft overall is well rounded. I don't think that they have enough for the Phoenix, even with the Snapfire. I guess Void can itemize properly into... He does get a lot of attack speed, but you generally don't want to be hitting the egg as a Void.
And they do have some tools to hold them back as well, but you're going to say, yeah?
Yeah, like some Invoker perhaps. They have pushing, they have catch, they have everything on their team. Maybe a Playmaker. If the Tusk, I mean, I always call for this when Void is in the pool. I think Sniper now or Drow are good options for Team Cloud. Like you put this one on the support.
Sniper's banned. No Sniper. So they
No
clearly
Sniper?
agree with you.
Okay, no Sniper.
That they say no Sniper.
No, this is
TP.
what I do, Snare. I try to sound smart by calling the heroes that have already been banned.
This is going to be the first OD pick of the entire DPC so far here in China. I'll be honest, Luke, I'm cold on this hero. This hero has very high highs, but extremely low lows. Talk me into it. Make it good for me. And what do Team Cloud respond with at the very last end of the draft?
I think it's just kind of one of those heroes that's just going to do a lot of damage inside the chrono, right? Like you can go for like an old school like right click build with the OD. You can go for things like a Hurricane Pike into a BKB. He has a lot of really good kind of build paths as well. So I think the reason why that Poke have just picked it up is, one, his spells are just generally pretty good. It does really well into like this position 5 Sven. Like again, it's like you pick this position 5 Sven for the armor aura, and now there's two cores that really don't actually care about it. So I think that's the big thing for Poke, is they just wanted a magic damage core that can kind of provide them with a little bit more. I wouldn't have hated to see if they picked up something like a Tiny as well instead of the OD, but, you know, OD gives them that extra bit of save against, you know, things like the puck and what have you. So it's going to go for the monkey now. So does that mean, which one of these is going to be the support, though?
It's going to be the Sven still.
Yeah, Sven
Okay,
support.
it's still the Sven.
Overall, like... okay, I need to say one more thing. They picked an OD into a puck. Like, historically, puck has done pretty damn well against the OD. So I'm not really sure what's up with that. Like, why exactly? Yeah, I guess it comes down to comfort. If someone is a really good OD player, I think he'll be fine. And then you have this OD for the damage together with the snap in the chrono. But they went into a direction that I didn't truly like. Like, they went for a hero that's simply the damage in the chrono. I think they needed something a bit different. Some playmaker, perhaps, something that does stuff in the mid game, catches the backlines, because you have DP on your other core. Like, she's not gonna do that. Tusk is gonna have a really hard time this game. Like, he needs to get a blink and do stuff very fast.
Does seem like a fairly interesting game for the Tusk to play because he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Very quickly, Fluke, what do you make of this Monkey King, and do you think it's going to be effective here for the side of Team Cloud?
I think Monkey can have a relatively okay lane. I think they need to have good lanes here for Team Cloud. I feel like this Star of Position 5 Sven has been quote-unquote counted as hard as he can really usefully be. So I'm excited to see what he does now if he makes a bit of a transition. So we have to lean a little bit closer to Poke, even though the OD wasn't the kind of slam dunk that we'd hoped for the last pick.
How I know that I'm back in Chinese Dota is because I have lots of circle ultimates available. Both teams have multiple of them, so I don't know even who to root for. But I know that I'm rooting for my casting duo to give me an exciting game. So for game number 1 here between Poke Gaming and Team Cloud, we can bring you Mike LaPhoenix and John Xfire. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Snare. We do get into it. Game number 1 here between Cloud and, of course, Poke. John, you heard the panel. They weren't too sure about this last pick OD. I'm kind of in the same boat here. Like, I don't know about OD right now. I don't know if it's a good hero. Against Puck, I don't think so. But what are you thinking? Well, is this a good draft here from Poke?
I mean, it plays into the Void really well. I think I would have preferred what Lizard said, a playmaker that can jump the back line. I think something like the Quap was still available if they could have gone for that. Quap versus Puck matchup would have also been like all right. And it gives you chrono damage. Again, backline jump. Decent enough right clicks with itemization if you're really worried about having egg hitters. Like a Quap plus snap with the little shredder running should be more than enough of taking care of the egg. So would have preferred something more active, because the thing with OD, when it does fall behind, it's going to be soaking some space up, right? It'll soak space away from the Void that he wants to farm up. So you're left with like a DP to playmate with for Killa once he hits his initial defensive item timings as well. And the trio rotating of DP, Tusk, and Snapfire can be decent, but I think Cloud has this lineup that collapses a lot faster with all their team fight. Like Dream Coil Egg combination, you know, as Snare points out, he loves the circles as well. And I think the circles of Cloud are much more forgiving in comparison to Poke's here.
You've infected Snare's brain, I see, with our time in A Div 1. I see you've already gotten to him, John. I mean, it's funny you say that as well, because Cloud's meant to be arguably, I don't want to say the worst team, but they are the lowest team in the group right now for China Div 2. And you'd have to argue Poke are the favorites going into this, right? Like, ignoring the draft.
Yeah, they would be, but you know, it's one of those things, right? This is like probably the defining series for Cloud. If they want to have a shot at staying in Div 2, they need to win here. If they win here, they can almost sort of hope for ties, because the opponents left, both for Poke and I believe Mystique, are pretty tough opponents. And I think they've already played these bottom 3 teams already. All of them have played each other for the most part. So this is Cloud's like final chance to have a shot. If they go undefeated here, it's going to be very hard for them to look for a win elsewhere. And it just gets a lot, well, their chances of staying just kind of disappear. So it's kind of all in here, Mike. And maybe that's where this draft comes in. They know everything's on the line. They're going for this relatively simple team fight to pull off. And they've got some answers up. Like Sven, sure, you're countered by OD, but the big thing is, if you're only getting jumped by the Void and V or Small KK right now with a very interesting name change, if Small KK runs around and he's not in that fight with the Chrono and you get the Warcry with your shard on, we've seen Void struggle to kill these heroes with armor. Right? Even a casual placement on any hero just takes out a lot of that faces Void's fight. So there's still some value there. And again, for Cloud, I want to see them play more aggressive. Their lineup, their cooldowns aren't the worst in the world, especially in comparison to Chrono and Santis. They can play this fast.
Ranfu Dao, he's going to run right into the side of Cloud, and with a Dispose there to set up, Ranfu eventually should fall. Orb will not do enough. CSJ actually the one to take the kill there on the Marcy. And nonetheless, though, first blood to go the way of Cloud. You can't be upset with that.
You would have much rather the puck have it, but I believe the orb actually missed. So CSJ was just forced to kind of take it for himself. A little bit of a faster bottle for a butterfly effect. It felt nice, but not the biggest loss in the world. Andy just plain poke with Lanfa, forcing him away, and it does look like we should still get a 2-for-2 trade here in the end. That's what we need to see from Cloud, right? Like after that pick off, we want to see kind of the same momentum from their lanes. They have pretty solid lanes to go with, like a lot of stuns, a lot of damage early on that they can play with well. And they just need to be dominant. Like the first 15 minutes, I want to say, has to go for Cloud. And if they can kind of connect from that point forward, with an OD and a Void, if these two heroes are just farming, you don't have much to play with on Poke.
No. Going back to the OD as well, John, I'm probably going to be asking you a lot of questions about this hero this game, so be prepared. But item build, like, we haven't seen something like a Meteor Hammer in quite a while, right? Like, that item build it's not completely dead on OD, but it's very situational. Is there any particular build you'd like to see on V or small KK, depending on which you prefer?
You could just go for, say, Dragonlance Hurricane Pike. I wouldn't mind a Force Staff first. Although up against this lineup from Cloud, you're probably looking at a medium item into BKB. Maybe like a Dragonlance Disassembly BKB going for the right click, as I think Fluke wanted to see, right? Just emphasizing damage into Chrono, stacking up the Arcanes and propping the Hammer at the end. You will need to be defensive. So, Meteor Hammer still feels like the ideal for OD. It's just not really good, so you really don't want to go that route. And Small KK is holding this lane well. Like he's just standing forward, ensuring that there's not much range between him and Butterfly Effect. And he does trade favorably in those right clicks. You get the Astral, you get a couple of right clicks, your base damage is a lot higher, and you can easily just dodge out the Puck's harassment and Illusory Orb as well.
Well, top lane, Aaron's going to find himself in a spot of bother here on the task, but no follow-up stun there from Starif, still 8 seconds cooldown, so he's going to be just fine to walk away. CSJ obviously having a decent enough time right now on the Marcy. Against the DP, you kind of argue like whether they can actually try to kill Killer or not. I'd argue no is the answer, but they could certainly try on Aaron if they want. Anything in particular we need to keep an eye out for here in this top lane, John?
Level 4 spike for Killa. Actually, level 5 is when it gets comfier with level 3 Spirit Siphon. I think level 2 Siphon up against 2 melee heroes, it's a good chunk of survivability, but you have to be disciplined. You have to be able to get that double stack off.
Aaron, he'll get the snowball in time, so no follow-up there from Starif. And Starif now in danger, may just go down. Crypt Swarm not going to prove to be enough. The Fairy Fire, or rather stick charges were there from Starif. Interestingly enough, he actually opts to press Warcry rather than Stormhammer. Though I think inside Starif knew he was probably going to miss the Stormhammer anyway, because the snowball would have been too quick, so it's probably why he ends up doing that.
Yep. It keeps him alive. I mean, he's eating through a lot of regen, but he's copying all the aggression for CSJ. And Amarcy is just allowed to farm. You're still not contesting Killa all too well, which is to be expected for the DP lane. Again, up against 2 melee heroes, you're pretty happy. You've got Tusk partner, so you can work that out. You do have to win that lane well, because your bot lane is going to be a lot tougher for Lanfer. Like, you're up against a Phoenix, you're up against a Monkey King. I love the lane switch up that Cloud goes with here. Just because melee on melee matchup. As a Faceless Void, you do not want to trade with a Monkey King. And you do still have some strong punishment that can come out from Poke with the Cookie and the Shotgun combination with Scatter Blast. You can melt Andy quite fast, but if he has the Jingu up, which he will with a Void trying to hit you, he can just easily heal. So you can't really fully commit there either. So you have to get this running lane for Killa, because that bot lane's just not going to be as quick.
No, it certainly isn't. Well, actually, top lane, Aaron is going to drop CSJ. Eventually does go down as well, so it's not the worst trade. Killer might just be happy with that. Meanwhile, bottom lane, as you can see, Andy feeling very confident on the Monkey King. Running down Ranfu Dao. Lunfer, he just can't really do anything at the moment in the Void. He is against MK Phoenix, so pretty disadvantageous lane for the Void. And right now, I mean, he's still finding CS at the very least, but it feels like Andy's just having such a good time.
He's having a much better time. Like, you still have level 1 Time Walk, you go 1-1-1 at level 3 for Lunfer. So he doesn't really have the best ways of jumping out. And of course, if you do manage to land that Boundless, going into the Fire Spirit's relatively easy. You won't have the output on the Void. They'll try. I mean, you can see how much harassment they can pump out, but they can't commit. Every single time you see that counter go up on Andy, you're worried about that counterplay with a Boundless and just how much you can heal through.
Oh, absolutely. How's that mid lane been going? Like, it's been rather quiet in the mid lane, but it seems like V's been having a spectacular time on the OD. Currently 7 CS ahead of the puck. Of course, this puck, like Butterfly Effect, he's trying his absolute best to kind of equalize the lane, but it's pretty tough against the OD. Once you go max Astral Imprisonment, it just starts to get so spammable. The damage output does get quite high, and well, for Butterfly, he's just trying to do his best to get some creeps. Meanwhile, the bottom lane looks like they've got a much bigger target in Lunfer. But Andy gonna have his way blocked. Run Fudel might just tank the gank for the team if they can get him as well. Snapfire still trying to run now. Mercy in danger, diving the T1 tower. Lunfer trying his best to get him. Meanwhile, Andy, has he gone too far? I think he may have. He's gonna try for the tree dance, but no. Oh no! It was such a good lane. The lane was going so well.
Yeah, they get a bit too aggressive in the jumps in. They didn't have their spells ready on Andy, and the punishment was a really good juice coming out from Ronfu just to force that movement out. And they got pretty split on Cloud. So it kind of compensates for the slower start for Lunfer. Finding that kill in his build-up. He's still low HP though. He still has to watch himself, but at least with level 2 Time Walk, you have more windows here.
He will end up dying here, Run Fudel. Denying himself off. Meanwhile, middle lane, B. It's being so annoying on this OD so far. You see the rotations here from Mercy, and even Starif was walking in, but he gets blocked off. In fact, Aaron, thinking about trying to go for a bit of a play here, does have some illusions to play with the tag team if he wants. Won't bother popping it though. But these support rotations in the mid lane, like you've got a Sven rather, and a Phoenix. It's kind of hard to add any value by rotating, right? Like apart from the 6-minute power runes, you don't really do much else as a roaming support.
No, that's one of the weaknesses here for Cloud there. Support presence isn't the best. Once you have Dream Coil, it gets a little bit better, but it's not like you're going to have Egg rank then. Ranfu?
Well, Starif goes down top lane. Ranfu going to go for a bit of a run. We've seen this one before, but he will die this time. Lunfer unable to help out on the Void as the Boundless was more than enough for Mandy. Meanwhile, top side, CSJ is still in danger and is going to drop. So not only do they find the position 5 Sven, they even find the position 3 Marcy. And the thing is with Marcy, and I always say this in a game with the pos 3 Marcy, is if you fall behind and you don't get those initial items like, say, an armlet, phase boots, BKB after that, it's so hard to play this hero. And right now, you look at the farm of this Marcy, she has nothing, as Andy, somehow underneath tier 1 tower again, is going to get bashed up and is going to die. I'm not sure how he ended up there, John, but he's done it somehow. Meanwhile, mid lane, Butterfly Effect, Snowball will chase him down. They do land the stun. They drop the Sanities with the Astral, but it's not proving to be enough quite yet. The Astral, though, it will do enough. Cookie in, Run Fu down, gonna join in. Starif dropping so darn low. We'll go for a Stormhammer out, but it does nothing. They need more heroes. They'll bring Andy in now. But if Aaron's the only one you find, you're not gonna be happy, and even then, Aaron is running. Aaron is running away. Andy, oh, nice Boundless. He found B instead. Stormbringer, or rather Stormhammer, is gonna connect.
Oh, that
but that'll be it. The block is perfect.
Oh, it's one of those baiting blocks as well, where you feel like you've got the room to go forward as Mercy to try to get some right clicks. You just don't. Really good movement coming out from Poke. I mean, you force out the Monkey King to step away from that farming lane, where he's not really farming the best now as well, with Lunfer getting a lot of solo space. Has the threat of Chrono to play with. Top lane's just been surrendered to Killa. You're not getting much from your Marcy office, which, as you mentioned, Mike, falls off really badly when that initial timing's just not there.
Yeah.
And for Cloud, and it feels like they need this level 6 to come out in their Phoenix. You need to play with Egg and Dream Coil. That's your best bet to take some team fights now and buy some space out.
Well, Run Fudel chases on again. I mean, the Ran is literally in his name, John. He tends to run quite a bit here, but Mercy will pick him off. Nice little pick off there by our Phoenix. Meanwhile, mid lane, kind of being forced in here, but not too much. They still respect Butterfly Effect and Starif, who are hanging by. Lunfer trying to get aggressive here against Andy, getting very lucky with some bashes. Get a bit of damage out. Aaron will get caught. Stance is there, though he's a tanky boy in that Tusk. Looking for a snowball, but the Astral will be more than enough. Hold them back as Ranfu down. He lands a 3-man stun, but it's already too late for Aaron. And now Ranfu down, he's in danger himself. Will feed a secondary life away. Back the way of Cloud, and sometimes the save your buddy syndrome kicks in. What can you do?
Doesn't kick in for a small KK for Mr. V, so it's more than half. He's still hanging around this lane though. A bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, he's still fighting. Lunfer, meanwhile, finds Andy bottom lane. That was completely solo, I believe, as now they've caught out the Phoenix. No way out for him. Siphons out Killer. He's got so much damage on this DP. A nice jaunt away from Butterfly, but the chase is still on. V wants the kill. They don't have the vision, but they are getting close. Ward is down. Butterfly trying to jaunt out once again. Seems like he will make it. Meanwhile, Killer going after CSJ on the Marcy. CSJ trying his best to pull this creep wave behind the T1 tower and take down the creep wave, but there is V finding another Sanities, but it's not enough damage onto CSJ, but Killer finds the Crypt Swarm, will get the job done. They are still trying to take down this DP, but he has a mech up. He can heal up and reset. They'll drop the egg, but there's no one to hold them down. Now the coil's there, but it's just too late. Oh no. That was the big combination you talked about as well, John, and you know, it kind of just goes right down the toilet.
Yeah, they missed the angle. I don't fault them for the egg. Maybe if it was a little bit more forward, the Dream Coil would have paid off and he could have followed through. But just doesn't line up. And it's not just his movement on mid. You think about how much Lonfer is allowed to get away with as a void in his own jungle. Like, there's no pressure in that bot tier 1. He's able to just farm in his own jungle down bot with no problems, with everyone focused on mid. And kill is just really hard to kill with that mech up. Guardian Greaves not too far off as well. His timings are completely online. Whereas for Cloud, it's just not there. Like, CSJ is going back to the Armlet build we've seen him do before. And it doesn't feel amazing. Like, you're up against a DP. You're up against an OD who can just punish you as well. The room for the toggling, it's not going to feel amazing unless you just manage to get the jump first. And it just goes back to maybe not going for a fast BKB here. Like, BKB Basher might be able to do a bit more. At least the BKB can stand forward. Kill it.
Mid lane, they're going to try now. Unleash is there. Stormhammer does connect. Killer, still a very tanky boy, does back up, trying to heal through this. Actually surviving, at least for now. But surely goes down. Oh, no, it's not going to happen. Boundless Strike. They'll get it done eventually. Oh, that had me worried for a moment, John. That was 5 heroes in the mid lane just to deal with this DP.
Radiant structures.
They had to, right? Like, you can't afford to let that kill loose. You know you've given Killer way too much room. He's number 1 at work. And they can force the mid just a little bit in. You're not going to be keen to defend just yet with Santi's down on V, so no movement out from our OD. Free damage onto the mid tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower.
And Lonfer probably doesn't mind, because he still has bot jungle anyway. TPs are coming in now.
They are. The defense is still there. Killer again, happy to frontline for his team. Stormhammer will connect. Icarus Dive, egg in the backside this time. In fact, Andy, he was right in that tree line, so Killer, he might drop immediately. He pops his Exo though, he's gonna go for the fight. Killer still alive, but Andy now on top, may get the damage out. In fact, now a Chrono, but it's only core 1. It may not matter though, Andy! Oh, Andy's gone too far. Astral will hold down the Phoenix as well. Mercy, somehow surviving through it, but not for long. He will drop.
Radiant's bottom
Poke
tower is under attack.
back into that T1 mid tower they go. They'll finish what they started. Nothing Butterfly Effect can really do about this.
Yeah, really good movement coming out from Pope, right? Baiting out with Killer up front. Fine. They're just putting their tankiest target up and forward, and that's him without the Guardian Greaves. And he just manages to heal through it. We're seeing just how great DP can be up against these melee cores coming out. And he just sustains. The egg, again, kind of disconnects. They don't manage to catch out the Phoenix. Or catch out the DP in that egg.
Cloud, they're trying to move in, but this is not the targets they really wanted, I don't think. In comes Lunfer from the backside, a big-time dilation, gonna hold down a couple. And now, well, they've lost Starif, they've lost CSJ. Do they lose any more? It seems like they just may as Mercy. Mercy gets caught by the Shards of Eren. Hands up, bye-bye, he says. That'll be Mercy down as well. A 3-for-0 trade. And with that, Poke, they should have access to the bottom tier 1 if they want it.
Yeah, it's not going to take them too long to melt that objective. Killers just hang around the area. And the big differences in these fights for Poke and Cloud is that Cloud, it feels like every single time they get aggressive, they've got to have Andy around. And this Monkey King is suffering for it. He's #1 in net worth for his team, but he is a distance away from Lonfur and even from Killa. And everyone else is just getting sacked for that to happen. CSJ, Butterfly Effect, their timings are thrown off. The puck is still going to be effective once, you know, this Witchblade comes out and further items come in. But for CSJ, this BKB has to be on point. Once you can play around with BKB, the next step for Cloud is synchronize. Get a good Dream Coil, get a good Arena and Egg combination, especially the Egg. I think every other spell's been pretty alright, but the Egg's just been out of position in comparison to that control. Has to connect together here.
Bottom lane, maybe a fight to break out. Andy's hanging around in that tree line. Ranfu Dao's right behind him. Mind you, they don't have the kisses up, and well, Wukong's going to be there. No, Silence is our killer. He still gets the Wukongs off in time, but now the chase is on. Can they really deal with the DP? They are throwing everything but the Kitchen Sinker killer, and they should have him, but he's healing up again. Dream Coil will lock him down, but in comes the cavalry, and this is not looking like the fight. They've lost Andy again. They keep trying to kill Killer, but he's the killer. It literally says it in his name.
And we're seeing the issues of the Phoenix into Snap. Like, you've got just level 1 Lil Shredder. That's more than enough. The Egg stands no chance, and Killa, he gets to live true. This is him now with the Guardian Greaves. Your durability is just not something you can manage right now with your lineup. And
That it is not.
again, they have to drag Andy in. It's just, he's not farming. He's forced to fight and die.
Yeah, you start to question, like, where do they go from here now? Like, they've just been trying so hard to get these fights going. CSJ, he's going to try on his own. He has rebound up, so I guess he feels safe to back out of there. But in terms of killing anyone, it's kind of wishful thinking right now for CSJ, that's for sure.
Is under attack.
Yeah, it's rough going. Right? They can't even punish these supports for going forward. They might get small KK. Doesn't have anything defensive here.
He's got the Astral. Andy will chase him down. Boundless will connect. Surely they've got him. Chase is on. Kisses are in. That'll slow them down a little bit. There is going to be a nice stun up, but look at the damage they're taking. Sanities will land. And now Andy. Poor old Andy. He just can't catch a break. It's always Andy. This is your +1 MK.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower is under attack.
it's not easy for Cloud right now. They just need him there. They need more damage to come in. You don't have that much from CSJ. I mean, he has quite a fair bit, but he gets kited. You need that added reach. You need that added range that the Monkey King does have, especially with the Boundless ready. And it's just so risky to go in like this. No, this is like a reverse. This is like a very sad version of Toy Story, Mike. And he's getting beaten down by his playmates. It's not a good time.
No spoilers, thank you. Have you actually watched the movie, Jonathan?
What? Toy Story 1, 2, 3? Yes. Toy Story 4, I'd rather forget. And Toy
just
Story
have to
5
check
coming
with you.
out. Hey, come on. Toy Story is my favorite film. It inspired me to go into animation. Look what that's done for me. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely
I mean, you're
nothing,
here.
But yes, I'm
Being
here.
useless brought you here, Jonathan. Congratulations. And you're welcome, by the way.
There you go, Mike. Giving that. Yes, thank you. Now, Toy Story is a good film, though. What's not good is,
It was.
Andy's not having a good time in this one. Yeah, going back to what you asked, where do you go from here? It's still the same story. Try to get that Dream Coil Egg combo, but Poker making it so hard to find that angle.
Oh,
They just keep splitting apart to Killa.
there's no need for that killer. There is no need. I mean, the man's already suffering. Leave him alone. Do they know he's there? I mean, pings are out.
Cookie?
Andy, he's going to reveal himself. Run through down. Should go down. Surely. Cookie away. He is alone. Andy's tried this alone and he can't kill him. Pram will spring in. He will get him eventually. Meanwhile, mid lane. They're on to V. That's a much bigger target. They found an OD for their trouble. Snowball is in, X doesn't pop, they want to try and force the fight. Lunfer, he's got Chrono up, he'll pop it, and he'll go right after that Marcy. Meanwhile, they even found Butterfly Effect on the puck, and poor old Starif, well, he's not making it out either. He should go down eventually. The Ghost will follow him down. That's not a bit of a cheeky stun. It's not going to matter. Hands up, Aaron will say bye-bye.
Radiant's
You know
bottom
what, John? I
tower is
mean,
under
all
attack.
things being said and done, it's still a 3-for-2 in the favor of Poke, but at least Cloud are finding some kills. There's Mercy.
Radiant's bottom
Oh, Cookie's not going to land. Mercy. Obviously, can't really pop the egg here because he knows it's just going to die. We'll try to run the old-fashioned way, and you know what? With Icarus Dive up, he now can. Meanwhile, bottom lane. He's found himself a target. That's going to be Andy. Andy will just run into the tree line, and he's going to be okay as well.
A little bit of back and forth. We're seeing some play coming out from Cloud. The bot tier 1 will give Andy some room to farm in. So that relieves a little bit of pressure. And they're trying to collapse onto Andy here. Get aggressive.
Aaron's right behind him, though.
Radiant are scattered.
Butterfly Effect. Gonna move in with the Waiting Rift. Does have the Dream Call. They've locked down the OD. There's your Snowball to come up, but there is no helping coming. But he just has to run. Stormhammer is there. Astral will not
the
make
block.
it. A nice shots to block the way, but it's still not going to be enough. In fact, now Cloud are really pushing it back the way of Poke. As Poke, you kind of ask yourself at this point, do they need to split up? I guess without the Chrono and Exo, they decide better of it, but they are giving some kills back the way of Cloud.
Bleeding back just a little bit. The space you are getting on Lanfur does feel like it's worth the trade-off. Like, this Faceless Void is just so massive now. Midas, Maelstrom, and the BKB very well protected in these team fights. And even Killa's, kind of riding the wave as well. Still up there, number 2 in net worth. Trading away this OD farm isn't the worst thing. And you already have some key items up anyway. You're just going for the Hurricane Pike. Again, you're emphasizing just getting in and out, trying to get your right clicks, getting yourself in position for the Santies. Nothing too fancy for V, and he doesn't need too much to get that working. So it's a big kill for Cloud to find. At the same time, it doesn't really change the story here for Poke and what they want to do.
Oh, Killer's been so annoying at this top lane. You just kept that Siege Creep alive for such a long time. There's so much damage onto that tier 2 top tower. But there is going to be a smoke. See who they can find. Run Fudel, he's a great target, but he gets to the low ground, so he's going to be okay for now as Andy. Andy is still chasing him down, but Killer's the one you've got to worry about. They've got the Snapfire at the very least. And it seems like for now they'll just kite out Killer. They don't want the one-on-one fight with him. Or even the group up, but they are moving in. Andy, he's kind of gone in on his lonesome. Can they actually deal with anyone? Aaron does go down. Andy, he's protected by that Wukong's command. CSJ, I can't say the same for him. He will drop. It's still not the worst team fight for Cloud, but it's certainly not favorable.
It's a net positive for their cores. CSJ, again, only so much you can do on Marcy here. At least he has his BKB and he did not have to expend it in that last fight. So he still has his fresh 9-second charge waiting for him. But getting on top of any of these heroes is going to be a little bit tough with their own BKB set to come out. V is working on to his, has the full Hurricane Pike. You all, again, still have Lanfur at his 9 seconds. And Jumping Kill is just not really advisable at this point. Still, Andy's getting some more damage up, full Deso up, BKB of his own coming up next. And you know what? Scaling into the late game here for Cloud, yes, you are going into the Void, but at the same time, Puck also tends to break like late game when 25 comes out. It's still a long ways off. They'll go hunting now. They do have Egg ready here.
They can get out of this. Moving in, target is going to be run through Dao. I mean, you're probably happy just catching anyone at this point. You'd much rather get an extra person if you can, or a more valuable target. But for now, ran through Dao. There's another one. Aaron. The orb won't even fly through him. He'll just put the hand up and walk away. It's perfectly fine with how that happened. At least they find the Snapfire. You know, it's something.
Yeah, it's something. You did have to expend the coil for no kills, but again, the cooldown on that isn't the longest in the world, so you can still connect with it.
Killer.
The Wukongs and
I mean, we've seen this one before. Killer, Dispose is going to cancel off the TP. He is completely alone, though, this time. Like, there's no way Killer just walks out. Rebound connects, and he will drop. There's nowhere for his teammates to TP to. So another nice pick-off this time around for Cloud. That's a much more high-profile target here on the map. And I think this time around, Cloud will be quite satisfied.
Yeah, that works out for them now. Building up their farm, they've got some defensive items up. Yulet's on Butterfly Effect. The deal with that silence coming out from Kill is massive. So now you can really poke in and out as the puck here. You are still surrendering a lot of space out to Lanfer and over to Small KK to get their own build up, but you're keeping up for the most part. You're still not too far behind. Aaron's still being this really annoying person though. He's keeping outside right in front of their faces, but you are again hitting these beats on the side of Cloud. Like BKB for Andy is nice. Going for Moon Shard next, so going for that right click coming out here. Can work out nicely. We still need to see, like, these pickoffs are working for Cloud, but we're still not seeing them connect in wider engagements. And if they can connect these spell uses, I think the game becomes a lot easier for them. Because again, in comparison to Poke, all the pressure is on Lon Fur if they are thinking about these 5v5s. It's all down to the chrono. Let's smoke up here though.
Towards the north they go. Dire Jungle going to be the location they want to force the fight. Seraph in a nice position to break the smoke. Will get jumped immediately. Cookie will not land. In fact, he is running quite quick with the war cry. Even has the drums up and did pop it. And so that is the smoke broken. A nice little play there by our +5 Sven. Roshan is up, so it does seem like Poke are going to try and force this one. He can get it though. It's not going to be that easy. I mean, Cloud certainly have a lot of time to try and rotate and force a Roshan fight. Butterfly Effect, he'll keep up the vision with the orbs. But they are fighting into Exo and Chrono. At least half the duration of that Exo is still there. Orb again, he could jaunt for it, but no. Not perfectly timed. And with that, Poke, they'll take the Aegis. It seems like Cloud, they'll just kind of accept their fate here. It doesn't seem like they were really intending on forcing a fight.
Just back off, try to farm up, keep yourselves in the game here, try to build up. Going from pad right now. Basher for CSJ is actually not too far off. And it's going to be massive. Suddenly our Marcy will feel like a hero in the middle of these fights again. Still with that fresh 9-second BKB charge as well on CSJ. There is still more to give. Lanfer.
Oh, it's a big kill. Lanfer, he just got the Aegis up as the BKB, but no, the Stormhammer, it's not going to land in time. It's one of the things we keep seeing with Sven POS 5 versus POS 1 Void, is the Stormhammer's just not reliable enough. Now, had that landed, at least they would have got the first life of the Void, but now he walks away scot-free. He's got his team right behind him. I probably even got a confidence boost out of that, let's be frank.
For sure. We've seen this multiple times, right? Like, you get the Stormhammer off. If it doesn't land in time, well, time walk. CSJ.
Yeah, CSJ just decided he wants to farm in that area, getting bashed up through the BKB. Might have to just fight back and actually does get the Aegis life. Meanwhile, towards the south, looks like V's just doing his own thing on the OD with his own BKB pop. Everyone just fighting across the map as now in they go again. They found the Phoenix. They'll burst down Mercy. Coil will hold down the OD, but now the Chrono. It's going to catch two of them. Butterfly Effect and Starif both going down. I guess at some point you just kind of forget Chrono exists. And now, hell, even the Monkey King's not safe. He's in the same tree though. They think he's tree jumped away. Andy, he'll move back in with the Wukong's command onto Ranfu Dao, and somehow the Snapbite survives. Eventually does go down though. Andy will be forced to pop the BKB. Looks like he's going to be okay. In fact, V trying to move in now to take down CSJ. Might still have a shot at it, but the rebound will connect onto a creep, and now maybe they're going a bit too far. Primal Spring is in. They've got the OD held down. V will get punished. Way too confident.
Yeah, they're giving a little bit of a back and forth here. And Cloud more than happy to take that kill off and the Aegis away from the side of the Poke. Lonfer, he's held on to this BKB, which I guess is a positive and a negative. Like, he did expend Aegis, but he still has a 9-second BKB. So, you know, next time around, even without Aegis, you can pop that on. You're not going to die. For the most part, until that full Bashers up in CSJ and he gets lucky. You still have a lot of play. The side of Poke have been very conservative with these BKBs, at least on Lonfer. And that is giving Cloud a little bit more out their way. We're seeing some connections come out. The Sun Ray for Mercy, that the scaling damage is starting to kick in here, Mike. You know, it's, your namesake does hurt as you spend more time with it. It does get a lot more painful.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yeah.
Mid lane. Oh, mid lane. Snowball. It did connect onto Butterfly Effect, and oh, he's gone.
Yikes.
Oh, he blinked right into it as the snowball was coming through. I don't know if that was on purpose by Aaron. I don't think it was. I think it was purely by accident, but it works very nicely.
Radiant
And I believe that's Aaron's Ags. So he's got the kickback on our support.
Oh, V. Nice 4-star from V. Gonna avoid the Boundless, and for Aaron now, he's gonna have a look around. Mercy trying for a TP play out, somehow is gonna make it, but the real target is Andy. He does go for a BKB up at the Chrono. Lundberg just sees him barely. Cancels the TP off. That'll be Andy gone. Sure, you got the Phoenix up, but who the hell cares about him? Meanwhile, top lane, Killer. Killer's doing killer things again. He might just drop though. Perma stunned up, he will go down.
Gets a little bit overconfident, so you trade your life away, but finding Andy is a lot bigger. Like this Monkey King with this build. Moon Shard being picked up with the Echo Saber and Deso. And BKB all in on just trying to build up into Jijingu every
Well,
time.
down.
They're coming in again.
Yeah, Run Through Dow's already gone. Lundfer though, he's just going to take down the egg immediately and now moves on to Starov. And that'll be his spin gone as they even found the park. So much control being provided by Aaron. That's a godlike spree now for Lundfer, who's 9-0-7 on the Void. That's just the big difference in POS 1s between these teams. Like, Andy, he's had such a rough time with Lundfer. He's had the freest time of his life.
He's just been allowed to build up. Like all that movement in early to mid game, allowing him to just take control of that bot jungle and lane and get that farm up. It's definitely paying off. We're at the point where you have to think about how to play against the Chrono. Do you have enough answers for it? Your positioning just has to be perfect. Like, it's so easy to find yourself in a very awful position as well. Up against that. With this kind of lineup, you can get easily caught out of guard. And for Cloud, they're just not finding an opportunity to take Pope out of position either. Like the Dream Coil Egg combo, it's really not coming out. They're just focusing on these pickoffs, which are nice, but it still holds a concern when... Because when you are going for these defensive fights, when it comes down to the high ground, the 5v5 is where it's at. I don't know if Cloud can execute to get that done.
Ranfood out, runs out of range, I should say. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Aaron. Rumble Spring will be there. Andy's going to give this one a crack and should have the kill. The Walrus Punch will come out from Aaron. Kicked onto the crowd. Whoops.
Killer. Immediate tip on his support. It's like, oh, yeah, you're dead. It happens, right? Sometimes they try to vector target. They kick something else. What can you do? Nice little pick off for Andy. That's his bash rock.
Targeting style.
Well, almost, so he's gonna be happy.
He should be. And all things being said and done, like, he's had 7 deaths on this Monkey King, but he is second in net worth right now. You've got to give him props for that. Like, the fact that he's been able to keep up with the kind of game he's had is quite impressive. And the fact that the Poke haven't even tried for high ground, considering the advantages they've had, is also somewhat incredible. But they are a team that likes to play cautiously, and they probably are just waiting for next Roshan.
Yeah, just being a lot more patient. And just trying to, get this build up. They know they scale really well with the Faceless Void, with the OD. As the game goes on, your BKB start to fade off in Cloud, so your OD has more of openings to play with. Conversely, you are also giving time for the puck to scale. Butterfly Effect, once he hits his 25 talent, which is still a ways off. But once that is up, if this game does drag on a lot longer because of these choices, it can get a lot more awkward kill up.
Uh-oh, Killer. He will use that Ogre Steel Totem to try and survive through it, but he's not as tanky as he once was and will go down. Still, they'll try to trade. Who have they got? It's going to be CSG, so pause 3 for a position 3. If they can actually kill CSG, and the bashes are coming in, but he will still armor toggle a little bit longer, just not long enough. Kind of an even trade between these two teams now, as both position 3s do die. But obviously, net worth-wise, it does seem to favor Cloud.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger. Kill is still worth a ton more in comparison to CSJ. So you're perfectly happy trading that way. You didn't really have to pop too many spells on either side either, so it's a worthwhile trade. I think at this point you might have to consider a defensive item up for Killa. He is queuing up the BKB and the Blink. I don't think he's going to need the Blink as much as he needs the BKB right now. Once you have that, you're kind of set. You are recovering well, though, on Cloud. Like, again, your supports are scaling nicely here. Full Shiva's up for Mercy. So your Phoenix dives are massive. Taking away that healing, especially on something like that VP, is going to cause issues for Killa's durability.
Chase is on. They've got the kickback on the spin. Not the biggest kill in the world, but it might be something to get them started. This Roshan. Problem is they found nothing yet, but Aaron's going to jump in again with a Warrior's Punch. Seems like Poke were trying to get a little bit greedy there. Maybe finding a 2-for-1, but find 1 for now. Roshan back up. Definitely open for Poke. They've got the spin down for 40. Runfu Dao is getting very deep for that Observer Ward, and obviously is going to get spotted putting it down. I think the V's going to make a jump in, and they get caught. CSJ's gone. Wukong's command is out, so at least they got Aaron down. Egg will be dropped as well. Runfu Dao will go down as well. So it seems like Cloud will try to run a bit of a bait play, but now the Chrono is going to come out. Lunfer is there, onto the puck. That is going to be Butterfly Effect gone, as well as Mercy. And Andy, I don't think Andy can really fight back on his own at the moment. The chase is on. They know he's somewhere around here, but he will tree dance the right way, and looks like he should be just fine.
That was some ridiculous timing. V blinks in, or gets himself over there, right as they smoke. So they immediately pop the smoke. The response was out from Cloud, and they are clumped up, so it was a decent area to force the fight, but they don't find anything of substance. Only the 2 supports, they drop 2 cores for their efforts. You do force out the Chrono, and at this point it is still a fairly long cooldown on Lonfer. So Chrono for the Roche not going to be available. Roche number 2 is up, and you have more than enough time here for Cloud now to recover and try to contest that objective. But Poke, they're still more than happy. They get the kills. They didn't even have to use the sight out on V. I don't think he had the opportunity to actually hex anyone up. So you might still have a surprise under your belt if no one checked your inventory here. Have that instant stun for something like Butterfly Effect's Puck. Keep him in his place, burst him down. You've got the damage for it. You're also inching towards Roundfu's own Ags as well. So having this gobble up threat with your OD or with your DP or even the Faceless Void for initiation, it's going to be massive. Cloud are still grouped around the area though. You know Roche is a big one to take. Not going to give it for free.
Here we go, Poke. No vision on that high ground right now, so Cloud do have a bit of a vision advantage around this Roshan pit at the moment. They found a target, mid lane. Ranfu down. Looks like he's going to be in fact, no, never mind. It's V on the OD that's down. That's a big one. Lunfer, he's trying to move in, but there's no Chrono up at the moment. They've popped Exorcism a bit preemptively here, trying to protect the OD, but V is down. And he is down for 90 seconds. This is huge for Cloud. It's a matter of whether they can get into the Roshan pit themselves. Roshan not really sitting that low, but it seems like Poke is still going to try and force this one. And with that, it is quite a lot of damage flying in. Lunfer still 10 seconds away from the Chrono. In goes CSJ onto Aaron, but it might be enough time for the Roshan. They've got the Aegis up. Lunfer now can just escape, and Aaron can just die. He'll just die for the team. Runfu down, may go down as well, but Chrono's going to be back up in just a moment. Moving in, Lunfer, does he want to pop it? Killer in danger. They'll Yule's up the Void, so it's only Lunfer left, and he gets Abyssal Bladed. Oh, he's in trouble. He is going to drop. The only survivor left on Poke. Balance Strike will connect. He might just be set to fall, as they have the perma stuns. Roshan, it gets taken by Poke, but it's for nothing.
That was way too forced. Way too forced coming out from the side of Poke, and to get punished so hard, they have to respect just how much damage can come in such a tight area. This is a Phoenix into the late game. This is a Puck with not quite the level 25, but with all of this mobility, especially with that quickening charm into the Octarine coming up here. And all of a sudden, they're on the high ground. Cloud find this opening, rip right apart, go for as much as they can. The respawns are still a way off. They wouldn't want to buy back in their Void here. It's way too awkward, although you have a Chrono, but you're just going to have to surrender at least the tier 3. And a full Arcane up for Andy. He can get these Wukongs off fast.
Very fast indeed. We're still thinking about the mid-racks, and here we go. With the sidekick and Unleash being popped by CSJ, it's definitely going to be a very, very short process as Andy's jumped in. Kick is there though, Andy behind the tier 4 towers. I'm not sure if he can survive, but it looks like he can. He'll just go to work on Aaron. There is more heroes respawning up. Andy's still completely alone in the back of these tier 4 towers. He is going to melt.
What?
And V's got CSJ. They even got Starif. In fact, they found a 4th target. Butterfly effect. He will try to run. He'll all back the other way. The chase is on, but it looks like Butterfly should be just fine. Though I can't say the same for the rest of Cloud. They got him mid-racks, but it cost them 3 heroes. And Andy's down for 80 without buyback.
It's a big opening for Poke. I don't know if they have enough time to really rush high ground in that 80-second window, as they still have to rip through some tier 2s on mid and bot, and top is still kind of shoved against them. But I'm surprised V lived through that. Like, the OD was isolated. He was being force-staffed around. He was just being ping-ponged. And he managed to just get away while they drag Andy out. Like, that kickback from Aaron was huge in saving V. That more than anything else. Because if the OD died there, then you're looking at an OD once more without buyback onto the high ground defense. That would have been disastrous. Would have been the opening Cloud needed to take that full set of racks, maybe gone for more. But Aaron, again, just, he has been massive this game. Full BKB up now as well on our Tusk. He's been on a roll from early on. Now the Ags up on Ranfu. Gobble up plays, gobble up saves along with the snowball saves. So many ways to bail your cores out here.
Killer still having a look around for Butterfly effect and actually clips him with the Crypt Swarm. But the orb back towards the south, and the blink back forward. Dreamcrawler's there. They're going to try and kill her. Aaron's around the corner. He'll make the jump in onto the Sven to make sure there's no follow-up stun, but it looks like they've got enough anyway. Killer will go down. Starif now can just Stormhammer the Tusk, and they're going to find a secondary kill. And this is kind of where the issues seem to lay when it comes to Poke. Like, you're 41 minutes into the game, and you're still trying to get solo pickoffs like that across the map where no one's near you. Onto V. The OD going to be chased down as well. The Butterfly effect, he needs some help. Lunfer is on the high ground just waiting, but he's underneath vision right now. Now they want to go for the chase. They'd love a Void for their trouble. V, he's stuck around the triangle. No vision around here either, so he's just going to get caught. And he's dead. There is no surviving this. He does at least have buyback.
At least has a way of coming back in. Still a big opening for Cloud. No Roshan to play for, but they are just on the hunt. They know in these split-up fights, Poke don't have as much to offer. Even Lonfer is not quite the safest here, as he's still dipping in and out, farming up top. We'll look for the TP out now. But Cloud, they've done a fantastic job of just punishing this movement from Poke. It's like you said, Mike. You know, we're at 42 minutes in. You had this massive lead, and you're still looking for solo pickoffs in your end. Yeah, it's almost like they're not respecting how well Cloud can play against that. Because they've got the tools. They've got the itemizations. They've got the farm. You're only 4K ahead on Poke. It's not much at 43 minutes in. It's barely one major item on one hero if all of that gold was just equal on everyone except one. It's not a big difference. And they've got to respect that here.
Oh, Dream Coil's going to be dodged. Lunfer playing games here with Butterfly effect. The rest of his team smoked up, trying to catch up CSJ.
Bash.
No bash. No bash. How?
Well, to be fair, it's Butterfly and Backtrack, right? Like you have the evasion and then the backtrack.
Oh,
evasion,
I see.
So
yeah,
you know, it's like it's actually it's actually so hard to just bash him now if you don't get that initial stun. That is a BKB charge in Lonfer though. That's going to be down quite a bit. I'm surprised it's still at 7 seconds. Again, he's been very conservative with that usage, and every time he's jumped, he doesn't get to pop it off. So it's Probably not the best sign if it's at 7, but at the same time, you know, you can make use of that extra second here.
Double damage ring going to be found out. Butterfly effect, he'll see it. CSJ the one to take it. I mean, he's at that stage where he can just burst people down now with the Unleash. They're going to pop a smoke. Smoke on smoke scenario now in the mid lane. B's the only one showing on the map right now, trying to bait for his team. Cautious not to get caught too early. They'll make the jump in, but they reveal themselves. The Dream Coil is there. It's only core 1. He pops the BKB, so V is fine, but CSJ's made the jump in, and now Lunfer, he's got Andy. He has got the Monkey King. And that is going to be 2 to go down in the chrono. CSJ even being caught by a cookie, into the gobble up, into the snowball. Oh, Cloud, they get destroyed. You got V on the OD, but that's all they take out of this.
Yeah, you have 2 heroes with no buyback for this defense. The smoke on smoke just doesn't pan out. V again, very quick on the blink back. Forces all the attention onto him. They know in a prolonged fight, the OD has got to go early. But focusing the OD does mean your Void has free run. The Chrono from Lonfer, it's been really good this entire time.
Killers spending a lot of time chasing Butterfly effect again. And the thing is, John, like, props to this puck. He's pushed out the bot wave enough to force them back. It doesn't seem like they're going to have time to go high ground.
Yeah, they have to take care of their top being shoved in as well, and there's still a tier 2 mid. So there's no threat for the Rax to fall just yet. If you are lucky here, though, a fast Roshan would benefit Poke in a very big way. Although I say that, but your Chrono's on cooldown for a little bit longer as well. Can be a little bit awkward in that circumstance with the respawns coming in. But Roche does fall fairly quick. And now you have Killis BKB. So he does have protection. And mind you, fresh BKB, 46 minutes in, that's a 9-second duration at this time. It could throw your initiation off here from Cloud. And that could provide Killa the moments he needs to kind of survive through a longer Roche respawn, so both sides will get to reset and have their spells ready for then. But Poke, they're back in a position of control over the game with a 12k lead, but you can't count Cloud out. Like, they've shown us some great moments of brilliance, and they've been punishing Poke. If Poke misstep and played a split-up style again, Cloud will just constantly punish.
You could find Aaron. He hasn't been the easiest target to go after this game. Aaron, just going to casually walk away. That Cloud will just take back their outpost for now. Mid lane run, food down, waiting in the invis. Butterfly effect, going to get spotted. No detection to see the Snapfire at the moment. Meanwhile, a jump in, they're going to try. Cookie does land, they've got him. Butterfly effect is gone. Starrow. Well, Starrow trying to find a way out of this, but he's already committed the force stuff, so he gets locked down to boot. They both have buyback, but they are both dead.
That's pretty big. And just connecting all those stuns, waiting for your OD to get the Hex off, guaranteed kill and Butterfly effect. And if they were feeling adventurous, they could hunt for more. CSJ scouted out by Ron Fu for a moment. Or not, from Nighttime Vision, just not landing it there. But
well, they're going to find Mercy.
Ah.
The Chris dive in. Mercy's going to try for something. They've got the Unleash out from CSJ. Cookie is not available. He's already committed it. Andy will take the kill. This is about 35 seconds before Roshan respawns. So, well, Poke, obviously you'd love that Roshan to try for high ground, but now without the Snapfire, you might hold off on that.
Yeah, you don't want it to go to the side of Cloud either, and they're going to have a 20-second window where Snap's not up, and you can run in when your team fight ready. So it can be a little bit awkward. They're prepping for it with a smoke plot out already on our Sven as well. But there's one thing I did want to point out that we haven't really had downtime to discuss. Take a look at Aaron and his talents. He went for this Walrus Punch chance. And he's actually going right click. He has a moonshot. All right. I mean, with spell immunity up, yeah, why not? Yeah, just punch people.
It's stupidly strong. If you just can keep hitting somebody, like they'd never expect it either. That's the best part. So you start wondering, why is Walrus Punch such a low cooldown? Then you realize, oh wait, he got the talent. It's actually super annoying to try and play again.
Yeah, it's just so funny when you have this 8-second snowball cooldown. Like, that's like almost 50% off. You could just constantly go for the saves. But with the way Aaron's playing, he has been much more on the aggressive. So this doesn't make sense for how he's running his Tusk here.
Have to correct
He's
you, Matt,
got
by the way,
Moonshot
John. It's 8 seconds
Almost
off
half.
snowball, so it's actually over 50%.
Oh, yeah, that's
Beat.
true.
Onto the Marcy, CSJ just kind of casually jumped in. He does get deleted by the Sanities and now Lunfer. Jumps in the middle, Andy's there with the Battle Strike to lock him down. Kiss is coming in, but they've locked down Lunfer way more enough. The Void is gone. Cloud holding on to this game. They have lost their Marcy, they are forced to buy back, but they aren't out of this game yet. Killer, he's going to keep chasing for more. Onto Starif he goes. The Sven, going to try and turn around for a quick stun, does end up being chased down again, as now Aaron jumped in with that Warrior's Punch, and Butterfly Effect barely gets away with his life intact. Meanwhile, Andy gets deleted by V, but V may get caught up by this puck, and he does. Butterfly Effect, able to just juke out the Scatter Blast and somehow still survive. The Killer's right behind him, still juking and jiving. Butterfly is not dying here. More buybacks coming out here from V, and of course Andy, as now the Warrior's Punch is coming in clutch from Aaron. He'll kick away the Phoenix, but no! They didn't have the damage yet. Mercy, he's actually going to Icarus dive out. Oh, the kick was a little bit too cocky. Instead though, Andy's been side the vice.
Oh,
he
no.
just fought back.
No!
Not Andy. And now Mercy. He had to stay back to try and help, but he's going to die along with him. That's 2 buybacks immediately. Butterfly Effect is still trying to buy some space and time. Starif somehow alive, but eventually will go down, and now the puck has to deal with Aaron. And that's a big problem, because Aaron is just hitting like a truck at them. And look at this, John. Walrus Punch. How many more can we get? Butterfly Effect. He's going to run. He's going to be all right.
Is under attack.
But there is 2 heroes down without buyback. Most importantly, Andy on the Monkey King is without buyback at the moment.
That's just Roche. That's straight up Roche for poke. And Aaron showing us the value in that 25 pound. I mean, when it comes out, that punch, man, that disable in the middle of the fight, it just catch. Oh, what? All these back-to-backs as well. Aaron, what are you doing? How is he getting RNGs on his side like this? Jeez. 12%?
Oh, he's got a moonshot, John. He's
12%? That's not 12%, man. It's not fair.
gone. Oh, it is, John. It is. If you're the right person, it's 12%.
Aaron has the ages. He didn't wait for long for All right, let's go, Aaron. I'm all in on this. This guy, I mean, he had to put his moonshard down though.
That's a bit of a shame. That's a bit of a shame. Like, the moonshot goes in the backpack. That's a bit... You feel a bit sad about that, don't you? Can't someone else hold the gem? Someone else can hold the gem, surely.
Yeah, come on. Aaron's a core now. Don't you see his build-up? He is actually a core. He's matching CSJ's farm. So yes, he is. Oh,
He's matching
speaking of,
CSJ's damage right now. CSJ's going to go for a TP out, and he's going to make it. Exo was popped for that.
yeah, it's a pretty long cooldown commit, but you do have a refresh in Killer, so I don't think he's going to feel too bad about it. Just BKB refreshed and Exo, and then still have the second BKB on hand. Speaking of refresh, you have one on Lonfer, so he's going to be able to get double chrono, double BKB as well. And you're massive now on this OD. Swift Blink plus the Revenant's Brooch. Love to see that in the late game scenarios as well. What an item. And you don't really have anyone that can go E-Blade for you, but if you did, Revenant's Brooch, it's a fun time. What's not fun is Cloud being 30k behind. 30k behind. Now that means something, even at 55 minutes in. That means your supports are way farmed, more farmed than you'd want to deal with. And that difference is making a big one. And Andy...
And the problem is, like, there's this constant split push with Andy on the MK, and of course, Butterfly Effect on the puck. Like, they're in just opposite side lanes, just pushing them out consistently, and it's going to make it impossible for Poke to even think about high ground. Oh, even a Wind Waker now out on Butterfly Effect, so even more defensive itemization here from the puck. Poker trying to stick around this bottom tier 2 tower and let the creep wave do its work. And have a look around for Andy, who is slowly tree dancing his way back up north, but looks like he decides better of it. Meanwhile, Lunfer is hoping and praying Butterfly Effect shows himself at this top lane, has the chrono ready for him, and he does show himself, but he's very fast. He's not going to allow the opening.
That's a puck. It's really slippery. We're at the point where puck is breaking the game as well. Just with all these talents up, you're just able to keep shoving out these waves and keep yourselves in the game. Still, it's kind of ridiculous. Aaron has a Swift Blink up. He's just a core. You have 4 cores on Poke versus 3 cores on Cloud. So, numbers matter. Oh, huh?
Bottom. Killer.
Huh?
We've seen this before
What?
from Killer. Pops the BKB. Coil is there. It will still go through. Snowball will save. Andy, he might be a bit of a sitting duck, but never mind. Aaron is just getting destroyed. There goes your Aegis. Killer now taking too much damage. They will at least cancel off the Sunray. Try to go after the egg, but it should explode just fine. Meanwhile, Killer is still trying. He'll pop the Exo. He'll go for the fight on his own. He'll do it his damn self, he says, and there's your Sanity's coming in. CSJ, Starif, and Andy all getting deleted. The only survivor really was Mercy. And it looks like he's going to be okay to TP out. But you finally have an opportunity as Poke to go high ground.
That you do. And Killa, he was playing on the edge for the Tricksters, but the little invis he got, they missed out in dust. They had to go way further for that kill, much closer to the outpost. That allows the reinforcements to come in from Poke. But still try to hold though. This is still a pocket late game. It can be extremely annoying to try to deal with that. They still have more than enough damage.
John. Will be. It will be extremely annoying. I mean, it is a puck. Mercy. Gonna get caught for a moment. Does have the Glimmer Cape. Is gonna be okay. But Aaron's moving in, trying to find himself a target. Snowball will be out on Butterfly Effect. But again, it's still a puck. He's still gonna be able to fight back. But now an Ice Chrono. He's got 3 in the fountain, but he just wants Butterfly. Forces out the buyback. Lenthur, he might have another Chrono in a moment because he has Refresher Orb, but won't pop it yet. Holds on to the Refresher Orb for now, deciding not to use it. He wants it for the puck, I'm sure. Maybe even just Andy. Bottom racks, under siege. You have your Monkey King up in 24 seconds. T4 towers, perhaps. Anyone interested? Seems like Lundfur says, yes, I am. He's in. T4 tower, not going to last very long at this rate. Exo, obviously not there. They're just running the Ghost with the Ags, and now they're on to CSJ. They'll try for the Marcy. He's still okay, but the gobble up play is there into the kisses. CSJ is going to be all right to back off with the BKB, and now the coil. It catches out 3 of them. V is going to be the target, but he gets aside the Vice out. Butterfly Effect with the Aeon Disc is going to survive, but Lundfur is still chasing him down, trying to get the time dilation. It's not enough. CSJ, meanwhile, he's made his own jump in, trying to chase down Kill on the Death Prophet. It's not going to be it, though. Aaron's in, trying to burst down the egg, but no, the egg is going to be more than enough to survive through. Lundfur jumping in again, gets silenced up. Rebound will connect. Maybe they can deal with the Void. Lundfur's trying. He'll get the Chrono out. It's only onto the Marcy, though, and he's forced to TP away.
Oh, no.
In fact, the Yule Scepter. Oh, it's going to cancel the TP. They've got the Void. Lundfur's down. What is happening?
They played around a little bit too much there, Mikey. Poking and prodding. Again, when a puck is at this point in the game, there is a lot it can do to slip in and out. So it's a massive bait play. Killa still sneaking around with his Trickster's Cloak. You only have 2 heroes for this defense. You do have buybacks, but you don't have a buyback on V. Your mid is exposed. So you have an angle here. It's all in. If Cloud can find some key pickoffs in this defense... Oh, Killa?
Oh, no. I mean, the damage, though, is it there?
Oh, he
it
refreshed.
is. He does refresh Killer. He's trying. He is trying to survive. Exo's been popped. He has to go all in for this, and it's not enough.
God.
He's down without buyback. He doesn't have enough gold. He's 400 short. 58 minutes in, 400 gold short of buyback. That's why he commits everything. And well, now tier 4s are expended, or exposed rather. 3 are there with buyback. 2 of them will commit. And that's going to force Cut to back off, and V's going to jump in. With his BKB, he's going to try for it. So will Aaron, and Andy just gets deleted. Andy's gone. Starif's trying to run, but the chase is there, and they've got him. 3 down without buyback. What the hell is happening?
I wish I knew. Lots of back and forths. The buyback goal just coming back in there for V in the nick of time. Without that OD, I don't think any of those kills would have come out. So the commitment is on point.
Literally no buybacks left here, John. Literally zero.
Everyone's committed. Everyone's committed. This is the end of the game. 64 to 46. We're ending right as we approach 60 minutes. No tier 5s. I guess it is what it is,
mean-
Mikey. Sometimes you just don't get to that point.
You might
Maybe.
say you wish. They're not going high ground.
All right. Yeah.
They're
I mean,
yeah,
respawns are. It's not too far off here, Mike.
To be fair, they don't have a creep wave. Butterfly effect is just cutting all over the place. Like not one creep wave is near the dire base at the moment. Oh, CSJ! He walked underneath the observer ward. Chrono's out immediately, and CSJ is gone. Another 100 seconds on the bench, and the ward it will just about expire now. It's gone.
Does that even matter? Like, your big issue is butterfly effect. This is what I say. Look, in the ultra late game with this kind of itemization, it is just hellish. It's so annoying to catch this hero. Like, it's just there clearing out. You can't push. You can't do anything.
Been killed.
In the middle of these team fights, it's a little bit of a bait if you try to jump it. It just changes the way you play Dota at this
Radiant's
point.
top tower
Roshan
is
is up
under
early, but you know you want to secure some objectives here, and
Oh, Mercy. Just kind of walking right past the OD, but he's going to make it out. In fact, now V's the one that could be in danger, but he pops his BKB. Onto the egg they go. They want that bursted down, and they should just have it. Aaron's in, but B has died. B has gone down. Lunfer is still going to try and move in onto Starrup. Keep in mind, Andy is alive and gets the Wukong's command off. Onto Killer they go. Refresh, Lunfer back in, does kill off Starrup. That's a spend down for 90. 3 heroes down without buyback here for Cloud. But like I said, nobody has buyback on the map at the moment.
Going for it.
So anyone you kill is just gone. Tier 4 towers are gone. Ancient is exposed. Butterfly effect has to fight. So will Andy. There's a refresh up from Killer, but no,
damage!
they've got the void. Oh, Lunfer's gone again. Snowball is there. Andy
Killer's alive.
trying to finish off Aaron, but he's down.
oh my god!
It has to be it.
Wait, the
Aaron's
fortify.
the real pos one, John. The fortify's there.
They're trying to stall, but the only one to
Run
respawn is the
through,
Marcy.
Run through, don't
It's
do
just
it.
CSJ.
CSJ. Oh,
Oh
that's
my
it. GG.
god!
No GG call even made. Cloud probably not too happy about that victory. Poke looking very stoic after their victory, not too surprised. 61 minutes, 5 seconds, no tier 5 items as per usual. I'll tell you what, like these tier 5 items, right, we never get to see them anymore. Like, as soon as it hits 59 minutes, teams are like, no, we're ending the game. That's enough. You know, it's like, we may as well make it a coin toss of 60 minutes as to who just wins the game, right? Because teams just don't want to
Yeah.
see tier 5 items anyway.
Yep. Just way too busted. You don't want to risk it. And again, they saw the opportunity. The buybacks were committed. They just needed some kills, and they find them in style. Aaron. His build, like, yeah, Aaron's just a man. That's it.
That's all the analysis we have to offer. Aaron
No,
is doing a
that's it.
fantastic job. Let's head over to
Yes.
our panel, Jonathan. I'm sure they've got some analysis they could offer us as well. Panel?
Not only do we have analysis, but I have apologies. Lizard, you tried to warn me. You tried to tell me, right? When I asked you, hey man, these Chinese teams have been getting better at pushing, and you said no. No. If I say this, suddenly everyone's gonna just take forever. This is such a cloudy game. This game could have easily ended at 35 minutes, but everybody was allergic to pushing cleanly and just kept going in the most bizarre initiations possible. Talk me through what happened in this game here. This very wild and chaotic game number 1
I
between
have
Poke and
no
Cloud.
idea what happened, Snare. I'm sorry. The game was just wild as hell. Eventually, a Tusk becomes the strongest hero in the game. Like, man's up. But I'll tell you one thing. I feel that this will be 2-0 and it will be Poke. Like, because like watching the way that the game went, I felt like Cloud should have had this one easily, but it just didn't work out for them. Also, OD on the mid lane, like, he crushed the puck. Like, it's not what
Yeah.
I expected at all. Like, he actually did really, really damn well. But Cloud still, like, later on in the game, you have Phoenix Monkey puck combo. It's really strong. Like, you are not only matching the teamfight strength that Poke had. I think you're even better in that aspect. Also, they were leading in the game. They were in full control, but one throw after another, and Void just takes over. You have this chronosphere. Like, I believe that in the Chinese scene, it feels like Void is the ultimate late game carry. Just
Yeah, absolutely.
have that chrono ready.
One of the things we saw in this game here, Fluke, is despite having all of these good combos, every now and then, Cloud, it'll always be one thing that would happen, right? Where the one person on the team is initiating uber cleanly, somebody else gets an amazing follow-up, but there was never that full concert of spells, except for that one Roshan fight that they happened to sort of turn the game around with. It just really felt like there was a disconnect with Cloud players, especially with this Andy Monkey King. How many times in the early portion of the game did we see him dying all by himself, or somehow turning the fight all by himself, but never in full concert with the rest of the squad? What do you think is happening in the Cloud camp that's causing this little bit of miscommunication?
I'm not 100% sure what, like, to kind of put my finger on it, but I feel like ever since they had their first series up against Vici, we saw these guys had some really good ideas. They had a really, really good draft game 1 against Vici, and then game 2 they had probably one of the worst drafts in a long time. I think it just looked like they all kind of picked whatever they wanted to play. It really didn't make all too much sense. They went for this like weird last pick Meepo, and ever since then we haven't really seen them be on the same page. I think they have, again, really good ideas when it comes to how they want to play their drafts and stuff like that, but I think their biggest letdown is their communication and their kind of execution. So it could be a magnitude of factors that maybe they don't have enough faith in each other. I think the way that Andy played this game was very feast or famine, you know, as you said, right? Like there was multiple times I watched him get run down by a Faceless Void when he had full Jingu stacks and a whole creep wave to Boundless Strike, and he got ran down without using any spells. And then a few team fights later, he gets like a 3-man Boundless Strike and gets a triple kill by himself. So I'm not sure if you know, Andy or the rest of the team just aren't feeling like they're on the same page because they can't trust each other or what, but there is definitely some big disconnect between these teams.
On the other side, though, for the side of Poke Gaming, certainly there's trust being afforded, not just in the team strategy, but to individual players. Aaron in particular on his task, I'm giving him the MVP, boys, because he just realized at some point, Joe would probably just need a little bit more carry in this situation. He gets the fastest support moonshot that's been picked up on a Tusk hero. It's been picked up in the core position before, but he just broke the record for doing it as a support. Gets himself Swift Blink, this Aghanim Scepter, and he just goes ham. Another felt like Lizard. Do you remember those days of Spirit Breaker where it felt like 17% is 100%? Yeah, I don't believe that 12% number at all on the Aaron Walrus punch, because he was just hitting time after time after time.
Yeah, it's nice to have, right? Like Moonshard, Drums, and Swift Blink. We were just constantly hitting people. Like they gave him the Aegis, they gave him the cheese, they gave him the axe, they gave him everything. I feel at some point. So his game was good, and then it was made even better by Void feeding and dying as Rosh was falling down. So, you know, it felt good to be this task. Like a couple of times he jumps in snowballs in a bad position, and you can still see why Poke and Cloud are in the place where they're at. Like, not everything is clean. That's why we're getting these long ass games. But at the same time, it's fun. Like, it's a nice brawl out. You know, like you never know what you're gonna get, but this one was fun. Like a lot of fun heroes.
A lot of fun heroes, a lot of fun itemization as well. Hell, this OD found himself buying the Revenant's Brooch, first one bought all time on OD, and the 9th ever Swift Blink board on this hero as well. So we all had a good time. Unfortunately though, the nature of this game does mean that whoever loses is really up against it, because right now, if Poke Gaming end up taking the series, then suddenly they put themselves in a 2 and 3 position. You know, probably not going to get into Div 1, but at least solidifying the position in Div number 2, Star for Cloud. They're already 0-4, so if they go 0-5, then you're suddenly thinking about the only way we stay in is through tiebreakers. So because the stakes are so high, that's why it's such a brawly type of game. We'll be seeing more of those brawl, of course, in game number 2. So we're going to give these teams a little bit of time to breathe, and when we return, we continue this action here in Division 2. Before we go into it, we just need to remind you all, stay tuned, make sure that you have a positive mental attitude, and please hydrate, and for the love of God, please, if you pick Monkey King, use your Jingu Mastery and your Boundless Strike to get your health back. With that, game number 2 coming shortly. We're taking a quick break. Welcome back, one and all, here to the China DPC. Division 2 action continues here today as we are witnessing Poke Gaming taking on the side of Team Cloud. Lizard, that game ended up being the second longest game so far in the DPC. Very quickly, before we move on to the series, we were talking earlier on about which team you favor, and one of the things that you mentioned was that Cloud has looked cleaner than Poke, despite the fact that they have worse results. For Cloud, what do they need to fix to get back to the heights that they could potentially reach with this roster?
Wait, to return to the heights? What heights are we talking
To
about?
get there, you know? to fulfill the promise of actually getting to the heights.
Yeah, so they need to clean things up. Like, I think they're a little bit too eager to do things on the map, and that's something that goes through a lot of Division 2 teams. Like, the same reoccurring theme is, okay, we killed someone, we need to do something, we need to accomplish something off of this skill. And you don't have to. Like, you don't have to take anything major. I think the biggest mistake that players are doing is they're going for big instead of small wins. Like, you need to think small. By thinking small and just being cautious, taking small wins at a time, you will eventually get the big one, the big W. The problem is, if you have the mentality, okay, we killed 3 of them, let's push high ground. You're just throwing it away. They buy back, they clean you up, they get all the advantage that you had, they get back in their hands, right? Like, they even the game out. But if you're thinking, okay, we killed 3 of them, it's not really great to push high ground, but maybe we can take the triangle around the high ground. Maybe we can set up some wards for the next fight there, weigh them up, trick them again, kill them again, take rush afterwards because we had that good vision and a good fight. Like, if you're thinking smaller, you get further, I feel like, in Dota. But in Division 2, teams aren't necessarily always doing that.
We're going to be seeing, hopefully, if these teams have, absorbed this information about taking a step-by-step process as we get into game number 2.
Thank you for joining my TED Talk, by the way.
TED Talk with Lizard. How to win with Lizard. Game number 2, I'm hoping that we get a more entertaining series with a full 3-game stretch. Team Cloud, they have themselves the first pick. And we see that the respect is being shown, Fluke. Look who the first overall ban of this entire draft is. They're like, Aaron, good job, buddy. We don't even worry about the Faceless Void. Don't even care about the OD. It's the Aaron task that we're going to prioritize in the ban phase.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the flexibility of the task and just the way that it enables you to play around the map. Like, you're just able to get so many of these free kills. We've seen what its rotations can look like. Snowball saves have been insane, and the fact that it's just kind of BKB piercing stun is always a big thing for a lot of these teams to play around with. And just getting rid of that after a performance like that, even with the Death Prophet as well, I perfectly understand what Team Cloud want to get rid of right now. But there are a few heroes that are starting to stand out right now. The Batrider, which has only been picked twice by outsiders of China. They're the only team that has picked it up so far. And even the Rubik and the Nature's Prophet are still ones that are floating around, but they're going to go for the Centaur here. I thought they would probably try and lean in towards Lonfur's hero early on here, Poke, because I feel like he's probably going to get target banned in this second phase from Team Cloud, but they're just going to go back for the stock standard Centaur to have a good lane.
I like the Rubik and Cent. Well, do you like that, Fluke? Like, overall, Rubik, for me, Rubik and Cent are age-old combo, right?
Yeah.
But there's overgrowth. The Stampede kind of gets negated, at least, I guess.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is you can like it's a relatively strong laner outside of like the big 3 that really kind of deal with the Centaur, right? Like the Ursa, the Monkey King, as well as the Slark are probably the 3 biggest heroes that are a bit annoying for him to deal with. So I think it's just an easy initiator for them. If few of your heroes don't get overgrowth or you have ways of getting out of overgrowth, the Stampede is just a good disconnect in general. And it just builds all the auras for you. I think a lot of these offlaners are kind of either at that stage where if they don't get one of the 1 or 2 busted offlaners, they're more than happy to just have this tanky aura builder guy, like the Centaur. Just gets a blink, gets a pipe, feels pretty good about life. So I think it's just very standard and safe for a lot of these teams. That's why they're picking Centaur.
Cookie cutter offlaner.
Yeah.
I've only seen this laning duo lose 1 lane in the DPC so far, and that was a game where it wasn't supposed to happen anyway, so I'm looking forward to seeing this laning duo. Also, one of the things I've been seeing lately, Lizard, is this Rubik into Treant matchup. These Rubiks have been surprisingly being able to steal overgrowth quite a lot. So if they're able to get overgrowth in their hands, plus having the Stampede, suddenly you have like a repositioning tool, you get the perfect overgrowth every single fight. So if he's able to get Overgrowth at any given time whilst the Stampede is online, does feel like it could be pretty strong for them overall. But I'm more interested to talk about this duo from Team Cloud. Fluke mentioned it earlier, the SF and the Treant Protector, that this has been one of the de facto answers in China to not having the Lina. What do you make of this duo, and how strong do you think of it overall?
It's pretty solid. I'm not... overall, I'd rather have the Drow, the Lina, or the Sniper, but SF is also pretty damn solid. I've seen him lose more often than not. Just get heroes that get on top of him, and they already have one, that's the Centaur, so... And now they have the pet too. Like, overall, not the greatest fan. They got DLC to deal with the bat a bit, but once again, now you have an LC and the tree. If these are your two supports, I hope not, but if DLC is on the offlane, please get some burst damage on position 4. Like, even a Skyrat, even something like that, just... It's not great, I don't like it, but make sure that the LC has a good life at least.
I get why they picked this LC here, Fluke. I mean, the Purge is going to be fairly nice against multiple targets. It now sort of immunizes you against some of these illusion heroes that could be coming out for Poke. But honestly, I think this hero is garbage. Like, LC loses every single time I see it. It's been played 29 times in the DPC, 24% win rate. So why on earth would you go back for an LC hero that's not really succeeding anywhere? And in this game, up until you had the Hoodwink, you didn't necessarily have the easiest setups for big dual kills either. What do you make of this hero overall, and does it fit this game for the side of Team Cloud?
I agree with Lizard, right? Where like you understand the idea behind it, but I think at the end of the day, she's probably one of the better heroes in dealing with the lasso as like a hard dispel, right? Like, you don't really want to have an Abaddon on your team when you have the Treant. Shadow Demon feels a little weird in the offlane as well, considering they already have Stampede. The only other one I can think of is like a Vengeful Spirit, which I think has been so far out of the meta that really won't matter either. So gives you a half decent lane. The Purge is good. I think the reason why people only ever pick Legion Commander is literally just for Moment of Courage, right? Oh, not Moment of Courage, press the attack. So it's one of those heroes that I think desperately needs a rework to come back into the meta. She's a generally pretty good laner, BKB piercing stun, so it feels okay. But I do see a lot of people's gripes, and it's kind of like when people pick Troll Warlord at the same time. It's like you can understand why they've picked it, but the hero is generally not that great that it leaves a bad taste in your mouth whenever you see it.
I mean, it's a bottom 10 in overall win rate so far in the DPC across all regions and across both divisions. Not looking good. Not looking good at that 24% win rate. Spectre, though, Lizard, is not in that particular situation. She is doing very well for herself, tends to win a lot of these games. What we saw from game 1 probably leads me to think that we're going to have another long game. And when you have a long game, Spectre really feels nice to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, she's pretty solid. They have a break mechanic already against her. She can get on top of SF and Hoodwink, follow them around, which is always nice to have. Not sure if the lane for her will be that easy, though. Whatever they pick on that 5, it's versus an LC plus Hoodwink. Shouldn't be that easy. Like Team Cloud banning out the Silencer and another 5. Not sure what exactly. Maybe... I wouldn't even mind someone dying or something like that. Just lane dominating hero, really, to help the Spectre out. Meanwhile, what's Poke banning? Like a Viper, mid laners basically, right? Like a Viper would be pretty damn good. Good against Bat, good against Spectre. But any Storm... wait, so they put Slark safe lane, mid SF?
Or you could go the mid Slark into the Batrider, right? Like you just try and follow the Batrider into his lane. I've seen it a few times.
Yeah,
but
you could do that as well. Like Slark into Bat. You could even put LC into Bat, right? Like
True.
Slark or LC. We'll see. Like it's an interesting approach. I guess Slark into Scent isn't that terrible too. Like you can get blown up, but if you get a couple of essence shifts, it's all rightish. The only problem on Team Cloud, man, just look at this draft. Come on, what am I even talking about? You have LC, you have Slark, you have SF. Like, what are you doing at post-laning stage?
Yeah.
Like, and the tree to top that off. Like, Hoodwink is your sole source of damage post-laning stage. Like, unless SF bowls the hell out, This isn't an easy game for Team Cloud. And wow, Ancient Apparition.
Ancient Apparition. Ooh, okay. This is intriguing. In AA, we have not seen it being picked up just yet in the Chinese regions. The first time it's going to be grabbed up. In this game, I spot 3 heroes who rely on their healing quite a lot. And of course, I see this SF as well, which you'd like to be able to burst pre-BKB. This is a volatile hero in its own sense, and it's not necessarily, doesn't fit the bill as like a lane dominator that's going to protect the Spectre throughout all of it. Fluke, Lizard was worried about how the Spectre's going to lane into the LC Hoodwink. I'm now even more worried now that all you have as backup is the AA. I mean, the AA can also end up feeding in this lane if he's not careful.
Yeah, 100%, and I think the AA can also really be food in the mid game as well. Like he's going to be a very, very easy dual target for them. If the Slark gets something like a very early Shadow Blade, it's going to be very, very hard for this AA to play around the map. I understand it. There is 3 heroes that rely on their healing with the Treant potentially being able to throw living armor on everybody, so they are able to cancel a lot of that out in a team fight. But I think the way that this mid game is going to work is, you know, if the LC has a pretty good time, going to be able to get these blink pickoffs. They're going to have the Hoodwink. I want to see the Hoodwink and the LC literally not leave each other's side. I think that's going to be a big thing for Team Cloud to try and have a bit of pace in this mid game. Is those two need to play like they're joined at the hip, and they just need to run around and try and kill as many of these people as they can. Their lanes look pretty good, but you know, I've seen some wacky stuff between both these two teams, so who really knows?
Lizard, very quickly before we get into the game, this lock now shifts the SF going into the mid lane rather than the safe lane. Do you like that change overall? What do you make of the draft that we've seen from Poke Gaming for game number 2?
I'm just gonna say this Radiant lineup is looking rough, like very hard to execute. Sure, you can get on top of AA, too much global presence on Dire. I think they should be able to take it. We'll see though. Anything can happen. It's Div 2.
Div 2 Dota can bring us anything. We just had the second longest game of the division, so we might just have another long extravaganza here between Poke Gaming and Team Cloud. To find out though, we send it over to our incredible duo. We have MLP Dota and John X Fire. Gentlemen, give us another barn burner.
Thank you so much, Snare. We do go into game number 2. Jonathan, you heard the panel. They're a little bit split when it comes to these drafts. Not 100% sure what they're to be expecting. Neither am I, if I'm quite honest with you. I'm not sure exactly what we're in for because, well, that game 1 was an interesting one to say the least. What I can promise you, though, is there is going to be 1D award to come out from Starra.
Yeah, nice little golden fusion already. I think they saw Batrider just auto attack hitting something as they were standing right in the ramp, so got room to clear that out themselves. Look, I'm kind of with Lizard on this one. I like the global potential coming out from Poke. Think about Spectre, Shadow Step with an AA Blast on top when that's online. It's pretty brutal to play against. Like, these supports will just be picked off so fast when the Spectre can just jump on top and drop the quality damage. They're trying to jump in now. So get a little bit of a, just a trade back and forth that does give Cloud a little bit more in terms of the bounties at the least, so having themselves a pretty good time. I'm kind of keen on seeing just how much Andy can get from the mid Slark versus the Batrider, right? Like, that's where the lane shift out comes. They want to just have this Dispel on hand. We have seen Slark versus Batrider before, and I feel like even with the Dark Pack, it's not the comfiest for Slark. You still have range advantage for small KK. You can still try to stack up the Napalm again and get some right clicks. Dark Pack hurts you every time you use it as well, so it's a weird trade-off. You're really going to have to rely on juggling around your stick usage here well.
Certainly are. We'll keep an eye out on this mid lane because it's something we don't get to see very often. Maybe we have a look at the top lane because you're going to have Lun Fur there with now against Mercy and CSJ. What do you think about that top lane? Like, it seems like laning-wise, you're going to have a decent enough time from both ends of things. Anything in particular we need to keep an eye out on, you, John?
The lane feels a lot better for Cloud here. You have much more aggression coming out with the Hoodwink and with the LC. There's not much play around Fu and Lunfa can really do here. I mean, it's a Spectre plus AA lane. It's pretty passive just by nature. I like that Ranfu is just playing tag with chill and touch. He doesn't want to go too close into their faces as there's a lot of punishment here. But that does benefit the side of Cloud quite a fair bit. You're just going to be able to get what you need on CSJ much earlier here.
Sure. And that bottom lane, of course, Butterfly Effect and Starif against Eren and Killer. Centaur Rubik does seem quite potent. The SF, we know from experience, takes quite a bit of time to get online. And, well, it's not the easiest or rather the hardest target to take down if you catch him out like this. Butterfly I mean, just body blocked up. We'll eat a Fairy Fire. One more double edge will do the job, but Killer, he can't get within range. They lost vision in that tree line. Butterfly effect. He will survive another day. The thing is, this lane can be quite potent. Like, it's not going to get too much easier either way.
No, it's certainly not. Tree lines cut down, lift into hoof stop combinations. Pretty painful. You do have raises to play with, but if you don't manage to land them, then the threat's not there, and Kill is just really durable by virtue of just being a Centaur. So you have to ensure that you can kind of set up with these slows from Starve, get the raises you need if you want to counterfight, and that will slow down the pace of your farm either way. The butterfly effects force a response to these movements.
Starov. Gonna fight back here. Killer may have gone a bit too far, but no, he gets the first blood. Oh, that double edge cooldown so darn low, only 4 seconds. Allows him just enough damage to secure first blood. Sure, he dies at the end of the day, but you get that bonus gold, just TB back to the laning phase, not too big of a deal. Meanwhile, top side, looks like they have got Ranfu down a bushwhack. They'll go for the chase onto the AA, and well, CSJ, he'll have more than enough to secure the kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Both sides have really strong off lanes and fairly passive safe lanes. So you can expect both CSJ and you can expect Killa to have a good time here coming out from the laning phase, just set up for their team from there. The big issue is really the pacing for poke. Like, you will have to stall for the spec, and that feels a lot tougher than stalling out for an SF. Although we have seen FSFs just opt to farm more than join some early fights, I don't think you can afford to do that as Butterfly Effect. You've got to take initiative once you've got a couple of your items up, maybe Dragonlance BKB, and just get going from there, because if you allow the Spectre to farm into the Ags, into the Manta, into the Heart, you don't have any clear answers for her, and you can break with Mercy, but it's easier said than done.
That looked very easy bot lane as well, John. Killer just deleting Butterfly Effect. Just every time you get lifted by Aaron, chances are you are going to die. Like, and as the levels go up, the chances just only increase. This SF, again, having a pretty rough start to the game. Of course, you aren't purely reliant on the SF to pull you through this game, as you do have this Slark, but you definitely don't want to have too bad of a start, because soaking gold away from each other not going to be very nice. As well, bot lane Aaron does take a fair bit of damage from these razors thrown out by Butterfly, but ultimately won't be enough to really kill him off here on the Ruby.
Yeah, just copying a couple of hits. That's enough to shove him away from the lane. So Killa's solo is much more manageable for the side of Cloud, and that's giving some much needed space out for Butterfly Effect. Just try to catch up in this farm game. So far though, Cloud are having a really strong showing on mid and off. So you are getting that good start here for Andy. Not that small KK is really too far behind, but it's a good start. And this Slark swap is paying off. We're not seeing any movement coming out, and even if you had movement coming out from Pokemon, you've got AA Rubik. The support rotation just isn't the smoothest to pull off. And again, that's something Cloud can do. Their early to mid game is a lot stronger. Their laning phase looking like it can set up for that.
Bottom, they've got him again. Yeah. Butterfly Effect, he's going to try to run with the raise, the double edge. It's not enough damage. My oh my, they just don't stop. In fact, Aaron, he's the one to go down. His Butterfly Effect just kind of abuses the raises. Just find himself a nice pick off there onto the Rubik. And with that, he can kind of relax knowing that he can't get lifted up into a hoof stomp anytime soon.
Yeah. You're at the point with level 3 raises where trading back is a lot faster, your burst timing's a lot quicker on these squishy supports. So you can find a lot more for your trouble there. They are, again, being left to their side lane, so you can't really play with your Batrider, which is one thing you really want to see come out for small KK. You want to run down Andy somehow. Andy finds himself a double damage rune as well with his level 6 up. Could opt to go for a pretty deep dive here if he wants to.
Mercy's going to show up. Small KK. Just get taken down here. They'll try to evade as best as possible, but there's just no escaping Andy at the moment. Like, Ranfu down, rotated to try and help out, but as an AA, you are just going to melt. Andy finding 2 for his trouble. That'll be 2 permanent agility stats being made for the Slark. And he can even think about chipping into that mid-tier 1 tower. He's got the siege creep up. Though it might die, and it does. Unfortunately.
Yep, but the DD, you still do a lot of damage by yourself. So you can drop it down quite a fair bit. Not going to be able to fully commit, of course, as small KK still has the threat of Lasso ready on his end. But you're finding this early start, again, for the side of Cloud, which is important. Their lineup has to come online. They've got to punish Poke. for wanting to play a slower game. They might find more.
Andy's being quite aggressive here with these rotations, but they are panning out. Killer, he's stuck nearby on the Centaur. He's going to be alright to walk out, but I'm liking this mid Slark so far. Like, Andy's had basically free farm. The Batrider's had zero effect. Meanwhile, top side, Lunfer, dropping extremely low, needs to be somewhat careful because CSJ needs one creep for level 6, and then we go. He's going to have the perfect timing for the jewel to come out. Lunfer, can he survive? Fade Bolt, it's not going to be enough. He does go down, and CSJ, he takes a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough to take him out. He is going to survive. For now, though, Ranfu does show up, but doesn't have the vision.
They're not able to punish. The support duo of Poke just... They can't do much to punish any sort of deep dives. It's AA with not many levels. It's Rubik with not that many levels as well. You're getting pressured on every lane. Lonfer is going to need to find some space to farm. And Cloud, man, they're just finding momentum. Another great power rune for Andy as well, just instantly running down bot. He's got the Shadow Dance. Up against a tanky hero like the Centaur, you're going to build a lot of stacks here.
Well, Andy again. Killer, he can't do anything about it. Andy is just an absolute menace. He'll pop the Stampede at the least, but Andy's got a haste group. So Andy will just chase him down. At least on the other side of the map, they do find Mercy and CSJ. So it is a decent amount of kills coming out here at the top lane for Poke. But man, oh man, you've got to be worried about Andy, because after that last game, Andy is coming back for revenge.
Oh yeah, he's kicking it into gear. He's taking so much activity from mid. He knows he can't afford just sit back and farm, because you've got an SF. You kind of need to play fast on this Slark, and he does have some early spikes with his kind of itemization. Going straight for the Diffusal Blade. Much easier to run more heroes down as well when the opportunity presents itself. And just trying to shrink this map fast. The one issue for the side of Cloud is their push isn't the best. So even if they get these pickoffs, at some point if they don't get objectives on top, it just feels awkward.
Ranfu now is literally just going to be left to die, it seems. Andy just casually walking into the dire jungle and nobody's going to contest him. Instead, Small KK trying to find those neutral camps, does get them. But I think Andy may have stolen a couple with the Dark Pack. And with that, I mean, this Slark, just no fear.
Yeah, it's just not enough damage or not enough hold to punish him with the Dark Pack. He's just so confident in bailing out from any piece of control that they might pump out here. And he's just able to get away with a lot. Like, your support duo just doesn't stop Slark. Like, AA, Rubik, they can't really stop the aggression coming out from him. We're also seeing that Lonfer is already forced into the jungle. He does have the Blade Mail, so at least he can get his farm game going. It's going to be a process. Like, Poke will have to play from behind for quite a fair bit of time. And as long as Cloud plays this aggression, keeps shutting down his farm, then they can make it work.
Well, at least Killer does find Starif down in the bot lane as the Centaur, so let's pop Stampede for that one. Problem is the top T1 tower is just going to go the way of CSJ for free. Of course, Mercy will be around to defend the bottom tier 1, so that's going nowhere. This is the Centaur, you'd love to tank those tier 1 tower hits and just use Retaliate to take it down, but Killer's probably just not feeling safe whatsoever this game, not yet anyway. More rotations incoming. They've got the Treant on the way. Starif's just going to make sure this tower goes up to full HP once again. And obviously you are looking to play a very slow game as Poke anyway, because you do have the Spectre. But considering the 4K advantage 11 minutes in, kind of hard to imagine the game going that slowly, unless Poke can continue making some form of space. For now though, they are losing a lot of map space, that's for sure, as Killer's going to tip Mercy while he's at it. I believe that was a Starbreaker that didn't connect on the Centaur. Meanwhile, top lane, Lasso has been committed, CSJ going too far. And it seems like Small KK is going to be able to punish him.
A nice pick off to get, giving some relief to Lonfer and that top lane to just farm as well. And just dodging out any wider engagements. You are still trying to get that farm up. You do lose mid, which is a pretty big take for Cloud just from the creep wave coming in. So again, this jungle invasion can just continue for the most part on Cloud's end without caring too much. Diffusal flying out for Andy as well. So our Slark is ready to really just run everyone down if you're not careful. And Lonfer, it's fine. Doesn't get pounced on. At the very least, the pounce doesn't connect. But you can just see, again, how confident Andy is. He just knows he's really strong. He has to play like he's really strong and just keep looking for these opportunities.
Killer bottom lane going to be chased down, but Bushwhack did not connect from Mercy, so they won't have enough control quite yet to try and deal with the Centaur again. Killer, though, sticking around for the T1 tower. He's still going to be fine to walk away. He's got help on the way, in fact. Aaron's going to be right behind. They've got the Ice Blast. They've got the Hoop Stop. They've even got the Haunt being committed, but Butterfly Peck might have time for the Requiem, but no, he cancels. Oh, he would have had time. It won't matter. He's down. So is Starif and Mercy. Probably going to drop as well. Nice Bushwhack at the very least, landing on a couple, holding down 3. They're trying to bring more in desperately to fight back. CSJ, he's not going to be able to break the distance to try and get a nice duel off. Only has the Blade Mail at the moment. And Andy, he does join the party, but he's also too late.
That's what they need to do on the side of Poke. Play with the Ice Blast. They get the lift, they get the chain stunts, they find a big target, they find a clump up. Good angle from Ranfu. And now they can just switch on to their stacks they've managed to build up here as well. A lot of farm coming out for small KK. Blink Honor Batrider coming up next. He knows he's got to play make for the team. They need to have this jump along with the Centaur down the line when he gets his Vanguard Blink. Still out. They're not resting here.
They are not. Mid lane, Aaron. Can he get caught? Has his own Dark Pack, but it's probably not going to be enough to get away from Andy, though he is trying his best. Ice Blast, it is not going to connect on the Slark. Perhaps if it did, you might have had some turn potential, but it's just not quite there. More permanent agility to go the way of the Slark. Now 6 for Andy.
He's feeling pretty damn strong. Good amount of damage coming out from him. And it takes him less time in the middle of these fights to just build up and just become uncontrollable with right clicks. Still, double blink is up for Poke. Small KK. Oh, they got Killer.
They've got Killer with the Starbreaker, or rather, excuse me, the Sharpshooter. It's more than enough damage to take down Killer. Happy days for your old seat. And Andy's still just roaming so aggressively. Small KK's taken over that triangle on the dire end. So you'd love to give that bump to Spectre. Meanwhile, mid lane, Andy, he's just been hanging around that area for so long. He takes down Aaron as soon as he shows past that tier 2 tower. He'll try for a chase. It's kind of hard, though, to get a nice lasso off. And they didn't even have the Firefly for the bonus movement speed, so there was just no catching him. Andy's fine once again.
Again, just a hit and run. Just utilizing the Slark and its mobility and its early presence. They're going down bot, though.
Yeah, Killer gonna try and make the jump in onto CSJ, and they've got him. So the thing is, you always have the backup of the Ice Blast here from Ranfu Dao. If you can get a nice initiation, you've always got that bonus damage, as we do see Ranfu losing his courier with the point booster. Meanwhile, mid lane, Mercy's gonna drop as Killer. Nice little initiation there on the Centaur. Andy's sticking around. Andy wants to try, but Andy's kind of alone at the moment. It's only Starif nearby. So as you do have the backup of the Overgrowth if you need it. Andy's still playing with fire. Stampede's going to be there. Has he gone too far this time? He pounces away, but the Haunt is there. The chase is on. Overgrowth, but Lenfur, no, he's not going to be able to keep up. Andy's got help now. Killer still going to jump in with a hoop stomp, landing onto the LC, but the Requiem, it is going to land and the jewel comes out. CSJ wins another. And it seems like Poke have had enough. They wanted the Slark so darn bad, but Andy, proving to be way too slippery, is not going to give the opening over. In fact, Mercy, he's not done yet. A nice Bushwhack is going to land onto the Spectre, and with the Sharpshooter, you're going to have the damage. No problem.
They've got to be a bit more patient than jumping that Slark. They did line up quite nicely for it, but it's still a Slark. And this is a Slark without the full Ags up. Once Andy has those 2 pounces and range, you're going to have an even tougher time. You have to accept that the Slark's probably not your target right now. Oh, Mercy.
Mercy, he's running. Killer, not actually going to go for it. His blink is on cooldown now. Mercy just casually going to try and walk back for the double damage, but Aaron does end up denying it off. Mercy not going to bother trying to go for a Bushwhack. We'll just leave the Rubik be. AK advantage, though, the way of Cloud, so you're sitting more than happy right now if you are the Radiant side. And knowing you're against a Spectre, look at the net worth of Lunfer at the moment. Compared to everyone else, he's sitting at 5.5k. This is why a Spectre, it just feels like such a depressing position one to play at the moment. So only itemization is build Blade Mail into ads, and then farm at a snail's pace.
Pretty much. Like, the hero just doesn't hit critical mass fast enough. And Andy's just not giving him any room to farm.
Yeah, I mean, you know he's there somewhere. He's dead. Andy's going to try and go for a run. Poke can try for this. Small KK in position for a lasso. He's got to wait out the Dark Pack, though. Does do so. There's a nice overgrowth. They still lift him back into the hoof stop. Maybe they can find Andy, and they will. That's a big one. Meanwhile, Mercy, Requiem is there. Small KK getting caught out again. So CSJ winning another duel now as they land a Bushwhack in onto the Rubik. So Aaron's gone. Killer, he does at least get Mercy, but it's going to cost his own life. The damage output right now, Butterfly Effect, is just so damn high. It's not a bad team fight for Poke, but this is all why your Spectre's dead. It's like she's getting no benefit from this.
Dire's bottom tower is under
It's tough for Lonfer. And it's all in on Lonfer at this point as well. You have just not been able to win out any of your lanes. You're scaling your mid-game spike on the Centaur and the Batrider. It's sort of there, but it doesn't feel like it's strong enough to deal with both the SF and the Slark, and even the LC. But they have just so many good solutions coming out from Cloud. What Poke needs to do is just play around her own pickoff. Right? We've seen them have success, lift up into Hoof Stomp, into Ice Blast, and just go for these single target pickoffs. That's all you can really hope for. Because any longer, and you have the counterplay with the Overgrowth for the Stampede to stop, you've got the Duel to isolate one, you've got the Fear Control coming up from Butterfly Effects Requiem, and this Slark that just jumps around.
Uh-oh. Mercy. First the attack and a save. In goes the LC for the duel, finding the Batrider, and the Sharpshooter actually going to be blocked off here by our Spectre, but it doesn't matter. CSG still wins this one out. In goes Andy. He wants to fight. He loves to fight, but the Hoof Stomp's going to connect. The Cold Feet will freeze him up. Can he survive through it? The Double Edge, no, it's not enough. Oh, it is not enough. That is a concern. Poke will get chased down once again. Looks like they won't dive past the tier 2 tower, but Roshan's going to be open. They can just go right for that if they want.
They can. They've got the output ready to go with Butterfly Effect, and they've got the full Ags flying out now on Andy. So if you thought you had a hard time catching the Slark before, you're going to have a hellish time catching him out now. I don't think you even go for Andy anymore. You might actually just gun for Butterfly Effect, maybe look for that offlane LC on CSJ, and again, just play the pickoff game. These wider team fights are just not working out for Poke. Not at this point. They need so much more farm, and they're running out of map space to get that done. 2 lives up on Butterfly Effect. The mid-game spikes of both the SF and the Slark are fully in gear. Oh, you do have tree disconnects.
That's a big one. And he's like, what do you do now? Like, 21 to 15, 11k advantage. It's massive at 20 minutes. Yeah, the big concern is the fact that this Spectre has 0. Like, 6.7k just about net worth on this Spectre. Even once you have the Ags up, it's not like anything changes. You know, like, she has some more global presence. She's more annoying. But ultimately, she still lacks a lot of damage. And survivability, for that matter.
Yeah, it needs more. Well, once you have Ags plus Manta, it feels a lot better. And presumably the BKB here, just because you really don't want to deal with a Hoodwink and her Sharpshooter in this game. And then that's the point where you're all right, kind of stable. You don't really need too much damage, it feels like, because we have seen the heroes on a Cloud kind of drop low. It is just survivability that Lonfer will need. And that's Manta after Ags is like, it feels like it's going to be 10 minutes away, maybe a bit longer if this map shrinks even further. And we are seeing Killa and Small KK try their best, right? Like, they're running around as 2 with their supports. They're trying to find these pickoffs. They're trying to get activity with the Haunt in. They are finding some heroes, but just all these counterplays from Cloud. The fact that Treant stops Stampede. The fact that you don't have a hard hold for Slark. The fact that even if you catch all these heroes, Butterfly Effect gets a good position, gets Requiem off. There's nothing to cancel it because you don't have that many stuns on your side either. it's much more forgiving for Cloud right now in comparison to Poke. And for Cloud, I mean, at this point, if you just keep suppressing the map like this, I don't see Poke having counterplay. Maybe on the high ground, you could hope for, say, a lasso stampede pull way into the back lines and just isolate one hero like that. But again, it's easier said than done to get that.
It certainly is. It's not an easy game whatsoever to even consider coming back from. Well, they'll need the players to reconnect first anyway before we can even talk about a comeback happening, because 3 of them are completely gone now. So I suppose that kind of adds to the chance of a comeback here for Poke in Game 2. You know, if they never reconnect, considering the game state right now, 11k advantage. 20 minutes in. It's just like so much reliance on everyone else right now to buy this space. It's still possible to get the damage out on these calls. Like, Small KK still does a lot of damage along with Killer. And you have the backup of the Ice Blast always from Run Fu Dao, but that's about it. Like, apart from that, you haven't got too much going for you. Compare that to the SF right now, who's got 12.1k net worth and Aegis up and is almost at that stage where SF just deletes you every time he starts attacking you with the Mask of Madness. I'm just not sure what they can do. Like, unless we have a similar thing to what happened last game, where instead of Poke dragging the game out for no reason, Cloud might do the exact same thing, then I could see them like making a decent comeback. But it's gonna take at least 20 more minutes.
Yeah, like 10 minutes is when the Spectre feels better. 15 to 20 is when it really starts to feel like it can equalize the game. It's a lot of time. And as we're seeing from Cloud right now, I mean, they're playing aggressive. They've been consistently aggressive. So I don't think they're going to just be standing back and farming up anytime soon. They understand that there's a little bit of a timer over their heads. They've got to take action now. So would be a bit disappointed if they just sat back and farm. 11k up. You're feeling good. You know it's a Spectre. You've done well. Just keep doing well.
Yeah, I mean, you might wait for maybe a bit more itemization here from the SF, but quite frankly, you're at that stage where you could definitely go for a fight into high ground if you really wanted to. He just hits like an absolute truck at the moment, level 16, and like nobody even close to him on this SF. And that's considering how bad of a start he did have, because you remember he was just constantly getting lifted up into the hoof stomps of our Centaur and just somehow just still recovers anyway. Like it's quite impressive.
Yeah, it's just the nature of SF though as well, right? Like he flash farms really well, considering all the space Andy's created. He's got a lot of room to just farm.
Yeah.
Killer.
Tips out here from Killer to Andy. I wonder, like, I can't remember how much time do players have to reconnect before their time's up.
Usually it's 5 minutes team time to reconnect. 5 minutes, and then that's well, that was way back when in BTS, when we had Douglas watching the clock. Best admin. Of course, can't forget Nino at number 2.
Can't forget Nino. That's for sure. I'd like to forget Nino, but you certainly can't. I've tried, trust me.
I'd like to forget Neff, but he haunts me.
Yeah, there's that guy. We'll be seeing him back in NA Div 1 very, very soon, I'm sure. At least now. I mean, he likes to pretend like he's part of the team, but, we all know everyone hates him. He's just an employee doing his job. A bad one at that, in case he's listening.
Hey, we saw him behind the camera in Yamson's interview. He had a good laugh when Yamson gave the best interview.
that was a great interview. I can't wait for the rematch between those two, I'll tell you. What was it? It's wildcard and Nouns, right? They better go at it next time. It'd be amazing.
I want to see how Sammy Boy reacts to that one.
Well, still no signs of a reconnect here from our 3 players from Cloud. Hopefully everything's going okay with the old internet connection. Not exactly sure what's happened here, but clearly something's gone wrong, John. Electricity, internet, something's gone a little bit whack for 3 of the players.
It's a bit strange to experience this outside of Southeast Asia. I feel like we haven't had this in a very, very long time.
It's been a long time.
Not since C. Yeah, it's actually strange to me. It's like, it used to happen a lot more. You know what, Mike? It's Valentine's Day, right? It's the Day of Hearts. I had a friend come up to me and ask me for some reason for Dota team pickup lines. I'm wondering, do you have any on off the top of your head?
Dota 2 pickup lines or Dota team pickup lines?
Huh?
Dota
Dota
2
2. Yeah.
No,
like
I mean,
team. Yeah, Dota team pickup lines. Sure.
No, I don't. I'm sorry to
No?
not be creative. I don't have it.
Yeah.
I remember reading there was some Twitter gift cards being made, like the butterfly "I miss you" thing, and
I have one. This is great.
What do you have? Go on.
Are you Necrophos? Because you have a
No.
Heartstopper aura about you.
Oh, that's terrible. No, I can't even smile at that. That was terrible. This is why I don't even try, because they're just so bad. There's no two ways about it. It's just bad, John.
It's genius, Mike. I know what you're talking about.
Did you-
That's great. Calling the girl you like a Necrophos, comparing you to Necrophos. That's a great move. Works 10 out of 10 times, by the way.
Yeah,
I can
actually.
attest.
I mean, you're always with the old ladies, John. I know you. Speaking of which, how was your Valentine's? Did you do anything today, John?
No. What
No?
did I do? I ordered some breakfast for me and my mom. My sister went out with a friend. So it was just me and my mom for lunch, and we had some silog, like the fried rice stuff I always talk about. Fried garlic rice with some meat and eggs. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's my Valentine's.
Very good.
That's
Well,
all I
at
did.
least you took care of mom. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, we just stayed at home, but it's better than nothing, I suppose.
That's true.
At least I
Jonathan.
could do.
That is true.
How about you, Mikey? Anything planned with the old missus after this one?
No, sir. I mean, she's made some ravioli, so I'm looking forward to that. Yeah.
Ooh.
You know what ravioli is, John?
Yes.
Are you uncultured?
Somewhat.
Right. Okay.
I think I
Okay.
do.
It's meat
I'm
filled pasta,
surprised.
Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm
Why?
surprised because I expected you to just say sarmale. Because when we were in Romania, you just every day I'd ask you, "What do you have in sarmale? What are you having, sarmale? What are you having, sarmale?" It's like, why do I even bother asking you what you're having?
Yeah, but that's literally
It's
what's going to
good,
happen.
though.
Like, I've actually got a plan that every day when we're back for that 3 weeks, I'm literally going to just keep ordering sarmale every meal. I'm literally just going to keep ordering it. You watch. I'm going to stack up the boxes so I can prove it too. You're not going to... Well, it's so good. Well, why wouldn't I order it,
It
over
is
and
good.
over again?
To be fair, it is good. It is good. I love some. It's good. It's good. I enjoy it. I do have to say, Mich is so much. Oh, Mich is so good. Like, just slap a lot of mustard on that meat. So good.
It is good. You're making me very hungry, by the way, John, because I'm waiting
I'm glad.
for the series to end so I can eat the dinner with my wife. But now we've got a 3-man disconnect going on here. So again, kind of hence why I was asking how long do the players have of pause time?
They
I
have
don't see
enough.
any warnings being handed out yet. So I assume they're still perfectly fine. Hopefully everything's fine. I do want them to reconnect and finish the damn games. Hate to have a disconnection into a forfeit. Those are always terrible because DPC is kind of it's very punishing like that, isn't it? Like, you lose one series and it could cost you everything.
I mean, for Cloud, again, the stakes here is if they don't win this, chances are they're in the bottom two, straight up. Like, if they win
Right.
here, they can force out a 3-way tie for the bottom two and have a chance to force tiebreakers and move up, perhaps, if certain things line up. But a loss here would just put them right at the bottom. So, wouldn't want to bomb out that way. But, there is more time. No one's asking like anything. So, we don't have Dougie watching the clock here. We're fine. Speaking of fine,
Absolutely.
like, you know what to say to a fine young lady as well?
What's that?
The sight of you makes me do a heavenly jump.
Oh. That's... I can't even laugh at it, John. It's so bad. It's actually... Well, you gotta laugh. There you go. Aaron's having a good time. Loves the killer
Aaron
pigeon
hears
voice
everything.
line. There you go. Yeah. Oh, goodness me. Well, I appreciate you at least having some Valentine's lines ready. I can see why you had to stay at home with your mother.
Yeah.
Shout out to her. But I can now. I hope she didn't have to listen to these, John.
No.
No.
I mean,
Well,
I
that's
wouldn't. I was forced to do this for content, for
Really?
a content piece. It's going to come out somewhere, I think. I was like, she asked me at like 12 midnight for a little piece that's coming out from, I believe, Telm. She's like, hey, do you have anything? We're going to rate them. I'm like, I do not have a single thing in my mind.
Right.
Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one. So I'll tell you first and figure out if it's me that made it or not, all right? Or who else might have made it. Are you the Skull Basher? Because you're a stunner.
I don't think that was you.
Yeah. Of course not.
And
Take a wild guess.
we're from Talon? Like from the Talon org?
No. From here. From here.
Was it your dad?
No. Why would
Did
my
your dad come up with it? Well, I don't know.
No, it's
You're
Fluke.
telling me to guess.
He's
Who
a
is it?
champ. Mr. Fluky
Oh, it was
has a
Fluke.
good line. There you go. He's
Well,
a
of
killer.
course it was. What does that mean? 18 to 11.
2023.
We know there's a date there. There's 100% a date.
I need my phone. I cannot, Mike. Unfortunately, I do not speak Chinese. I cannot read Mandarin. Simplified
Right.
Chinese as well. I cannot read anything. So,
That's okay,
By the
John.
power of
You
the
don't need to
internet.
be able to read it. That's all right.
power of the internet.
Are you translating for us? All right. Well, we're going to throw
I
to
will
a break for now because we are going to have a very long pause. It looks like. So we're going to throw to a break. We'll be right back as soon as we get this pause out of here. We'll see you then. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back into Game 2. You may have noticed there's currently 3 heroes missing, or rather 3 players missing, and that's because we have to pursue the game. Sadly, they haven't been able to reconnect, so we have to get the game underway once again, as per the DPC rules. Welcome back, Jonathan. How you doing?
Doing great. Before we switch back in, we actually saw CSJ get a duel win on the Rubik, so be on pause. I mean, you can still play this game if you have like a godlike micro player. And so far, we are seeing CSJ controlled up. You are having Butterfly Effect farm. So someone's playing multiple heroes. I mean, you could split it 2 and 1, I suppose. It's difficult, but we'll see what Cloud can do. They still have this lead. To be quite frank with you, if they play their cards right, they could still win 3 players down and force a game 3.
Here we go. Small KK, he's around. They'll make the jump in onto the AA instead. Ice Blast even committed from Run Fu Dao. Stampede is there, but the pounce is out once again. Andy gonna land, but now the turnaround. Onto the Slark. Andy, Overgrowth is committed, but the stolen Overgrowth now from Aaron gonna make sure Andy gets locked down, but no, the Dark Pack. He still gets away. Oh, the Slark is so hard to control. And obviously someone's having a lot of difficulty controlling 2 heroes at once, maybe even 3. I think Aaron was controlling, or rather Andy was controlling all those heroes. He's still gonna find a kill to the Batrider, jumps into the Rubik, might find another. Lundfur surely gets the kill. He has to. He has to. Oh no, he's not. Andy gets away.
Boy.
Andy's all right.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one, Mike. You've got 3 heroes down, you're still dropping heroes, you have no way of holding the Slug. In the end, this could very well end up being the Andy show. And once he gets the BKB, oh boy, your solutions aren't quite there on the side of Poke. So, I don't know, this is gonna be for the history books, Mike, if they do manage to win out in Cloud's End. All right.
I just called it. Well, I mean, that's a bit of a sad. I mean, I actually thought for a moment, I legitimately thought Andy was like, screw it, we're just going to pop off. I'm just going to control everyone and we're going to do it. It seems like they just call it. I mean, you know, what can you do is probably the appropriate phrase here. John and Poke, they don't look too happy about it. I think even though you won the Series 2-0 now, after a convincing game like that from Cloud, they're probably sitting there like, what the hell just went wrong and how did we get so lucky to win 2-0?
Yeah, ideally, if everyone was still there, I think we'd have a game 3. So, unfortunate for the side of Cloud, but they are showing promise. They can outdraft, get into the heads of their enemies, and come back in the series. They just have to find out elsewhere, and they will if they want to stay here in Div 2. A lot in the line for the next few games for them.
Yeah, very unfortunate here for Cloud, but nonetheless, congratulations to Poke for the 2-0 victory. We do have our panel ready as well, so let's throw over to them. And I mean, what kind of analysis can they provide? Let's see.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the game and for an edition of the MLP and John podcast. Yes, indeed, gentlemen, we are back. Game number 2 goes the way of Poke Gaming with a 2-0 lead, but not exactly as expected. And Fluke, one of the things that you spoke about in the pre-panel was that they should just send the Slog middle. He's going to end up dominating. He dominated the mid lane. The laning phase was really, really favorable for Team Cloud early on.
Yeah, I think Andy kind of had a bit of a masterclass, and I'm going to take a quote directly from MLP himself by using his TI voice line. I mean, what can you do? Like, really, what can you do in a situation like that where you, unfortunately, like, I feel like Andy would have popped off and carried the rest of that game. I think that was a pretty dominant, you know, display coming in from Cloud, the way that Andy played that mid lane, the way they played the rest of their lanes as well. Yeah, their safe lane was a little bit wonky with the fact that, you know, the Centaur versus Rubik combination is very, very strong, but they had a pretty good off lane themselves. I think they were getting multiple kills going around the map, and it just, unfortunately, you know, got to a point where they disconnected. But I think for Cloud, the big takeaway from them for this game is they still have some really, really good ideas, and they still are able to execute their ideas when they do work out. But at the end of the day, you know, coming into this series, they're already down 0-4. So them going down in this series, they're at 0-5. The only way they stay in Div 2 is for some weird tiebreakers for them at the end of the season. So it is a very hard pill for them to swallow right now, but I think they should take this as a learning experience and then go into these last 2 series and hopefully get some dubs on the board.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, Lizard, not only do they end up going down 0-5, it's not like the competition gets any easier for them after this. They're playing LBZS and Meteor, who are teams at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Talk to us about this loss, right? Because this is not just the kind of loss where it's like, oh, well, we lost the series, but this kind of situation, this inflicts emotional damage onto you as well, doesn't it?
Yep. I've had literally the same thing happen to me multiple times. I remember back when DDoSing was a thing. I was in a boot camp, and literally all of us would get disconnected. I mean, I'm a micro player, so I'd continue playing and win it anyway, you know, but yeah, I understand how they feel. Basically, it depends on what the state your team is in. But if your team is losing and then one time you're supposed to get the win, this happens, you know, it affects you morally. Like you feel, it affects your morale. You feel like, yeah, nothing is working. And even when we're supposed to win, the stars do not align. I don't think they should have won this game, by the way. They would have, but I don't think they should have. The lanes went way too well for them. If Poke just managed to even out at least one lane properly, I think this game, late game, is theirs. But they just got crushed everywhere. Like top lane was a disaster, mid lane was a disaster. Well, not a disaster, but mid lane wasn't great. Bat got killed, and then bottom lane as well wasn't that great. They did get like SF once, but it wasn't great. Overall, it's rough. Things like this happen, you know, internet problems and whatnot. It happens. Hopefully they can keep their heads high.
Especially given that they have pretty much must-win series coming up. Otherwise, it's guaranteed that they'll find themselves out of Division 2 and having to claw their way back into the DPC. After a situation like this, though, Poke Gaming, of course, will be breathing a sigh of relief knowing that, hey, guys, we lost the lanes. We weren't supposed to lose these lanes, but at the very least, we still got the W at the end. And that keeps them in a decent position to stay in Division 2, as that'll put them 2 and 3 on the leaderboard overall. So taking a quick look at those before we proceed with the Day of Dota 2 action. Fluke, coming into this, you know, you were telling me about how things have been so far. For Poke Gaming, we had an assumption that they might be slightly prepped to be able to win this one, given that they've been winning more of their games. This is also going to be a sigh of relief for them to get this W, but their next upcoming games that they end up playing aren't necessarily that easy. They still have to play YBB and the Outsiders from China. So talk to me about this. Given where they are right now, what do they need to do to ensure that they avoid the drop, avoid being in a situation where Mystique and Cloud are currently battling it out just to stay in the division?
Yeah, I think Poker have shown us some good stuff so far. I think they might need to try and move a little bit away from Lonfer just going for these hyper carries in every single game. A lot of the games that they have won so far have been off the back of a hyper carry coming in from Lonfer. So I want to see them kind of shore up their drafts a little bit. Their last two series are going to be very, very hard for them to win. I think from what they've shown today, I don't think they've shown that they've been on the caliber of the last two teams they've got with YBB and Outsiders left to go for them. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Poke, but I think they should be counting their lucky stars that they got through this series, because who knows if this goes to a game number 3, what Cloud's going to look like, and that they now are at 2 and 3 on the standings, and they're looking like they should be able to just keep their noses outside of relegation here in Div 2.
They're just outside of the drop, unfortunately, for the side here of Poke Gaming, or for Cloud rather. They are in the drop zone, so they really need to do something special with their last 2 games to try and avoid being immediately relegated. A 2-0 day, a long game 1, a very long pause. Before we go into start talking about the next series here, Lizard, I really, really want to think about this Cloud lineup, right? Now that they have suffered a situation like this, there's some positives to take away, right? Like you said, they did well in the laning phase, much better than expected. Is there anything that will they be able to go back into the camp and say, look guys, although the internet woes got to us, the electricity woes got to us, ultimately we were doing more than we should have been doing in that game. Might this maybe not be a situation that galvanizes the team to be like, well, if the whole world is against us, let's level up to try and fight the whole world?
Yeah, you're the opposite of me, Snare. You look at things in the bright way. Meanwhile, I've been hurt too many times in this game, and I've been in the exact same situation. We were losing a league, and then we were all in the boot camp, and we got all disconnected because we were sharing the same internet connection. It's rough. It doesn't galvanize you. It just, at least it didn't do it to my teammates. It just made us bitter. Even we were this close to qualifying, and now this happens. But I just hope that galvanizes them, like you said. They did at least go out with a bang. Like they had really good lanes. This game looked extremely favored for them. Slark, like you could see that he almost won it on his own. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Slark was going to carry the game. I mean, we're almost on the cusp of seeing a Legion commander win a game of Dota 2. Would have been a special day indeed here in Division 2 of China, but regrettably, that is not going to be the case. Right now, Poke Gaming 2-0 up on the side of Team Cloud. We still have a final series of Dota to bring you this day of action, so you don't want to miss it because this matchup between Meteor and YBB can't overstate enough how important this could be for both of these squads' fates. For YBB, they're currently undefeated in the division so far. Meteor Gaming have suffered one loss, but they could still find themselves going 3-1 and joining LBZS and VG Gaming at the top of the leaderboard. We'll find out which one of those squads will rise to the occasion and which one of them will find themselves having to re-look over the entire strategies. We're going to be taking a somewhat extended break, but when we return, more of this DPC action here in Div 2. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more action. We'll see you soon.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome one and all here to the DPC. Chinese Dota continues here as we witness some more Div 2 action. But this time around, instead of having a matchup at the bottom of the leaderboard, we have a matchup that could determine who ends up on top as YBB Gaming take on Meteor Gaming in a best of 3 extravaganza. Right now, YBB are 2-0 in the leaderboard, Meteor Gaming are 2-1, so they don't want to lose any more matches, and YBB want to keep the win streak going. Of course, I'm going to be joined on panel yet again. I can't seem to dodge these gentlemen, no matter where I go.
Same.
Whether it's NA, whether it's Western Europe, now in China, I have Kezu and T-Gov joining me yet again. And T, we are now in an interesting region, right? Because here, this is one of the more chaotic regions, also a very competitive region. So have you been able to watch any of these games, and what do you make of Div 2 China Dota so far?
So we had the honor, Kazo and I, to watch some Vichy Gaming versus Outsiders. I think Outsiders had some promise, but Vichy Gaming at the end of the day was just the better team. Other than that, haven't really been able to catch many other teams. So I think YBB is probably up there, at least in regards to name and history. But yeah, I'm entering this series with the least amount of knowledge possible, and excited to see what happens.
Kezu, one thing that I've always seen when I was covering a lot of Chinese Dota last year, the player that stood out to me when he was on initially YBB before he transferred to Extreme Gaming, Lu, right? I had lots of faith in Lu. Actually, before he transferred, I kept talking him up and saying, guys, whoever's in need of a POS 1 hero, a POS 1 player who's really high up there, get this guy in the team. And then Extreme Gaming got him, and immediately he fell apart. Wasn't necessarily performing at the same high level that I saw him do in Div 2. Why do you think that happens sometimes, where players get promoted and end up performing way worse than they did when they were in the sort of lower division squads?
It could just be, I think it's usually one of two things. Either it's something about like your confidence, like maybe you feel excuse me, like maybe you feel really confident in the team you're playing in and very comfortable with like your surroundings, that everyone is trusting you, and then suddenly you get put into this like high caliber team, and then maybe you feel different and suddenly you feel like you can't really play the way you want to, or maybe nerves. And then for some people it's just inexperience, you know, maybe he needed a bit more time to actually, you know, get better, and perhaps now is the time where he can step up, rank up, and slap everyone.
Speaking of experience though, T, on the other side though, for the Meteor Gaming lineup, they are pretty much a very new stack, right? A lot of their players have, you know, participated in some third-party tier 3 tournaments, but it's only really Molasses who has experience at the higher levels of Dota overall. So talk to us about that, how difficult it is to make a team work and gel when you only have that one experienced voice as everybody else is still trying to find their feet.
It's going to be difficult. I think at least they have Molasses who has some experience. I think the good thing, at least with Chinese Dota, is they have a lot of tournaments that run down from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3. So even if you are a new player, it isn't like you're an NA or European player where you've gone from like playing pubs to now DPC is your main thing. I think China is actually does a pretty good job at enabling all players to have some type of competition. So that's why I think their bottom, or at least not their bottom one, but their Division 2s often have a higher quality than other Division 2s just because of their kind of the ecosystem that they have.
It's actually a very good point, Kezu. That's something we spoke about the other day when we were doing Western Europe. The lack, generally speaking, in other regions of just having lower level tournaments that are just in the region itself. China has had that in spades for many years. There's a little bit less of it now, and of course that does mean that the teams don't necessarily get themselves into the same position. They don't see everybody practicing as much, but it makes such a huge difference down the stretch, right? And I think it's probably why the Chinese scene has seemed to be the healthiest for a very, very long time, until pretty much the last couple of months at this point.
I mean, I think Division 2 China has been perhaps the strongest for a while. I know that also Division 2 in SEA is pretty strong. I mean, I would say that most Division 2 leagues are getting stronger, but I would still say China, SEA, and Europe are probably the ones that stand out to me the most. I mean, even if you just look through the teams, there's like a lot of names that you like remember from back in the day. There's like XM, Echo, you talked about Lu, there's FY and Yang in a team, like hello, you know, there are some good players around the board.
Yeah, very strong squads that we have assembled in Div 2. Looking forward into this matchup though, gentlemen, between YBB Gaming and Meteor Gaming. Something that I find intriguing in terms of how they've won their previous Series T is the fact that YBB has crushed their opponents. When they win really, really hard. They win very, very quickly. They don't give you any chance to be able to come back. And for Meteor Gaming, it's a bit more of a meandering performance. They don't necessarily rush the pace of the game. They take things fairly easy and show that, all right, after we've won our lanes, we do the old school thing of Chinese Dota. Slowly but surely choke you out and ensure you can't really really play the map. So it's sort of similar in some Tundra-esque Dota that I think comes out from them. In this particular patch, in this meta, what do you think is the most effective way to be able to get these Ws in game like this?
I mean, it's a cheap answer, and it's two options really. There's if you're really aggressive and clinical, then going aggressive is great because the teams that want to stall out games, they won't have the map space and you can crush them. But to execute that needs to be some like TI level performance, like to consistently do it. So if you want the easy answer, then probably going aggressive and then pausing that, holding the map, and then farming until you're like infinitely stronger, kind of like Tundra, but like evolved Tundra version is probably where we're at right now. But I really wish we get to see some teams go aggressive from minute 0 to the very end. But again, to master that and replicate it is very difficult.
Well, YBB is a team that loves doing that, so you're probably going to have your opportunity to witness that in action as we do have a draft on our hands. YBB Gaming versus Meteor Gaming. Game number 1, the draft. Interesting first ban. I don't think we've seen a first overall ban Primal Beast from a team before. Have we actually, Kezu?
I'm not sure. I feel like this hero has kind of creeped up a bit. I've seen it more in Europe. I've seen it a lot in China. I feel like it was in at least 2 of the games that we did the other day. This hero just seems good against a lot of the offlaners that are being played, a lot of like these range carries. He gets on top of you. And I mean, we were saying some teams should look to play aggressive. I feel like Primal Beast just makes this very easy. Presses his Q. It's like a slower hookshot in a way, I guess, but you know, this hero is just really fast, kind of obnoxious, and I think he fits the meta pretty well.
It's interesting that they banned the hero out, especially given that he hasn't been played just yet for the side of YBB. And wow, Lina left in the pool. Alrighty, so here's the question. Is this the debate? Oh my god, they go first pick Cuddle. Dude, can you just get Lina +1? Lina Rubik? Is this actually gonna happen?
No, we're going Nature's Prophet to start, alright? We're not getting carried away. Alright, okay, no. I actually like not going Lina here because I think this Coddle pick is insanely good against a Lina potentially. Because the spacing that you set on Coddle from mid lane, unless you get some like Kunkka type mid hero that shuts you down, you will just break open the map and farm. And Lina is a very greedy carry still, like strong in lane, but the transition from lane to mid-game dominance, there is about a 10-minute window of needing to farm that Kotal obliterates. That's his best timing. So I could see why teams actually might be scared of instantly responding Lina if it is a mid-Kotal. That's like only if it's mid though.
Mid-Cuddle with Spirit Breaker in the game would have some good rotations coming into him as well, increase more pressure. I'm shocked and amazed that Lina got to the second phase. Is going to get removed by YBB Gaming. Although I do like the fact that they've opened up with this Nature's Prophet. And the teams we've seen most successful with this hero, Kezu, are the teams that can flex this hero between multiple roles. And guess what? YBB has done so on both Lu and Beyond. So I'm already happy with the fact that they got themselves a comfortable hero that doesn't necessarily define their draft outright at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I like that both teams are going into the draft and they have like their own ideas of what they want to do. I think also picking Lina right now, I mean, it's been a while. People have had a lot of time to figure out the hero. Nature's Prophet is a carry that's rising in popularity, I think, day by day, and it kind of out-tempos the hero a lot. So I like both teams' first phase. And if you look at what they both have going for themselves, they're both going to play really fast and they're both going to play the map. Like right now, they kind of want to do the same thing. Ricky's going to scout with a Nature's TP. Caudle plays very fast, pushes lanes. You have SV charge. So it's like very identical. I think right now for both teams, you don't want to double down that much more on it. But instead, eventually these split pushing teams or pick-off teams, you're going to have to team fight. So I kind of like Meteor's bans where it's like a Tidehunter is taken out, a Puck is taken out. Because eventually you're not going to be able to pick off anymore and you're going to have to team fight. And right now, neither team really has any of it.
Let's see here. Going into the next phase, YBB, they have second pick in the draft overall. They have this Ricky. I hope they don't go for Ricky Mirana. That would just break my heart because I actually like this team and I don't want to see them just grief me in this game. What's lacking so far? So what do you want to see out of this phase here? I know that you prefer a support being picked up here, T. Which one leaps out to you? And if you say Mirana, I'm going to ask for the producers to mute you.
I mean, you asked what leaps out, and that is a hero that does leap. Eng can also leap with the Agnim, so you are kind of correct there, Snare. Good job.
Hey.
No, I think for YBB, at least, when you see a Spirit Breaker pick so early, you naturally just want to have heroes that survive his initiation and make it somewhat annoying. Okay, they just go.
Holy cigar.
What a quick draft, actually. So basically, Meteor, at least, with their draft, it's Chaos with Kotal, Pango, and Barra early game, Spectre secures it. But for YBB, it's like, okay, sure, you're eventually rolling up for Kotal to be this like big enabler. Viper will just beat Spectre in lane, and Nature's Prophet will take over the map. It's hard to decide who I prefer more. I think YBB's is more volatile, of course. I think on paper it looks like it should do better, but it does have some weaknesses where it will fall flat.
Let's see here. Meteor Gaming, they will have to pick first out of this phase, while YBB Gaming have the option for the last overall pick. Unfortunately, though, as much as we do like this chaos being brought to bear by the side of Meteor Gaming, Kezu, this is still going to be an off-lane Pangolier, a lane hero combination that you have some strong thoughts about. So is there some potential for them flexing this middle, maybe, and then having the Coddle occupy the off-lane, or is that just a little bit too far out of the box?
Yeah, right now, like, I'm trying to figure out what's the best way for them to like put their heroes, but I feel like no matter what they do currently, they run into a small problem. You either have a double melee off lane, or you have a +5 Spirit Breaker or a +5 Coddle with Spectre against a Viper +1 lane, which is definitely not what you want. So they've got... Their last pick needs to, I think, try to enable their lanes a little bit, because right now, if you look at YBB's draft, even though these heroes, they probably look a bit quirky to you, and I agree with T that this draft is volatile, I think right now they're actually set up to just run you over.
Yeah.
Really hard. And then it doesn't matter that your draft looks quirky, because if you win 3 lanes with these heroes, you're going to have no map to play.
Yeah, it feels like YBB. I mean, they're banning out the Undying. I like the fact that they're respecting some strong 5 that can threaten them, because if Viper does well in lane, like, so the reason why I'm a bit worried about YBB is like Barrow, Coddle, Pango, Spectre that all do really well against Nature's Prophet once you get to the mid game, right? But if you don't get there, then it's like difficult for Furin to actually play these heroes. But in the early game, Nature's Prophet can thrive, right? And we see a rare Warlock ban in the last phase, because I think YBB are kind of identifying this at least. It's like all Meteor needs to do to like have fun in this game is survive, and then eventually they will be strong. And they're banning out healers on 5, right, to mitigate this Viper. I could see them maybe even double downing, doing some like Omni-esque hero, just anything that has a bit of dispel and heal, so allow yourselves to survive this early game onslaught, and then your heroes will just super punish YBB if you can get back onto the map.
This was all the rage last season, the Warlock Spectre lane, and as well as the Fatal Bonds combination with Haunt in the mid game. It was doing really well when Warlock was doing really well, but that's fallen off this season. Interestingly enough, this is also the first ban of Warlock the entire DPC. It's not been done a single time across both divisions and across all regions.
It's rare.
But now we get Dazzle. All right, so this is also a very rare pick. The 6th hero Dazzle in this particular DPC run. Kezu, it's only won 2 times. Talk me into it. What do you like about this Dazzle? Is the heal going to be enough for the Spectre in lane?
Yeah, it's basically just what T was talking about. That's just all I wanted to like help him get through the lane. So why would we go with a last pick Tusk? Okay, just like some more early game tempo. Like both teams just went for last picks that like fit their draft, right? They just want a Dazzle that helps their guy get through the lane and potentially through the game. And YBB, they want someone who is gonna do fine against Kodo, can catch him in the game, and can speed up the early game. So I like both last picks. Even though YBB's draft looks volatile, I think that they should run this game over if they execute, which I believe they should be able to with the lanes they have.
So this Tusk is going to be the 6th one being picked up by 70. He so far enjoys an 80% win rate, 4-1 on this particular hero. Tiga, very quickly, we saw this Dazzle coming out, and what do you make of it? How do Meteor Gaming utilize that lane to win game number 1?
Dazzle's an awkward hero. It doesn't really have a lot of heals compared to other supports. It's why you don't see it often picked up. I think it's more maybe for like the early fighting a little bit. I am kind of agreeing with Kezu here. I think YBB's lineup will just be that aggressive. If they don't make mistakes, they should be able to shut up the map. I like the fact they put the Kodo off lane though and Pango mid on the side of Meteor. So they are trying to get some more map play a little bit here, some pressure in that side lane. Don't sacrifice it with Pango.
That's cool, yeah.
So that's a nice adjustment, and that could honestly be the amount of breathing room they need. But I'm a stickler for a profit carry, so what can I say?
Fortunately enough, gentlemen, I remember on NA Div 1, I was trying to convince you both that NP Prophet is actually the carry hero of the patch. It's not the Lina. Let us hope that this performance makes it clear that I was right all along, all that time ago. But that being said, Lou has also let me down many, many times in the past. So let's find out what's going to be happening in this game. And we have our incredible, extraordinary Aussie duo of Aries and Danog. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yep, thank you very much, mate. Here we go, Daniel. Great. Our last series of the night, an important series as well, because both these two teams are currently tied in third place. So far for YBB, they are yet to lose a game with the Nature's Prophet. Daniel, do we feel like the boys on Radiant, do we feel like Media have done enough to potentially be able to beat this NP?
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Well, we do have the horn sounding. Will be YBB able to find 3 bounty runes to start, so nice little gold advantage. Nothing too crazy, of course. Were you hoping that there might be any lane shenanigans? I know the panel really spoke about how this Viper into the Spectre should be pretty good. Do you feel like there was any possibility of them to rotate the lanes, or they kind of just have to look to do as best as they can into this matchup?
I think they just got to do the best that they can, right? Like, and you know, they tried to address multiple different issues with the shallow grave being available as well with that dazzle. Oh, the enchantress has gone bottom though, so a little bit of harassment here. Maybe expecting that the Ricky's going to be able to do a better job at being that frontline presence.
Beyond, who's going to win out on this trade at the moment? Beyond tried to step on forward, but that meant the Spectre could easily continue to chase him down. So in the end, I mean, Media doing an incredible job to be able to penalize the really early weakness of the Viper at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you have to do, right? You got to try and exploit it any single possible way that you can. You've also got the Blightstone on TZ, so we know that one of the big ways to take care of a Viper is heavy physical damage. He's only got the 2 armor to be able to start with, so before a lot of that agi gain can start to be a factor, just look to punish him as much as you can.
Would you like to see them go again straight away?
I think the lane's just not in an amazing spot to be able to do so. You know, it's pushed right up next to you. You can probably get a little bit of that extra farm, and as long as you're killing the Viper before he reaches that level 3, I think you're generally satisfied with that. Like, if they can get level 2 Dazzle, for example, then you've got a little bit of extra sustain and burst as well for that impending team fight. You got to remember, Shadow Wave is physical damage as well, so you're going to get benefit out of that Blightstone too.
Now, with the change to the Coddle being a position 3, are we hoping Molasses goes down a particular item build to enable, of course, Meteor in a game like this?
I still wouldn't hate him going down this Boots of Travel sort of route, right? Like, you've got a Spirit Breaker to be able to play around with. I don't think you can just rely on Marblue making a rotation towards the Coddle's lane every single time. It's got to be kind of the opposite, right? You got to move to the other side. They might be actually going for another kill attempt bot. I don't know who's going to win this one, though. He's leveled up the Shallow Grave.
Oh, that might just give them the kill, enabling TZ to find the experience. He will still go down. I mean, ZZQ's level 3. I don't know if they can really do too much with this. He put a second point in the enchant, so I guess for him at least your farming capacity is going to be increased if he wants to go back to the jungle. But this Viper lane, really struggling. Radiant doing great to be able to make him have a bad time early on.
Yeah, and I mean, he's even gone into the Wraith Band now as well, realizing that I am tired of getting harassed constantly in this lane. He doesn't really hasn't had the opportunity to be able to spam out too many of those mangoes as well, but now with the lane pushed back a little bit further, that's one of the downsides of having the poison touch. Just means that it's going to shut out the lane a little bit more as well, that you just can't continue to fight up into this, and you just see what happens, right? Well, he's actually trying to turn this back around, but you know, there's that level 2 enchant as well, just slowing him up enough that they're not going to be able to confirm this kill.
We really need to give this Viper this level 3. Every extra level you're able to find the poison tag is a little bit of a damage spike. The laning phase. Love to see ZZQ try and give him that solo experience so he can find that level, and they can maybe look to get aggressive.
He's also almost got the boots. He's actually just had them delivered, so yeah, I wonder if they're going to go for an aggressive attempt now, right as that happens. could be a fact of him literally saying, oh, I'm not level 3 just yet. And you just see how Meteor Gaming are going to look to back off in that time as soon as they see that Viper hit up onto that scary point.
You have to be so impressed with the start you've gotten before Viper is now hit level 3. 2 kills onto the Spectre. So he's third in net worth at the moment, the early stage. Of course, he's now going to struggle at finding last hits, but hopefully that net worth is able to kind of suffice and help bring out some extra regen.
Now, we've been watching the bot a fair amount. I've only just had a quick look up at top, and I mean, just have a look at the differential between last hits between the two. And when it comes to net worth, it's actually like an 800 gold differential between the Keeper of the Light and the Nature's Prophet. So kind of surprised that he's been able to get away with this much farm on the NP. Or maybe not surprised at that. I'm surprised that the Keeper hasn't been able to pick up more for himself.
He might actually be able to kill Marblu. Or charge through the wave instead.
Even Glyphing, not wanting them to get and farm, they realize how important the Coddle is to being able to deal a lot of this damage early on. Again, we were talking about it on the panel that you're in danger of just getting run over if the lanes don't go too well for you on Meteor. Obviously, bottom lane has gone fairly well. We're actually going to go for a charge onto the Rickies, so it's really just a question of how much information can you reveal at this stage, and I feel like Tian Ming has realized that he's got a big ball running at his face right now.
Will he be able to dodge it? He's got the creep wave. Oh, alright, nice timing. Last going to be able to blow him up. And he just one hits the Koro as well, apparently. So, a little bit of extra gold. Add to the bank. But still, YBB, I mean, this was just a 2,000 net worth lead. They're off to a really good start. Habs on mid now. 70 was the first to pick up his ultimate. We'll be clearing on with that War of Con. Fleshing should be able to find his ulti pretty shortly. But I wonder if YBB are going to look to try and get aggressive here with Tian Ming actually TPing to the lane. Maybe that silence is going to catch Blessing off guard. So doesn't have that ultimate yet to play with. On bottom lane, actually, TZ is also getting chased down here. TZQ won't be able to continue to spam the impetus.
And I wonder if now, like, you can see Marblu, he's covering the top power rune right now. He's going to see that it's an arcane rune. Probably going to be able to protect that one for his Pangolier. And then I wonder if he does look to make a movement down towards the bottom side of the map, although actually Spectre's forced to TP all the way back to base, so that's not likely anymore.
Oh.
That's
Blue got a solo.
Kill.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't expecting that. I was thinking, all right, he's up here solo against the Prophet. He's going to be able to shove these lanes away. There's no Ricky there. You know it because he just had that bottle refill. Maybe you look to go for a kill attempt somewhere else. So able to pick up that solo kill on Lou is huge.
He might TP bottom as well. They've still got this catapult. They might not even need him. I mean, TZ is trying to hide in the, tuck in a little hidey hole to try and soak up some of the experience, but this was the concerns that the panel raised, that the lanes could go really poorly and Radiant might not actually come online to have this global strategy.
They got a quick glimpse of the Spirit Breaker coming through with those Observer Wards as well, so they're going to know that they can back off, that they're ready to make some move. And again, this has been a pretty heavy commitment coming through. They might give up TCQ.
Forced to use the Rolling Thunder, and Beyond's going to stand nearby so he can get the Blink Strike away. Is he close enough? And he's not. All right, they at least get a second kill, but take a look what's happening across the map. Blue's going to keep buying up with... And this is a tier 1 tower in the mid lane that's about to go down. So yes, you defend the bottom, but you have to sacrifice your middle tower now.
Pretty important to keep that one as well, especially when you consider you're going up against 3 heroes that are pretty adept at being able to take some of those ancient stacks. And well, you can tell that on his Spectre is going to look to go down that route. I mean, he's already queued up the Blade Mail before going any kind of boots or anything else.
And now with that mid tower open, we're going to start to see 70 a whole lot more active across the map.
That's the thing with Tusk, right? You don't need much. You just need a couple of items, and then it's just that low cooldown Dota that people love to be able to play around constantly. And he's even got a haste rune as well now, so he can preserve that that TP scroll to perhaps make a reactionary rotation when he moves. Maybe they're going to try for a kill somewhere else, and he can actually respond to it.
So what the Meteor have to do at this stage of the game when they're so far behind? Where is kind of the mechanic for them to stall out this game long enough for these heroes to come online and again have that global presence that we're expecting from them?
I mean, to me, it's still on the back of Molasses. He's gone into the mechanism build instead. I think he's actually got it coming out to him, so it's going to provide a little more survivability, but I mean, Viper's one of those heroes that doesn't really hate these drawn-out team fights. Neither does an Enchantress.
Molasses. He's getting dived up top. They will instantly look to back on out as soon as they see Blake can move. So
There's that haste, though.
forces a reaction. Still this deep observer behind the tower, so I wonder if they're going to look to try and stick around. It's a 5,000 network lead.
Yeah, it's pretty pretty significant at this stage. Speaking of mechs, you've nearly picked one up for Beyond as well. They might be able to get the kill here onto TZ, force him to go into that shallow grave, but well, they're not even going to give him the option.
And on top, they're going to look to defend it as well. Lou was considering about TPing in. Doesn't look like they're going to
TP's on everyone except
alive.
us.
Attempts to TP out of Marblu. Was already close enough to be able to cancel his own. And Mimo inside the jungle, 7E. In the combination with Lou, they've been able to capture the Spectre. Kill for them to find Spectre, trying to get that little bit of farm to work towards the Blade Mail. Match up here is easier inside the jungle, but YBB making sure he has a no in this game.
No crutches, don't call him the Spectre, what's his name? There it is. Just imagine the perfect post-workout shake.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oof. I actually don't have a lot of post-workout shakes, but you know, I can see where you're going. So, like,
You don't love food as much as I do.
Oh, dude, when
Pretty
you
evident.
go through a when you go through a cutting phase and you go back to bulking through these, I don't think I've tasted anything. We've done a fast actually. Have you done like a 3-day fast? I've done a 3-day fast, and I've never tasted better food after a 3-day fast.
What was the food that
delicious.
you had though after?
Was
it actually tasty food, or was it just bland garbage that normally wouldn't taste that good? But because...
No, it was kind of just basic food, but it felt enhanced. My taste buds, they were lacking. They had
I mean, I like to say I do intermittent fasting, but that's just me being lazy and not having breakfast. So.
Lane 70. Chilling. Blue.
I don't think you can go for that just yet.
Yeah.
They could be looking to make a play very soon though on Meteor Gaming. Like, I know they're still 5k behind, but you've got your level 6 on the Spectre. She's got her Blade Mail. You've got the mech available on the Keeper of the Light. You've got Rolling Thunder. Maybe you want to wait for the Diffusal Blade, but it feels like a fair ways away. And I mean, this is 3 people just trying to kill an Enchantress and taking a good 5-10 seconds to be able to do so. So I really don't feel like that's an effective use of their time.
Let's look at YBB getting out of the map. Ming's try to get some me time up top. Of course, wanting that Aghanim Shard as early as he can get it. You've got Lou back inside the triangle, working on his Gleipnir. Ron's having an okay time down bottom. Mech already completed into the Greaves. So even though YBB have this 5,000 net worth lead, what is kind of the game plan for them is actually bottom lane Spectre. The Strike's going to be out, but as soon as the Blade Mail is activated, Ron's kind of has to think twice, especially with the Dazzle revealing his positioning. But for YBB, they've taken 2 objectives early on. They have this net worth lead. But do we want to see them continue to play aggressive, or are they just waiting for some of these timings?
I guess they're just waiting for Diffusal Blade on the Pangolier is all I can really think of at this stage, because to me, they're lacking in damage. Sorry, for YBB?
The seeds of fortune.
Maybe just one in the Greaves available for Beyond. I mean, they've got plenty. You've nearly got the Blink Dagger as well on the Tusk, so you can go for those burst initiations onto, honestly, anyone, right? You catch Pango before he's able to get the Shield Crash or the Swashbuckle away. You catch the Dazzle before he's able to Grave. Coddle, very squishy still at this stage, so Blink Dagger is going to resolve a lot of those issues.
Were you considering about taking that first fight then when you do get these items that you just mentioned?
I don't think it really matters, honestly. Like, they could just look to push out any sort of lane. They're all going to go down at some stage. You've got an Enchantress, a Tusk, and a Nature's Prophet, 3 of the best healing on. And again, it might just be 2 minutes away as well. You've got Tian Ming, who's, 300 gold away from his Aghanim Shard, 2 minutes left. Just wait for that. The thing is with them, they actually have the capability through their heroes to be able to make these rotations, right? Like, you've got a Nature's Prophet that can go on top of any kind of sleep dart, and Tusk with the Blink Dagger is able to move across the map with his phase boots relatively well as well. That's the weakness that I'm seeing from Meteor, which is why I was still wanting the off-lane Coddle to be going Boots of Travel, because if you're getting a charge happening plus the Haunt, then I feel like you still need that extra layer of damage on top of that.
Like, global potential is always nice, but against a team that is about to 5-man, you're not really going to play with this kind of +1 factor that we often see. I mean, you have this, we've spoken about the Greaves, even the Enchantress, ZZQ's going for a pipe. So they're getting ready to ball up, and they recognize, I mean, Radiant, they will have some pretty big damage issues in a team fight. So
yeah, and I think one thing as well is, I believe it was Kezu on the panel that was talking about it, the thing that Meteor have as a slight advantage right now is that their team fight is probably slightly better, just purely on the back of the Pangolier. So maybe they're looking to address that a little bit by saying, okay, your team fight might be better, your AoE a little bit, but we're going to have the Greaves, we're going to have the pipes, so we're going to be able to sustain through that.
I guess we'll have to see where the kind of location of the fight is then. It'll be very important for the Pangolier to have success. 5-on-5, which is pretty close to this defusal. 250 gold, should be able to get that. It's bottom side of the map, but...
Don't hate this from Tusk either. Like, he was 200 gold away from being able to pick up the Blink Dagger, and then he said, oh, we're not going until Ricky's got Shard? All right, let's pivot. I don't need that item right now. It's not going to help me farm at all. So let's go into a little bit more damage, and you can see that's why he's sitting second on net worth on this Tusk, despite not getting as crazy active as mid-Tusks we know they can be. Oh,
and
you're really going for a teleport here onto the Spectre as he's farming the Ancients. They're really trying to disrupt that. That's why Marblu's just making sure to stick right there.
Look at ZZQ. Look at his positioning. Yes, you get the kill on the Enchantress. Simultaneously across the map, YBB are just getting so much more out of that. A 3-man rotation. Scouts out the Diffusal Blade timing, and of course they smoked as well.
All right, so we got Gleipnir, we got Aghanim Shard, 400 gold away, EKB on Tusk, and he's probably going to have level 12 as well. I mean, that is go time for me. And really, an Enchantress is the only thing that you're getting in exchange, and it's still taking quite some time to be able to take her down. So, yeah, YBV are very happy with the current state of this game.
This is, when you take a look at the Spectre in regards to kind of the comparison between the carries, and he is nowhere near ready. Blade Mail maxed out Dispersion build. Solely to help with his catch-up and his farming speed inside the jungle. Definitely opening up the Ancients, but we're going to need a lot more time, and Molasses, he might not have time. Ming's going to be able to scout him out. There's the Aghanim Shard to set up. They even give him a tip as well. All right.
Before he dies as well. Like, that was...
Felt like the tip was a bit hostile. Like, all right, you gotta chill out, brother. Come on. You guys got an 8,000 net worth lead. Men's didn't do anything. Now they're looking at Marblu as well. Like, you gotta tip this guy as well before you kill him? All right. Not this guy. Maybe they got something against the Coddle.
Yeah, might be the Spectre as well. They just got mines to be able to take out. I mean, they're clearly going to look to try and go for the kill. They've got the Gleipnir available.
They just need to hold the Gleipnir. They can use the Horn actually to get on out. Never mind. He's chilling, but that's what, please, 170-second cooldown. Right? Well, you know, Spectre, there's no kind of maybe solo pick-up potential, not solo, I should say, pick-up potential with some +1s on the opposite side of the map, and instantly YPB. They're going to look to smoke. They want to reclaim some of the mid territory.
You know that he doesn't really want to TP to any of these fights, right? The Horn almost feels like his only team fight contribution for a little bit until he gets into that Aghanim Scepter. So, I mean, they're going to try and make an aggressive move before YBB are able to set up. And if they could find beyond that, it'd be huge.
Let's see how survival is truly going to be with the Greaves. The boys are coming. Lou's going to TP in, holding multiple people in place with the Gleipnir. They will still get the kill onto the Viper, but the cost seems to be way too grave. Blessing should be able to escape. Swashbuckle to get some distance away. But the shot still on cooldown 70 will not be able to catch up. So, boys on Radiant, finally a successful skirmish for them. They get 2 kills, so well, you get the Viper, but kind of 2 people go down. Is it actually a successful skirmish? I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say so. Nature's Prophet knows exactly where Spectre is as well, at all times. And you can see that that's why Tianming is making his movement up towards the top side of the map as well. He knows that he TP'd away. Spectre's been doing a pretty good job to avoid these ganks, but YBB's doing an even better one at just continuously hunting him down and not making him feel safe to actually be able to catch up that net worth differential.
Charging.
Just using his treants to be able to get a bit of
It's a hood off
information.
in one. I don't know. This man's not going to die, and now Lu again's going to TP him. That's all brought down with ease. 7E's even going to turn his attention over to Blessing inside the lane, where the Pango will be able to get some distance away. So the sacrifice is TZ.
It's just Spectre ping-ponging between the top and the bottom of the map right now. He just needs to be able to go back and forth as much as possible. And yeah, this was the thing that I was expecting YBB to do after that previous pickoff that they had with Tusk just freely picking up that double damage. They didn't go Roche. I was puzzled as to why, but you know what? They've been able to extend their net worth lead since then, and they're still going to get the Roche without too much concern. So this is just means that Nature's Prophet can look to build into even more of this Blast Cannon style. I know he's going BKB next, but expect him to get even more aggressive after this stage, especially with those TPs.
15. Well, you can't play around with your horn shenanigans this time. Lou is kind of killing himself, and they're close to the T1 tower. This could be okay for Radiant. Blessings with a huge Rolling Thunder charging through the middle with a bounce back and swashbuckle combo. They bring down Tusk and the Aegis, and maybe they can set up on the respawn as well as Lou. He'll attempt the TP, but Marblue can cancel that. The Nether Strike holds him down into place, and they'll find the Nature's Prophet as well. Spectre, a worthwhile sacrifice as YBB will instantly lose their Aegis advantage.
All right. Things going their way a little bit here. Nice little turnaround coming through. I think that was, what, yeah, 2,000 gold swing going the way in total for Meteor. So they're going to be incredibly happy about how that all transpired. And, I mean, this is what the plus side is of all the space that they've been able to make for that Spectre. He hasn't had much team fight contribution, but just look at the damage in that fight that he's able to dish out just by popping the Blade Belt. He did the most damage that fight, 3.2k.
Alright. Some signs
of
life.
He's ready to do more soon, right? Like, he's almost level 12. He's just one component away from being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter. Still trying to think of a way that they could certainly look to give that Philosopher's Stone over to Molasses if they want to. But again, Fairy's Trinket, very good for the Coddle, just because of how big the Illuminate Blast is. That 5% actually adds up a fair amount. My thing is, like, Marblue gets the charge, you use the Horn. Are you at a stage yet on the Spectre to be able to get kills, even onto the likes of like a Riki or an Enchantress? I don't think so.
Not yet, but that fight did give them a lot of gold and, importantly, experience as well. I mean, Blessing has a Lotus Orb. A good Lotus Orb game. Can help them all. Okay. The Rolling Thunder, of course, with the... I mean, the Tusk can kind of control him for that split second. Maybe it can enable the Nature's Prophet, who will try and chase Marblue down. Good breaker. Of course, we'll take a spill, but the rest of the team is shoving out. Lotus Orb's going to be really nice as well to maybe that dart if that's used on anyone else but himself. So
even just push it back as well onto the Riki. It means that there's no smoke screen follow-up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structure.
Unfortunately, you lose that 2-2 tower down bottom. And maybe this next fight could be a little bit different now with Blue having that BKB. Once they committed early, just to be able to deal with the Spectre and avoid that Blade Mail. They're actually going to defend this?
They do.
Or cancelled.
Spirit Breaker's coming up in 2 seconds, and, well, yeah, maybe just feeling like it was a bit too late. So they're not going to be in a position to just yet. I was really thinking that they might, just because the Aghanim Scepter is now finished on the Spectre. So they could have been going for that. With the TP being cancelled on the Dazzle, I really want to see him staying up on this top side, but instead he's just going to give his life up.
Not like this. Oh, you wanted to take the rune away. That's a tricky one. Like, we're as a support, you see a haste rune, you know you have a job to take it away from the position, especially Tusk. He can do so much with a haste, but all of a sudden, you step over that boundary and they pop out of nowhere, you see them pick up the haste in front of your eyes, and you're like, I'm dead. Like, there's nothing I can do. I played the game, this time I lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's his job as well, though, to be able to stand between the Spectre and the rest of the team that are, you know they're coming, right? Like, that's the one area for the map that they've got pretty free reign to be able to play around on this top side. So they end up taking the tower on Lou. And with the Dazzle having to move back and just get picked off by that, it means that has had to walk all the way to the top side to the bottom and spend the last 40 seconds not actually increasing his net worth. So that death on the Dazzle actually means a whole lot more.
Smoke and smoke from either side. Would even look to put all their forces down to bottom. They might. Well, they will see Spectre pretty shortly. Let's see if they're actually going to veer their attention back to maybe blow him up.
Oh, they missed.
Directly behind the Spectre. They're gonna have to be perfect with the jump and 70 off the left side. Look at the assassination. Just blows up TZ on the Dazzle. So they won't have that saving grace, and our blessing with his Rolling Thunder is completely wasted as well. Lose right click damage. So 2 kills, and now they can look to get some objectives out of it for Dire. And they're still
The position was
hunting.
actually pretty good on Meteor, although, yeah, can they
The
find
shards
him?
for vision. Can be forced to even haunt away. Where's he go? He went to the lane and lose there.
He went
the
back
top.
and slept.
Well, he ordered him into place. The beautiful silence off for the outside. They're going to try and help him, but there's nothing that the Pain Go nor the Coddle can do with the force staff. And they're positioning far enough.
I think he forced off the Ricky, unless my eyes are mistaken. So just, again, a little bit of misclicks coming through on the Ricky first and foremost. I think he sleep darted into that the creep in the mid lane instead of the Spectre. We just saw there the force staff not able to get the Spectre back to safety. So that is certainly worrying that it's been a couple of times now that the Spectre's gone down. Yes, they were able to get a good trade the first time around, but he is the one that's going to be able to close out the game for you. Another sleep dart coming through. Yeah, but they've got the damage to be able to connect through onto this, right? That Tusk with the phase boots, with the blink dagger, and Prophet not even needing to be part of that. Didn't even need to pop the Wrath of Nature either.
All right, we've got to bring it up. Mr. Dano, Beyond has your favorite Viper, right?
No.
Alright, we don't want to bring it up. That's okay. I don't want to speak about the nosedive. It's all good. It's all good. Look past it.
So, I mean, I guess it means if this... I kind of feel like Beyond is going to be the target for a lot of these, like, charge into...
Run, cheesy.
Jeez, he got exploded. The charge into Shadow... What is it? Shadow Step? Is what it's called? Is what's going to be the main target on the Viper, I feel. So anything that's just going to give him a bunch of stats and allow him to actually resist dying instantly is going to be big. And, you know, the damage additional output that the Aghanim Scepter provides is significant, but you also have to consider that it also provides that that slow and everything else. It's part of the Aghanim Shard, Aghanim Scepter.
Very interesting.
Just got to live long enough here, boys, to be able to join. Yeah, it's a tiny age.
Smoke up. Who are they going to run into? Great position once again, Tiao Ming, and they can just blow up the Dazzle like we saw prior. Without the Grave, without the support, they're going to have to back off, but maybe Dire have got a bit too deep behind the tier 2 tower. So Radiant will be able to capitalize on 70's misplacement.
Yeah, but they picked off the Pango in the meantime, so it's actually not too bad, right? Again, we were talking about how he is the team fight that they've got on Meteor Gaming right now. So without him, they're feeling pretty free to just roam around, taking any towers that they want, because there's no stun that's going to be coming through. And if it's the Spirit Breaker that's going in, well, he's probably going to die at this stage. He doesn't have a ton of stats. Just the Phase Boots right now and the Shadow Blade, I suppose, but he needs that for the initiation.
Well,
no towers left to play with.
Towers, and now Lu has that 20 talent, even a Lincoln's as well, so...
I mean, that means Lu can't get Shadow Stepped onto as well, right?
Yeah. I guess you can charge,
yeah, but
break
then
it, and
you don't have the Spirit Breaker there, right? To be able to able to kill him.
You need everyone. I mean, you're 19k behind. You need every single boy you can get, and unfortunately, YBB, they've got Roche showing up, so second Roche of the game should be able to go their way. You got Ages and the Aghanim Shard soon to claim. Oh man, I think they're going to be a little bit too late to contest this though. They got to go through the Enchantress
be a
as
lot
well,
too
who's in
late.
a great spot. Once Tussle's able to jump in, that tag team. So Ages given over to Lu. He got the Arc Shot as well, so Curse of the Old Growth given over to him.
I think he just wants to be able to see these. Dazzle's died a couple of times super early on, so I'm sure that TZ is going to have it like, okay, well, I'm just going to be playing around these trees as much as possible, but no, not with this Nature's Prophet Aghanim Shard. It's going to be able to find him, and it's going to be able to do all that damage, and yeah, poor guy.
The Dazzle's died a little bit too many times, and I feel like a lot of that is off the back of Tian Ming. Ricky has done an exceptional job. He's got Blink and Gem now, so just further going to make the map.
Look at Radiant's map vision. That's what
Oh, yeah.
I want to have a look at right now.
Yeah,
It is
fun
literally a couple of creep waves at your base. Good luck trying to come back with this net worth at all.
When the fact that it's a 6% probability, I know Dota Plus really likes Spectre, but
It's being 5% too generous, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've seen games where like it starts and the Spectre's got like a 20% advantage through win probability just because they're like, you know what, this hero kind of busted late game. Not against a Viper though.
Man, well, can you even get to the late game too? As soon as Spectre pops out top, I think they actually already see him at the moment. They know exactly where Spectre's placed
Oh
him.
yeah,
and
they know.
The boys are coming. Oh, did he actually get out? He went to Beyond and... Oh, he's going to look to Tito. Well, that's Horn. That's your Horn down.
Radiant's top
So,
tower is under attack.
yeah, he's
He
live,
can still
but...
join. He's got the Shadow Step.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sure he can.
Optimism, bro.
Optimism, my bad. It is, you live. Silver lining. Spectre lives. Maybe they can... I think you need to protect his bottom ward.
Poor
I don't know if you
TZ.
can even take a fight,
Poor
but...
TZ.
Bring around the rosy?
Okay, if they can get this
A lot
pick
of
up, that'd be
damage.
huge.
We love the gem as well. Yanming will end up going down with a wraparound from the Spirit Breaker. They're going to look to pick up the gem. They want to stick around though, but the Rolling Thunder hasn't really granted them too much.
All right, you'll take it.
Is under
Match and
attack.
grab.
I mean, they get a kill. They keep the Ricky off the map, which means that you're able to go out a little bit more because you know he is that main thing to enable the catch to happen. And now you're going to be able to clear out a lot of these wards that are super aggressive, you know, deep towards your lane that even if you aren't going into the lane, reveal where you're wanting to farm in the next little bit. Blessing can't be dying on the bottom side, though. He's got a Viper coming, he's got a Nature's Prophet TPing, and a Hasted Tusk. Oh.
There's that.
Okay. What is that going to do?
Just want to see.
Take that ground.
I know we don't see this Nature's Prophet Aghanim Shadow. Do you know if it reveals invis? It doesn't say.
Not sure.
But he used
in the
it when...
trees, though, it does.
Yeah, he used it when the Spiriker was Shadow Bladed, but I'm not sure if ZZQ had detection. Regardless,
Radiant's bottom
well, Bloodstone now
tower is
picked up
under
on the Viper. This is kind of looking very similar to some of the builds we've seen previously on the Razor.
Oh, poor Dazzle. Oh, forced up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Force off, and he might still go down. 7E.
Lotus.
Up to pretty early BKB, but Spectre's caught outside the base. Not taking a whole lot of damage at the moment. Lou, under the cover of the BKB, should be able to continue the right click, and they'll turn the Sprout onto the Pain. Goes to the
He's
Rolling
level 20, so
Thunder.
he's leashed.
Will completely be nullified. There's nothing Blessings can do. He'll jump up to the higher gun, but Tianming instantly in pursuit. They'll get one bash, push him back further. The Pagan
Little
will
deep
live,
toss.
but the rest of the boys, they're still in trouble. Molasses getting chased down, but he's going to be able to stay alive thanks to the burst of the heal. Naya,
They just want a
have
little
they
bit of extra
gone too
damage from the
deep,
tower.
though? I mean, Lou's still got the Aegis for another minute. Maybe the Pango is the one that's in trouble. Gradable by Blessing some time. Marbler? Hang on, Spectre's even jumping in as well. Feel like they can maybe get some kills, but the Snowball's going to keep 70 alive, but unfortunately the Spirit Breaker. But that was a suicide attempt, and no one else wants to join him.
I think just all throughout this game, they've overestimated their damage. You know, just being able to find that pick off. SB has a decent amount of fire. You know, the Ogre Axe, he's got the Shadow Blade phase boots, and he's moving fairly fast, but it's still just not enough to be able to find that kill to allow the Spectre to get a quick pick off and then go back to the rest of the team in his safety. Well, have Horn to, well, now, just don't know if he wants to fight without that Manta.
Oh, nice Snowball. Oh, 7-8.
Middle barracks are under
Relax, my
attack.
good sir. Stop styling.
Not good though, having a
They're
carry
on to the
with
Spectre
more
top.
than double your net worth. Yeah, they are.
Gonna have to try and haunt out.
Get
Blessings
back.
for the Rolling Thunder in as well. Yeah, I don't think killing even the enchantments. They're gonna have to back around. Jumping, dude, he's just only aiming TC. The dart perches off and they're okay. No one dies, but it's a 30.
discrimination.
Oh, dude, TC's like, come on, give me a break, man. I got 11 deaths. Like, you're trying to
You ever
make
get
me
those
have more?
pops where people,
what?
it just seems like they've got a target on your
Yeah.
back for no reason. You're not the most valuable hero in the team fight, but they just go for you every single time. It's like, come on, man, I just want to play
Dude.
Dota.
It's so fun when you do it against someone else. So look at King. Okay, no, didn't pop the smoke. I was going to say, I thought he was going to stay on the stairs. I sing the praises.
Oh. Really place down a sentry ward to be able to see that they've got some vision and immediately get rid of it.
Feel it. We see the courier. How do you set up? How do you spread a juke bottom? Do they want maybe? Not an easy target. It just picked up Satanic. The tank needs to be perfect because as soon as Lou starts to get the right clicks out, the life still might be too much for them to handle. Lou back up to full health. The rest, the Radiant, their health depletes in an instant. Blessing caught out in the tree line. 4 down without YB taking a single casualty.
The lack of damage for me. It has been from minute 0. And yeah, they just call it. That was their one opportunity to kill the Nature's Prophet that was, I think, 7 levels ahead of the Spectre at the time. And well, with all those turnarounds, reaches his level 25. And that's going to be enough. IBB showing why they are, at the moment, without a loss so far during this DPC. And well, they're firming as a lot of people's favorites to be able to take that number 2 spot, especially with outsiders from China already having 2 losses against both them as well as Vici Gaming.
I do want to say that it definitely looked like for Meteor coming into this game, they had a strategy of how they were looking to address the Nature's Prophet. We've spoken about YBB. They are, I think, 4 out of 5 games they picked up the Nature's Prophet now. They haven't lost a game. They are incredibly comfortable on this hero. They came in with a strategy. We saw that second phase was really fast from them, but I think you're going to need to look to change something up here, whether you ban it or whether you pick it. Listen, they also really, really like the Nature's Prophet. We've seen Meteor pick it up on multiple occasions. So I think that hero is going to be hotly contested in our second half, whether it's first phase from them or even ban just a block pick it from YBB. But will be the boys on Dire finding this game 1 victory. YBB yet to drop a map, and they are currently on the road to finding their 3rd series victory. We'll see what the panel has to say about this game 1.
Damage, most hero damage, most kills, fewest deaths. All right, first, let me start with you, right? Talk me out of why I shouldn't be hyping up Lou. What did his team do around him to enable this Nature's Prophet to have such an excellent game?
I mean, they just have really cool lanes, right? They've got some Ench plus Viper in the safe lane, so this idea of Dazzle maybe being just enough to get Spectre through the lane is now obliterated because you have double range, Dazzle can't really step up, it's a disastrous lane. Then you just have the overall aggression from YBB. I think they flooded the map really nicely. And this lineup from Meteor, it's kind of cool in like mid to late game, but getting there, it's like, where's the damage really? Like Kotal has to pop off, Pango has to pop off. Like you're taking a fat L in the safe lane, and yeah, YBB that just won all the lanes and just swept throughout the map with no cares. Yeah.
One of the things that we also need to talk about, Kezu, is let's compare and contrast how Nature's Prophet can perform as a carry versus Spectre. The person I used to play in Nature's Prophet safe lane well back in the day, and in those Halcyon days, I was told that always show up pre-8 minutes, you should be helping to take a tower elsewhere on the map as this hero, and then just enable your team to keep snowballing to victory after victory after victory. Unfortunately, Spectre, especially with this new build you go for, the Blade Mail into Aghanim Scepter, where are the opportunities for you to be able to make those kind of high-tempo, aggressive plays with your lineup early on? Doesn't feel like that hero's capable of doing that anymore, does it?
Spectre plays more off of what your team sets up for you. It's not like a... I mean, you can be like, yo, I have Haunt, let's make something happen. But when you're losing your lanes, you're lacking damage. Because if you look at YBB, they put their lanes very smart. They put Riki with Nature's Prophet because Riki is going to do fine against SB and he can get on top of the Kotal. Because Meteor were like, haha, we're going to do this lane swap, but joke's on you. YBB, they do the same thing. They put the Riki away from the Dazzle. They put the Ench in that lane instead. Now their lanes are good. The way they played the map is good. Spectre doesn't really have any like comeback mechanism. Sure, the Dazzle heals you in the lane, but it kind of stops there. He doesn't help you like get back into the game. So I think YBB, they just play high tempo. They played well, and it was quite easy for them, not gonna lie.
It was.
Yeah. One of the things I also noticed on the side of YBB here, T, is that they went for some very intriguing itemization. This Viper went for the 9th ever Bloodstone picked up on this Viper hero, and we had this Ricky buying a Blink Dagger on himself in the support capacity. The second fastest Blink that we've seen in from a support-ish type of hero. The last time it's been seen this quickly has come from core heroes, and it's only happened once since 2016 that any overall pickup has happened in a non-support role. So talk to me about this Blink Dagger. Does it help them? Given that they don't have the Marana, does it make it easier for you to just go for like these Blink, Aghanim Shot, Sleep Dot combos? Is this the new meta going forward?
I think it's a very situational build-up, especially against Meteor, right? Against the Spirit Breaker, the Pango Spectre. They're all heroes that want to be on top of you in a flash. So if you're able to trick to the trade, then you can blink to get disengaged and then play on Shard. Like, Ricky's so broken that you could honestly remove his entire inventory, only give him a shard, and he'd still win competitive games, right? So I think he can kind of buy whatever he wants. Like, he could buy a Yules in this game and would be praising it. He could buy a 4-staff, it's good. He could buy a Blink, he's going to pop off, you know? So it's just how good Ricky is and how it fits in. And that's also Gaben texting me, telling me that they're going to be nerfing the shard. I don't know if you heard that.
I'm glad you've gotten the updates. Thank gosh.
It was a fresh update. The thing as well, going back to your Spectre point, by the way, it's like Spectre can be a high-paced hero because you go Blade Mail Ags, right? As soon as you buy Ags, you fight on any time you see a hero. But that doesn't really happen when there's a Viper. And you mentioned this Bloodstone on the Viper as well. He buys Bloodstone to counteract the Blade Mail. He crushes the Spectre in lane, so the pace that Spectre can bring and could potentially unlock this draft was just completely screwed over by just one Viper pick, and it's why you often see it banned when you pick Spectre.
In this game, it did not work out in the favor of the side of Meteor Gaming to go for the Spectre pick. We still have to decide on the MVP, boys, and I'm taking the decision out of your hands, Lou.
Yeah, sure.
Shout out Lou, because he made sure that my heart wasn't broken. He's broken my heart many times, but this game was not one of those times. Came through, very clean performance coming out of him. Only the solitary death. And one of the things that allows me to know, Kezu, that he was probably deserving of this, the fight that pretty much ended the game. There at the very end, they assume that Lou is all by himself. We can probably jump this guy, but when you're playing a carry hero, at some point you have to be confident enough to also dangle for the lineup and say, guys, I'm strong enough to survive the jump. I can turn this fight around. And by God, did he. Just presses Satanic, keeps alive the entire fight. Suddenly what seems to be a 5v1 scenario very quickly turns into a 5v5, 1v4 for a while. And Lou just showing why this hero is so strong at the moment on the Nature's Prophet carry.
I mean, Nature's Prophet is just a hero that's risen up in popularity. And I think for me, the most impressive thing for me is it's the early game on these heroes, because this hero, you need to open up the map that you and everyone else has the space. And I really like one of his first moves is he didn't join his team on the bottom fight because he was like, okay, this fight is over, Pango TP bot, I'm gonna TP mid, take the mid tower. Minute 7, TP's mid with his tusk, they take mid tower, then they go back to holding the map. And afterwards, he went the correct items, he played team fights well, as you said, he manned up when he should. I would say at that point, I can probably do that too. You know, having a 30k gold lead, I'll be like, yo, boys, I'm going to go in with my Satanic. But overall, he played very well. This hero, I'm not sure you want to give it to them again. At least you need to have a way better idea. And if you don't, scratch it and ban it.
Yep, turns out Spectre is not the idea, even though in principle you have that additional jump onto the Nature's Prophet. In practice, the hero just plays way too fast, especially when there's a Ricky in the lineup as well. We are hoping, though, that Meteor Gaming can make this a competitive game number 2, because if not, YBB go 3-0 at the top of the group, tied with VG Gaming, and will find themselves on the side of Meteor Gaming 2-2 and 1 loss away from being out of contention for going to Div 1. Let's see what's going to be happening in this next game as we give these teams time to line up, time to redraft, and time to bring us a more exciting strategy. Game 2 between Meteor Gaming and YBB Gaming coming soon. Don't go anywhere. Myself, Kezu, and T-Gov will join you soon, so we'll see you in a minute. welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC. Division 2 action continues here today between Meteor Gaming and YBB Gaming. YBB one game ahead right now with a very stellar performance in game number 1, hoping to make it a 2-0 as every other series of theirs has been and go top of the table with a 3-0 victory. My name is Snan. I'm joined yet again by T-Gov as well as Kezu, the men that I cannot shake, but it's good because I like hearing their opinions. And Kezu, going into the second game, what adjustments do you want to see being made in the drafting phase by Meteor Gaming if they want to have a shot at taking this to a third and deciding game?
I would say two things. One, you need to be able to fight, because I believe last game you were not. And second, you need to pick heroes that play together in like a nicer way. Like when you think about Dazzle, Coddle, Spellbreaker, Pango, what are they really going to achieve on the map? It's like very one-dimensional. You have charge into... Like, it's so slow. Like, you charge someone, then there's a swashbuckle. Oh, I chakra you, or I'm going to channel my blast for 3-4 seconds. Like, it's
Watch
so easy
out.
to counterplay. Yeah, like, careful, guys. You don't know what's coming. So I would like something that just is easier for them to execute and can respond at the same time.
So we do get the respect ban on this Nature's Prophet. It gets removed by Meteor Gaming. They feel that Lu was too strong on that hero. But T-Gov, in game number 1, you were mentioning to me that going for this Keeper of the Light provides an option up against this Lina in the event that they leave it open, and you felt that they could be confident enough in their drafting that they were allowed to leave the Lina open. Based on what you saw in game number 1, they're going back for the Spirit Breaker with the Keeper of the Light. I'll be honest, right? Based on what I saw in game 1, I am not confident that they'll be able to deal with this Lina that YBB go for the first pick. So talk me into it. What's the strategy for Meteor Gaming to deal with this Lina, especially with the dynamic duo? It's Lina Tree, fam.
I mean, I felt all my analysis on Coddle was it going mid lane. As soon as it goes into the off lane, you kind of lose everything I said, because you don't get that, 7-minute box timing. You don't have the outwardly pressure where you connect with 2 other heroes, bring it to 3 to then kill heroes. When you're playing in off lane, you push in the lane to a carry and then they just farm on the tower, and you're kind of just trading farm. You don't really pressure and push them out of lane unless you have the correct support. And Spirit Breaker isn't really the support to push out a hero from a lane. You just secure your off laner's farm, so you're kind of double farming. So I think for Meteor, if they are picking this Coddle, if it goes off lane, I think YBB probably take the dub on this the second game. If it goes mid lane, I think they have all the things needed to open up the map to pressure and say what I did, because Tree just secures these lanes way too well. Like Tree into Barrow, you hate playing it. 1 grasp in lane, you can't even have the move speed to do damage. 1 leech seed, you don't have the attack speed to eat through the healing of the leech seed. So I really hope that they have flexibility on this Coddle. I'm a little bit scared.
We're going to see as the draft unfolds a little bit more. For now, Meteor Gaming with this Coddle and the Barra, what else do they need here? Rubik is still very conspicuously left in the pool here, Kezu. Who do you think could benefit? Feels like both teams could benefit very much from a Rubik. I would love to see Meteor just grab it now, have it against the tree. Oh well, they go tiny, so don't you just pick Rubik here if you're the side of YBB?
I mean, I would just pick any support that gives you damage. It can be any range sub, in my opinion, that gives some follow-up damage into the charge. I don't really like the tiny because I agree with T's point. I also, if you pick Coddle this early on, or I feel like if you pick Coddle in general, it kind of just has to go mid. I feel like that's the only way that this hero actually breaks open the game. In all the other roles, he seems like very slow and very one-dimensional. So this draft, again, it's giving me a bit of just giving me last game vibes from Meteor. It's like very similar, and that's just not how you beat the current draft of YBB. Not in the last game, and so far also not in this game.
It's just damage issues, right? Like when you look at Meteor's heroes, Tiny sets up, Barra sets up, Kotal kind of pushes in lanes, can do damage in right scenarios. And then you look at YBB, it's like there's going to be some Lina with a quick BKB. DP naturally goes mech or Wraith Bands and just tanks
Tree armor.
Tree armor as well. Like I'm just so worried for Meteor that even if they do connect on a hero, 100 to 0ing them is going to be difficult. Because like Barrow Tiny on top, if you don't perfectly CC, 2 siphons, DP's going to live, right? So throw a smoke screen on top of that. Like I say a little bit, I am very worried right now for Meteor.
I'll be honest, boys. I think Meteor is done. It's over. GG, well played. I don't think you can win against this. Y'all know how I feel about Treant plus DP. Y'all know how I feel about Treant plus Lina. As much as I hate Ricky, I'm forced to acknowledge that it's very, very good in the game. So we have multiple ways to be able to cancel out the Spirit Breaker charge, so you don't even have that full map dynamism. Mischance is such a huge issue. The silence against Coddle early on. This hero doesn't want to always be rushing like 4-stops, BKBs, no matter what role he's playing. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Took me out of this, Kezu. You're smarter than Dota about me, or smarter about Dota than me. So what heroes are still left in the pool that Meteor Gaming could pick up that give them the overall weight to try and deal with this incredibly strong 4-hero lineup that YBB has constructed so far?
In my opinion, the only thing you can do is that you double down on your early game at this point. I don't think with these 3 first picks you can now craft 2 teamfight heroes and get there reliably. Ooh. I will just like double down with some Snapfire Hoodwink support now, so you can run around with your 3 guys, try to apply some pressure, and then you last pick a good carry matchup that's going to lane into DP that also gives you tempo. Because I think if the same thing happens where you're going to pick 2 slow heroes, you want to get to minute 20, well, what do you know, boys? At minute 20, you're down 7k gold, Lina has BKB, DP is too tanky, and you can't do anything.
I think like maybe they could do some drow or something, like put Spirit Breaker 5, throw the drow there, then you don't really care too much about DP's lane. It gives you obviously range carry to deal with Lina, but yeah, it's just fragile. I think as soon as like you don't often see Spirit Breaker picked because it forces your draft to think about heroes that need to protect the backline, right? Because Spirit Breaker is a hero that jumps in without any cares to his own team. Same thing with Tiny. And it's now there's a bit of a disjoint where if you pick up a drow or any of these squishy heroes that could potentially do well, when Meteor fight, they're not really helping the drow survive because they're so committed to jumping the heroes, right? And that's why I think when you look at this lineup, it does have room for concern, and you kind of need to lean into a bit more.
If we're talking about doubling down on strategies, they could go back to the Spectre. You know, that's a hero that just goes in.
They all lose
Phoenix
if they go
instead.
Spectre. That's the only
Game's
problem.
over.
Like it's hard.
Yeah. I think
Do you
so
like
Phoenix,
this option though?
I mean, it means Tiny's mid, Coddle's off lane, Barra's 4, and Phoenix is 5. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. And if anything, the key thing is I need Coddle in this game to step up and try and apply more pressure. It will be difficult into tree, and then of course Lina behind that. But this is the key lane I'll be looking at, and then how well does Tiny open up into the game? Especially because like right now for YBB, they could just put DP mid, right? Put DP mid into Tiny, have this tree shut down the Barra, and like they should have potentially even 3 lanes that can go really well for them.
Another problem that I see here though, Kezu, with this Phoenix pick, unfortunately, it's still more slow damage that's coming out here. We have practically 0 burst on the side of Meteor Gaming and fairly heavy sustain heroes in the DP tree. Eventually, this Lina will get Satanic. Are there even heroes left in the pool right now that'll give them the burst damage they need? Slog doesn't necessarily do it. CK can do it. Ursa, maybe? What's left here? We'll talk about it in a second, but for YBB, it feels like they can pick whatever carry hero they want, right? Like, or mid hero rather, because Lu will play this Lina. I imagine they're putting this beyond Death Prophet, although they could also flex it mid. Where would you prefer the DP to be?
Beast.
Okay.
Ooh,
Is this 7E has done this before with the mid Earth Spirit? Is this the game for it, or do you want to see this Earth Spirit in the off lane rather?
I kind of dig it. I feel like it's maybe some replacement for the Tusk. It's like it's just, first of all, it's a tanky hero, which is what we already talked about is something you like against Meteor, because their damage is very slow. So even if this guy rolls in, they have to like blast all their shit on him, and maybe even then he can survive. He has good early game, he can rotate to the DP. So I think once again, it's good for the tankiness, but it's very good for their own draft. So I'm a fan of this Earth Spirit.
I love this Earth Spirit pick. I mean, I already said T that I already prefer the YBB draft at 4 heroes, right? Meteor Gaming round out their draft with this Bloodseeker. So that's at least some versatility to be able to apply towards the Earth Spirit with Rupture. You have some vision over the Ricky as well. What does this Bloodseeker do for their draft to enable them to win game number 2, despite the fact that beforehand their draft seemed really up against it?
I mean, they've just leaned into pacing. Like, you're not picking Bloodseeker to be the 1v1 matchup to Lina. You're picking Bloodseeker to give the Barra a reason to want to charge in, for Coddle to keep heroes at low HP, and they want to try and break the game early and keep it that way. Like, if Bloodseeker can have like a 1 item advantage over Lina, you get some swift blink down the line, some bash at BKB situation, you get on top of her, you can of course kill her off, but I think it really puts Meteor in a position where they need to just be aggro the entire time. I think if they ever make a handful of mistakes, like this draft is so clean from YBB. Like, it plays itself. That's how clean it is.
Yeah, it's one of these drafts that makes me sick to my stomach, honestly, because of how disgusting it looks at this point in time. We're going to be seeing whether or not YBB Gaming will be able to utilize such a draft to win game number 2 and secure a 2-0 lead, or if the aggro aggression on the side here of Meteor Gaming will enable them to push us to a third and deciding game. To find out, we turn it over to our incredible casting duo. We have the aggressive Ares and the disgusting Danog. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, what? No, I take that back.
Do we like the descriptive words? That
On
Snare's given us,
Valentine's
Deno?
Day, Snare? On Valentine's Day, you say I'm disgusting. That is disgusting in itself. Let's call it the sneaky snare then, you know, just something sinister, something else with alliteration. But yeah, I'm in agreement. This YBB draft, it plays itself, essentially. And, well, it might actually have been Meteor that played themselves by being able to let through the Treant, the Ricky, the Death Prophet, the Lena. Like, there are reasons that these heroes are at the very top of the meta right now.
Yeah, well, 4 out of the 5, top of the meta. Then you just got this random Earth Spirit that's just down to the mid lane. It's going to be exciting to see how 70 is going to perform on it. I really only saw the Earth Spirit be played mid kind of... Whoa, beyond me. Hang on, brother, what's going on here?
Any boys to blink to? I'm sure he said, Lena, help me. Please.
I mean, the body block has to be on point for them to get the kill. Are you going to go under the tower for it? There's Blue coming just in case. And we'll pick up a bunch of damage. But they were trying to get themselves set up to cut some of the trees down bottom. They get a D ward as well. I do want to go back to the Earth Spirit though. I feel like we didn't see Earth Spirit mid a lot, but it felt like a big reason why you were kind of picking in mid. You did have a really nice 10 talent. I think it was 50 damage. Now you don't have that anymore. Do you feel like that's kind of maybe a big reason why we haven't seen like these specialist plays go for this Earth Spirit mid?
Yeah, I would say so. It's not as versatile anymore, but I don't think they needed versatility with this, right? I think his job is pretty simple. Be able to get on top of the Coddle, get on top of the Phoenix, get that massive silence out, particularly for the Phoenix, just to make sure that your impact in these fights is fairly minimal, because, I mean, you're not going to have damage issues with Lena and Death Prophet just DP running into the middle with the Greaves, with the Exo Pop, Spirit Siphons going here, there, and everywhere, and Lena just raining down chaos from the backlines, which we know she can do.
I know T was speaking in the panel about this kind of Treant Protector and the Spirit Breaker lane, and it looks like they've actually looked to switch it around on YBB. What do you feel like the reasoning is for Tianming being down bottom and then ZZQ Treant Protector up top?
I guess you're not really in a position to be able to go forward and do that much in the lane against a Keeper of the Light, right? That's one of the strengths of the Coddle, is that you can just stay at range for quite some time. Whereas you know that the Bloodseeker is going to need to come forward, so you end up getting pretty decent value out of that Leech Seed and counteracting a little bit of that sustain that he just gets from the Thirst. I know you've already got the Spirit Siphon with a DP for that, but just to give you something a little bit extra can never hurt. Not the greatest micro, though, with his Courier on ZZQ.
How is 7-8 actually bodying the CS mid? First wave for Tiny should be pretty... I don't think it should be this much of a difference in regard to the CS.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the man's pretty skilled. Gotta give him that.
Yep, no doubt. I've been very impressed with 7E with all the games we've seen from YBB so far. Got that bottle already completed here for the Earth Spirit. Love to see how active he's going to get in a game like this. I don't really see too many of the Spirit Heroes anymore. It's really just the Ember, right? Void, Storm.
I like me some Storm Spirit still. I don't care what anyone says. I think he's got a very, very key role in games these days, especially with these big teamfight turning defensive supports like that Treant Protector. If you could just zip on him and give that instant lockdown in the form of a stun, as opposed to just a root, big win in my eyes.
Definitely a hero that has a place in Dota, which is always one of the beautiful things about this game. Everyone in a situation where you can pick it up, depending on the circumstance.
Except for Clinks. Not him. He's dead here right now. I mean, Meepo and Clinks feel kind of unplayable outside of pubs.
Iceland has something else to say about that.
Does he? It seemed pretty unplayable.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Didn't he finish like 0-5-1 or something?
Yeah. Just showcase it was still an alright game for it, didn't it?
No.
KD, it doesn't matter what he's saying.
Yeah, it does if you're a Meepo, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Maybe that hero will come back. Honestly, I hope it doesn't stay in the grave. I would really like to not play against it or watch it. Casting Libra games aren't really too fun as well. Do you have like particular heroes that you don't like to cast over others? You on top lane? You're gonna chase him down, blood right up in a couple of seconds. Of course, that pure damage is gonna be really nice, but God is playing with multiple one charges, so you're okay. Okay, well, I dislike casting Arc Warden. Yeah, Arc Warden is not entirely fun. But I don't... Never seen Medusa for a long time. Good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that hero's been strong for a very, very long time. Speaking about one of those heroes, I mean, definitely the Lina is one of them that's been pretty busted for quite some time. Doesn't matter if you're going for the right click or the magic build previously in the mid lane, a year ago. So, yeah, hero is very strong. I guess we got something different with the Earth Spirit mid. You know, that's the exciting thing. He's still having a pretty good time mid. Does look like Blessings has caught up a little bit. He's even going for, that's very interesting, went for like the Blade of Attack early on to kind of help out with maybe some of his difficulties with last hitting. Yeah. Definitely this is going to be... Sure. Tabs on how they're able to play kind of the side lanes here. Very important for bottom to continue to spam out these spells to enable the Bloodseeker, who we are seeing start to get aggressive on Beyond, but I don't know if you're going to win this fight. With 2 points in the Spirit Siphon, level 3 is a very, very big timing here for the Death Prophet in these side lanes, and you see Bloodseeker's going to be cautious about stepping up a bit too far, and that's kind of why I wanted to pivot towards how much damage they can do down bottom. That extra Thirst movement speed to maybe get in, and then get out, kind of breaking the Siphon, and then going back in once some charges have been used could enable them to kill Beyond. Down will be fast enough. Of course, we'll see with Ricky very, very low down bottom from Tianming. We're starting to get some action in the side lanes, but it will be bottom that actually finds our first blood, and our loot with the combo of the Ricky should be able to jump on over and find a double kill for the busted Lina. A look at 7E. Oh, look how speedy he is, just charging on over to the side lane. Couple of rolls, a haste rune as well for good measure. He'll kick away the Bloodseeker. Now TZ, well, they'll chase him down without a doubt in their mind out of the tower. So already YBB up to a 2,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, 70, more like Messi with all of those smashes coming through with the boulder, kicking the remnants, and being able to secure that kill. I mean, that's the advantage of that early rune, especially if it's the first power rune. You're able to secure it for yourself, and it's haste. You can just very, very quickly get back to the lane. And, well, with Tianming just sitting here soaking up a little bit, he might choose to go straight back top.
Uh-oh, it's not good. They both just TP'd back. Look at that, now with Beyond showing up, they're going to be forced to turn around. Will 7E be on the mark with the roll? Well, it doesn't look like it matters because he has the Magnetize to clean up. TZ, he'll be put in the grave for the second time in a row. So both heroes on Meteor. Well, they're going to have to make the walk of shame.
That's a long charge coming through from Marblu as well. I think you probably won't be able to get a kill in the meantime. Oh, they actually would have had vision as well with the Observer Ward that he just placed down as he started to make that movement towards mid. So right now, 70 has just said, all right, well, I've won mid. I've made 2 rotations top, and I've won that for them. I'm going to be able to take this tower to win Lina the early farm game. Not that she's having too many issues coming out of the laning stage, picking up those first 2 kills for herself. So yeah, life's looking pretty good for YBB right now.
Life is looking mighty fine and dandy. The only person that's really having a good time, I suppose Tiny is getting some free CS versus the Ricky, so phase boot's completed into the blink next, but
I think you gotta weigh up what you're losing in response to that, right? Like your entire safe lane going to shambles. Just things like that kicks him away. Power Rune wasn't even there in the first place. Will they consider going in onto this? Maybe, but clearly for Earth Spirit, he feels like the double damage is more important.
So he actually doesn't toss back ZZ Cube. The Avalanche coming up shortly. They'll be able to secure the kill, their first of the game, but look for the wraparound. Xiaoming in combination with Beyond. Beyond does lose his choreo, which would have been the full hood, but it's not going to matter. Activates the Exo. 7E has the second power rune as well, so they can look to just clean up. It's just dependent on who they want to try and bring down. The Ricky chasing up Molasses up the high ground, and 7E will soon follow in pursuit. Unfortunately, the kick is going to be off the mark. So Marblu will be able to charge on away. He's actually going to the mid lane, so that's not too far away. And I don't know if that's a person you want to be directly on top of, because look at 7E.
Oh, the magnetize!
Oh, no! That's filthy out of the Earth Spirit mid. A hero we don't see often, but the magnetize onto all
Come on,
three.
go for the roll.
Marblu, he'll tick out onto the tower. They'll get just a courier standing nearby as well, and oh boy, this is shambles. Just completely broken the spirits, it looks like, of Meteor.
And they've got the Spirit Breaker. You know, normally it's the other way around.
Oh, stop it.
I'll never stop.
Oh,
You gotta be nice, it's Valentine's. Oh, poor guy.
I'm gonna have to be nice to you because it's Valentine's. Not my fault you don't have a Valentine's.
Alright, don't you start.
Get good with your Riz, brother. Come on, not my fault. 7E, the boys are coming.
Alright.
Ah, it's that old Riz without a doubt. Blessings, well, he's looking for a kiss. 7E's pretty tanky though, 1200 health already. Good luck killing him, and look at Beyond.
Leech Seed as
Try
well.
and charge him. Maybe the Bloodseeker could be that X factor with the Rupture. He's going to try and cast it onto Beyond, but it will be able to sidestep out of the Blood Right. They're lacking so much damage at the moment, but Beyond not having any Spirit Siphon charges will be a big reason why he ends up going down.
Dire's middle tower is
Arcane Rune top, and 70's like, alright, my work here is done. 4-0 and 4. The Arcane Rune was found, and, well, it's just going to bring Lu up to the top lane as well, who, I mean, we haven't called his name for a little bit, and that's exactly what Leaners want in this first little stage of the game, right? They want their Falcon Blade, they want their Maelstrom, they want their bots, they want their BKB. If we don't mention them a single time before they get to that point, they are laughing, because it just means that their farm's going to be uninterrupted, and you know that they're going to farm faster than almost any other hero in this meta.
I actually think this is every single game we've seen of YBB where Lu is just top of the net worth and nowhere to be seen. On the Nature's Prophet, sure, he gets involved, like he might have one kill participation to the tower bottom lane. Seeker's going to look for TP, he'll be okay. So if he's playing Prophet, sure, he might show up, get a kill into objective, back into their own jungle. He's always just re-farming across the map, top of the net worth, like 2,000, 3,000 ahead of his counterpart.
Especially on these ranged heroes as well.
Free farming mid lane, Blessings. A lot of damage out of the Earth Spirit. There's a pretty big streak, but 7E. Well, it's already a mechanism completed. It's the Earth Spirit that's gone into this defensive item, so he's going to be okay.
Rupture?
Might turn to ZZQ instead, but the Rupture, is that going to tick him out? 7E. With TP out to safety, but now ZZQ. Well, they're going to turn their attention over towards the Treant Protector, but Luke, well, he wants to try and finally get involved, and LSA onto 2, and now with the beat down onto Blessings as well. They got Laguna Bade. The Pierce is not going to be enough. Tiny positions out to safety, even considering about going back on Tian Min.
Really liking the way that Tian Min's playing this one as well. Even just using the Blink Strike there as a bit of the fear factor to prevent the Bloodseeker from going for that chase as Earth Spirit's trying to TP away with his 4 kill streak. So forces him to back off. 70 gets back to safety. He's already got the Arcane Rune used, so that TP is going to be up in another 15 seconds, and he's ready to take another team fight. You've got the bottom tower there with the Exorcism.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, there's the mechanism. He's okay. Now Beyond showing up. Very cool. I mean, you need this level 6 on TZ. You need to try and find the Phoenix a little bit of space to find that supernova inside the fight. So they're going to have issues with dealing with it before the lean on. Oh, no Blessings. Couldn't just get the toss
he
back.
missed the toss.
Wasn't able to find it onto Beyond. Now this gives him an opportunity to run directly into the middle. The damage, it's lacking there for the boys on Dire. The hood activated, Beyond's going to be able to charge in. A buyback on the Tiny. I mean, bye-bye your blink timing. You'll get the kill onto Beyond. You'd hope that Tiny gets the goal, but it's going to be split between all the members of Dire.
Yeah, not ideal for sure to be able to set yourself back that far. They might be able to pick this kill up onto the Ricky as the raindrops backpacked.
They're able to fight it, but ZZQ A quick
Oh, even
pogo stick
kissing
in the
blessing
middle.
there for the
Beautiful
dieback.
kickback. Oh,
70 MVP. I'm calling it now. I don't care. Panel has no input on this one. It has to be the Earth Spirit, man.
You want to give it to the winner?
No, it's banned. It's extended from Div 1 to Div 2.
Oh, and well, apparently it's not now. We've apparently Div 2 it doesn't count.
No. See, we can make these calls, all right? We're here
Oh, I
every
feel like
week.
that's actually up to Snare, so you
Yeah, but then he called me
Never mind.
disgusting, so, you know, I can do whatever I want.
I
Don't
really
you
see
say
too much
there's
of a lie
truth in
there.
everything. Yeah, I know what you're thinking.
I mean, I don't know. I don't see too much of a lie, so it's alright. Yeah, Snare, you got my permission. You can. keep the
Listen,
dance going on
Zoomer, I
down
don't want to hear
today.
it, all right? We're almost at 15 minutes, by the way. So Ricky, with the impact that Tianming has had, without the sleep dart, so it's going to become even worse. Just set up for those boulder smashes and rolls in.
This could be
That's
good.
a nice
All
little
right.
one.
Oh, look at the combo out with the blinding light, getting a lot of damage out of the rupture. 70 will finally go down, but oh, here comes the machine gun in Lou, showing up huge. The right click along with the Laguna Blade will cut away the life of the Tiny, and now they're even going to look to charge him for more. Beyond committing the exorcism for that team fight, so they recognize they got some
They might
boys
stick
to clean
around.
up, but all they'll get is the coddle. They might get the T2 tower as well, at least a decent chunk of the health taken away.
Yeah, still 5 seconds left on the glyph, so they're going to make full use out of this while they can. Still a good amount of duration left on the exorcism. So yeah, half of it gone. Lena continuing to farm. 1 death, we're taking away the MVP from the Earth Spirit. But, I mean, that nearly ended disastrously because they even used the blinding light and it pushed out of the rupture as well. So I thought, oh, maybe that won't be able to convert with the damage with all the farm that they've been able to pick up. But look at him, he's just being a menace on Tianming right now. I see him roaming around though.
The fact that he has 1800 gold at this stage, he's just waiting. And get the jump over towards the Bloodseeker. No one else is real.
They know he
Actually,
just
they got
TP'd in
TG.
on 7E.
They're going to try and target down 70. It's a lot of damage with the Sunray. They're unable to kind of cancel it for the moment. But as soon as the Greaves come out from 7E, repairs all the damage and they just turn it back around. Dire on full. They called it. Oh, whoa, whoa. A pre-60-minute GG call coming out from Media Gaming means that the boys on YBB will remain undefeated so far in Division 2.
Yes, they will. And, you know, maybe Meteor had a hot date on tonight that they just needed to get away for Valentine's Day. They just got to get that Riz going because, unfortunately for them, the gameplay was not happening this time around. I mean, there's only so many times that you can let through some of these busted heroes and you're going to get punished for it. To me, this came down to the draft and we never really got to see what Meteor were capable of.
Which is unfortunate because this is a team who, prior to this series, was 2-1. They had a very good start in the first week. They took down Mystique, they took down Poke, but I guess these are two of the teams that we aren't ranking kind of towards the top. So finally, Meteor is starting to verse some more difficult opponents, and we saw what can happen. YBB really on a tear right now in Division 2. It's going to be exciting to see when they're able to match up against the lads on Vici Gaming. Of course, that is way, way down the line. But in regards to today, the boys on YBB having a 2-0 victory over Meteor. Send it back to the panel to break this one down.
Thank you very much, boys. We just got this game casted by the god of action and the god of dank in the form of Ares and Daydog. This game, whew, not even close, T. No, I remember a wise man, a wise aficionado, or rather an official of herbs that get brewed in hot water, told me once that if you win all 3 lanes, guaranteed you win the game. And not only did YBP win their lane, they actually kind of stomped them pretty damn hard in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Kezu, and I believe that this is probably the biggest mismatch in regards to drafting that I've seen in a series so far in this DPC, across the regions that I've covered. Excellent stuff from YBB in both play and draft. They really just know how to pressure and kind of choke out their opponent, but they don't wait 20, 25 minutes to do it. They see an opportunity at minute 6, boom, they take it. They see an opportunity in minute 10, bam, they take it. They want to get the GG by minute 15, the quickest GG in all of Tour 1 DPC in all regions, I believe, bam,
Yes, sir.
they take it. So YBB really are just punishing these more kind of lack of disciplined teams in this division.
I'm very glad I got to be involved in both of the fastest games. The previous one was in NA Div 1, and I got to see it live, got to see this one live as well. Kezu, is there anything that they could have actually done on the side here of Meteor Gaming to turn this result around, given the draft that they had? Or was it pretty much fated that this was going to happen regardless of the time signature that we'd end the game with?
Given the draft, I think this is some 95 to 5 games. So unless you play like gods, it's going to be really hard. On top of that, YBP are very good about their lanes. In both games, I think they put their supports in the correct lanes. It's also not ideal when you pick... So Bloodseeker wants to like win lanes and like, you know, have aggressive lanes, but you're picking Bloodseeker into heroes where you can't really run in because Lina will just stand her ground and there's Tree Root. There's also Leech Seed healing up one lane. There's a Spirit Siphon in the other, so your Thirst isn't really that good either. You don't have good answers. I think in both games they have the same issues with damage. And not only do YBP plays their lanes well, they also build a mech early on and they build a pipe and then it's like, it's GG. You cannot come back. So them calling GG at 15 minutes, it's warranted. They cannot win this game. It's over.
The game is over, and unfortunately that will mean for the side of Meteor Gaming that they go down, and they are 2-2 in the leaderboard right now. For YBB, they are now 3-0, sitting at the very top in tandem with VG Gaming and LBZS. Tigav, I'll let you start the conversation. Not conclude it, but start the conversation for our MVP for game number 2.
All right. Yeah.
Say Ricky. Say Ricky.
I was listening in, and I actually think Chongming, just to play devil's advocate, all right? Because for some reason I am now Aries, so in the cast I have to be devil's advocate.
Dog!
There we go. So for devil's advocate plays, I think Chongming, he honestly made the map feel way smaller than it did on the Ricky. And of course, Elster made some incredible rotations, but there was a key moment where he like blink struck, slowed the Bloodseeker into smokescreen to keep the Lina alive under this mid tier 1 tower. And it's just like these small plays he was making pre-15 was really fun to see.
I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point, Kezu, because normally this Ricky is useless before 15. So what do you got for us?
Oh, we actually got it. Oh, no.
No. All right. Make a different case, Kezu. Make a different case. I don't want to see this.
Different case. We've seen an Earth Spirit who popped off, killed everyone, rotated around the map, broke open the whole map. So my boy 7E, you know, not only does he bust out a Pog champ hero, he also plays with Pogger. So he's getting robbed. Switch it to the Earth Spirit. Let's go.
Yeah, it should be Earth Spirit.
There we go.
He bought Greaves too, man. This guy's a monster.
Yeah,
he bought Greaves. This hero has not been doing well in the DPC thus far. He made it look really, really good. To be fair, most of the time it is played in the support role, but he made it look like, all right, you should actually just be playing this hero mid every single time. It's actually the first mid Earth Spirit that we've had so far in this particular tour of the DPC, so shout out to 7E for making this game exciting. Also, before this game, he was less than 40% win rate, so the confidence to realize that this is the right game for it, bust it out, looks super strong doing it. Shout out to 7E, and also, I do not ever want to see a Ricky MVP ever again, so that's the first and last time, hopefully, but looking forward though, gentlemen, for the side of Meteor Gaming, now that they have suffered their second loss here, Kezu, we know for a fact that if they lose one more, mathematically, you cannot qualify for Div 1 rather, without at least maximum of 2 losses. If you go to 3, that's it, done and dusted, you're staying in the division. What do they need to turn around? From what you saw in this game, what's the key changes that you think they need to make in order to ensure that this is their final loss that they suffer in the division?
Draft. You need to overlook at how you pick your heroes. There's just... Sometimes it takes for you to play it out to see it. For people who have played it, I can see in the draft when I see some of these heroes combined, it's just awkward. It's too easy to like counter pick because it's too tailored of what you can do. And if in Dota you can only do one thing and at the same time you do it slowly, it's usually not a good sign. And the way you pair heroes, it needs to be in the right role. So right now, like their first 3 picks, I think make it so hard for them later down the draft that they need to overthink this, maybe mock draft against each other, look at what other teams are drafting, and then make it easier for yourself. Because right now, you will lose a lot of games if you draft like this.
I don't understand how they got to this point, though. Like, you look at their previous games, not once was Kotal or Spirit Breaker a key component in their drafts. And then they entered today. Maybe they had like a good scrim on it, and they're like, boys, this is the secret sauce. This is the YBB counterplay. 2 games in a row they pick it. 2 games in a row they basically weren't able to present anything in the game. We got to see no Meteor Gaming for nearly 49 minutes of Dota play in a whole best of 3. And it was down to just an opening that wasn't that good, unfortunately.
And what do you make of YBB's performance overall on their side here, T? Because with this 2-0 win that they secured over Meteor Gaming, not only are they at the top of the division, but you also got to see Vici Gaming, which is the only other team that has yet to suffer a loss. These two teams will be playing each other on the 19th. What do you think is going to happen when that series eventually comes to bear?
I mean, YBB so far, they played, I think, some of the weaker teams. They played Cloud, they've now played this Meteor. They also beat Outsiders, actually, so quite a middle-pack team. I think YB, they are a beautifully aggressive lineup that really just takes over the early mid game. Like 10 minutes, it's insane that a team takes over this quickly. And I'm yet to see them go up against a team that actually can play defensively. So I think Vici Gaming should be a really good matchup to take this game to 40, 50 minutes, an actual back and forth. And I'd like to think it should be close, but still favoring Vici Gaming because defensive teams normally beat out these hyper-aggressive lineups.
We still don't actually know what YBB looks like in the late game because they've never gotten there.
Exactly,
they've stopped in all of their games up until this point. So that'll be a very intriguing matchup. Of course, with this 2-0 win over the side of Meteor Gaming, that does conclude this day of DPC action. But we're not done just yet with the DPC tour in its entirety because we still have some more games coming up. And looking towards the future, we still have some 3 incredible games that we have to look forward to. We end the day with YBB Gaming yet again taking on the side of Mystique. The second series I think is very intriguing. Vici Gaming versus LBZS, because LBZS did end up losing a series earlier today up against the Outsiders from China. While Vici Gaming still undefeated. Had this matchup happened a week ago, or just even today, they would have both gone into this series completely undefeated here, Kezu. Who do you think benefits from the situation? Because Vici, does it help them or hurt them more that they have yet to lose a game? Do they have additional pressure on their backs because of the situation?
I feel like if you're Vici and with the players they have, I think they should be feeling good, basically, no matter what. I don't think that they're going to overthink it in a way. I just feel like it just seems like a good org. I think they have a good support structure. Their players all have experience. They just seem like a very veteran team that they're just going to go into the game. And if they draft and play well, they're just going to slap their opponents, I think, in this division.
Yeah, that's what we should probably expect from Vici Gaming. That first series of the day, though, Meteor Gaming versus the side of the Outsiders from China. Outsiders from China delivered the first loss to LBZS today, which will probably give them a bit of a boost in confidence. But like you mentioned, because they now know that this drafting pattern doesn't work on the side of Meteor Gaming, are we expecting just wholesale changes to how they approach the game? A reversion back to the mean from when they were winning?
Bro, I'm down for the power play. Just first phase ban the Barrow. Just for no reason. Just ban it out and be like, go on. Okay, no, but okay, jokes aside, I think Outsiders of China have shown a lot more. Again, I've only really seen one game from Media Gaming, and it didn't really inspire any confidence in me. They feel like a bottom 3 team from this one series alone. And I think Outsiders are the complete opposite. They feel like they always could at any point be a top 3 team, but their instability leaves them, averagely in top 4. So I am favoring Outsiders from China here, unless Media Gaming really just finds something different in the upcoming days.
That difference can still be found. They still have time to look over these draws, prepare a little bit, and be very aware of what exactly they need to bring to the table if they want to get some success out of it. Now that we are this deep into the tournament, we are just a couple of games away from being able to determine who sits at the very top, who's going to find themselves relegated. Kezu, I'll give you the final thoughts on this one. What do you think has been the lesson that we've learned collectively from what Div 2 China has been bringing to the table relative to what other regions are doing in Div 2?
I feel like what they do better than other Division 2s, or what I see a lot that they value, is how they put their lanes and how they itemize on specific heroes. This was not the first time. I think it was Vici Gaming the other day that was also like very smart about how they put their lanes and what are the support matchups and how do we like enable our early game. That stands out to me the most in the China Division 2 for sure.
Div 2 China, in some long gone days, I've had difficulty closing out games, but starting the game well on a front foot has never really been a problem in this region. So I'm looking forward to see them continue to do that for the rest of the DPC tour. We are only having 1 week left at this point in time, so every single game has massive ramifications, either to keep you in the division, maybe to fight for a relegation slot, or hopefully to get promoted to Division 1 and to begin your journey towards the international in 2023. With that though, we are going to be closing out out the show. There's no more Dota to bring you tonight, but there is still a lot of Dota to bring you over the course of this next week. So make sure that you're all following the channel so that you can stay abreast of every single second of DPC action here in Division 2. From myself, the silly snare, we have on this panel, of course, Kezu the kitten, we've got T-Gov the terrific, and we had our casting duo, the delightful Daynog and the amazing Aries. Of course, earlier in the day, we were also joined by Fluke Blizzard, John and MLP Dota. We had a full house today. Everybody's been out here to bring you this hype. So make sure that you are abreast of every single day of action. And don't forget our boy, the one who's been holding it down almost every single day, the Noble Nomad, your primary host, who will be joining us in action yet again once we resume week number 3. Thank you, everybody, for giving us your time. Remember to keep a positive mental attitude about the game, hydrate, get some good sleep, and join us very soon to continue the hype, to continue the DPC, and to continue the road towards TI. Goodbye, good night, we love you, and we'll see you in the future.